Chapter 3678. The middle-aged scholar's words were filled with anger. As for Duan Lingtian, he could feel a bone-deep hatred from the middle-aged scholar's tone. At the same time, he finally realized why this middle-aged scholar was imprisoned here. Even if such a person didn't die, he definitely couldn't be released. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would bring disaster to the Hidden Fog Sect. To be appointed as the next successor to the Hidden Fog sect master, his talent and perception could be imagined. He was absolutely at the peak. In the future, when he stood up, he would surely be a giant. It wouldn't be difficult for him to establish a divine emperor-level influence. Even if the Hidden Fog sect didn't kill him, it was impossible for them to allow him to grow. The small world of the Stairway to Heaven was undoubtedly the best place for him to belong. In the Stairway to Heaven's world, there are many people who are imprisoned for an indefinite period of time. Is your imprisonment also permanent? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the middle-aged scholar. What do you think? The middle-aged scholar sneered. He asked in return, I am just over 2,300 years old, and yet I have already become a higher deity. Moreover, I have even comprehended the fusion of two types of wind laws, three profound meanings. Even if placed in the history of the Hidden Fog sect, such achievements can be counted on one hand. If it weren't for them wanting to use me as a gatekeeper for the Stairway to Heaven's struggle to temper their juniors, they would have already killed me. It is impossible for them to release me. My imprisonment is naturally permanent. As he spoke, the corners of the middle-aged scholar's mouth curled into a mocking smile. A dignified God-Emperor-level sect is as timid as a mouse. Even a mere higher deity like me is afraid of them. How laughable! Hearing the middle-aged scholar's words, Duan Lingtian was startled. He never imagined that this middle-aged scholar would have such astonishing achievements at such a young age. All right, enough nonsense. Boy, do you want to leave by yourself, or do you want me to send you out? The middle-aged scholar narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His divine energy that had been boosted with the law of wind began to stir, as though a terrifying tornado was brewing in his body. Hearing the middle-aged scholar's words, Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Although I don't intend to pass the 9th level, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to send me out. Duan Lingtian's words made the middle-aged scholar sneer. Kid, it seems like you don't know how strong I am. Fine. Next, I'll let you experience my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged scholar attacked. Whoosh! Crash! Along with the tornado on the middle-aged scholar's body, a terrifying storm swept out towards Duan Lingtian as if it covered the heavens and the earth. It was like a gigantic beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian up the staircase. However, this storm disappeared just as quickly as it came. Boom! Rumble! The spatial storm raged as it crushed this similarly shocking storm that originated from the middle-aged scholar without any effort, causing the middle-aged man's expression to instantly change drastically. You've actually comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space. Although there were only 8 profundities from the law of space that could be fused, it did not mean that only 2 profundities could be fused. It could also be fused 3, 4, or even 5 profundities. It was just that the combinations were different. The more one comprehended, the stronger the power would be. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had used the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space to crush the middle-aged scholar's strength. It was similar to how he had defeated Xue Haishan, who was at the 8th level of the celestial stairway. Bang! A violent spatial energy came crashing down like a giant hammer and landed on the middle-aged scholar's body, sending him flying violently. Of course, at this critical moment, Duan Lingtian withdrew most of his strength. Otherwise, the middle-aged scholar would have died without a doubt. You! Just as the middle-aged scholar regained his senses, his face turned green and pale. He was shocked when he saw the purple figure standing in the distance had taken out the celestial stairway token and left. The figure flashed and disappeared before his eyes. He doesn't plan on going to the 10th level of the celestial stairway? Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar was stunned for a moment. However, he immediately thought of something and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A smile appeared on his face. It seems that he doesn't want to be too high-profile. A higher deity ascending to the 10th level of the celestial stairway. In the history of the Hidden Fog sect, no one has ever done this. The best one has ever done was to ascend to the 9th level of the celestial stairway. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged scholar guessed why the purple-clothed youth didn't go to the 10th level of the celestial stairway. It turned out that he wanted to keep a low profile. I really didn't expect the Hidden Fog sect to produce such a character, the middle-aged scholar sighed with a bit of regret. Such a character was even more outstanding than he was in the past. Outside the celestial stairway, the small dot of light that represented Duan Lingtian. After reaching the 9th level of the celestial stairway, most people thought that Duan Lingtian would soon be eliminated. Even Tang Huiyan felt the same way. However, what surprised them was that after Duan Lingtian ascended to the 9th level of the celestial stairway, he didn't come out for a long time. Could it be that he still has the ability to compete with the people on the 9th level of the celestial stairway? Otherwise, how could he last for so long? An inner sect disciple guessed in horror. Impossible. There must be another reason. Another inner sect disciple shook his head. He obviously didn't want to believe this. After all, he stayed on the 7th level of the celestial stairway for a long time. I think so too. The gatekeeper must have gone easy on him for him to pass the 8th level of the celestial stairway so easily. The group of people outside never expected that the reason Duan Lingtian stayed on the 9th level of the celestial stairway for so long was because he was chatting with the gatekeeper. Whoosh! Finally, under the watchful eyes of the group of people, Duan Lingtian finally appeared. He had stopped on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. Naturally, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to come out after defeating the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. They thought Duan Lingtian was mercilessly eliminated by the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. Duan Lingtian is out. He stopped on the 9th level. Moreover, he stayed on the 9th level for such a long time. If there are no accidents, he'll be the first in the celestial stairway contest this time. He's really lucky. The group of inner sect disciples whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, Duan Lingtian heard them loud and clear. Elder. When Duan Lingtian passed the celestial stairway order to the old man asked curiously, Duan Lingtian, did you fight with the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway for a long time? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It ended quickly. It could be said that it ended in a single exchange. It ended in a single exchange. The old man was startled. If that's the case, why did you stay on the 9th level for such a long time? At this moment, whether it was the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder or the surrounding inner sect disciples, they all thought that Duan Lingtian had been defeated by the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway in a single exchange. They would never have dreamed that Duan Lingtian would say that he had defeated the gatekeeper on the 9th level in a single exchange. However, as the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder asked this question, the other inner sect disciples also looked at Duan Lingtian. They were curious as to why Duan Lingtian could stay on the 9th level for such a long time. We chatted for a while. Duan Lingtian's reply caused everyone to be petrified. They never thought that this was the reason. It was because he had chatted with the gatekeeper that he could stay on the 9th level for such a long time. This fellow, how could his luck be so good? He met a gatekeeper who was willing to chat with him. One had to know that it wasn't as if they hadn't thought of chatting with the keeper that they couldn't defeat in order to prolong the time they had to spend on the last floor. However, the keeper seemed to have the attitude of not saying anything more than half a sentence, and directly eliminated them mercilessly. You've really run into dog sh*t luck. Chi Yu sneered. As for Chi Yu's voice, It sounded particularly ear-piercing in this quiet environment. For a time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at him. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he faintly smiled. Yes, your luck is all right. But even if you want to run into dog sh*t luck, I'm afraid you won't be able to do so. Seeing Duan Lingtian refute him, Chi Yu's expression sank. At the same time he sneered, Duan Lingtian, you finally stopped hiding like a coward since you've come out. Have you thought about accepting my challenge? Or perhaps you don't dare? Do you want to continue being a coward? Chi Yu sneered. Challenge? Duan Lingtian was stunned. For a moment he didn't react. At this time, Tang Huiyan took a step forward and walked in front of Duan Lingtian. She said to Duan Lingtian, he's the inner sect disciple who has challenged you every month for the past 3 months. Chi Yu. Chi Yu? Duan Lingtian looked at Chi Yu again with a look of realization on his face. I was wondering who it was. So it's the dog that Tu Feng sent to bite me. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Even Tang Huiyan, who was standing in front of him, was stunned. She never thought Duan Lingtian would call Chi Yu a dog in front of Chi Yu. Moreover, he even said that Chi Yu was the dog of another inner sect disciple. Tang Huiyan quickly reacted. She hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, do you have a grudge with senior apprentice brother Tu Feng? Although Tu Feng was also an inner sect disciple, he was an inner sect disciple who had stepped into the divine king realm. In terms of status and strength, he wasn't someone that ordinary divine spirit realm inner sect disciples like them could compare with. Although Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability were not bad, it was not a good thing for him to offend Tu Feng. Not only was Tu Feng a divine king stage inner sect disciple, but he was also the eldest disciple of the second elder of the hidden fog sect. I don't think it's a conflict, but I don't know what he thinks. Duan Lingtian said with a shrug. Before Tang Huiyan could reply to Duan Lingtian, Chi Yu's voice that was filled with anger and coldness rang in the air. Duan Lingtian, do you want to die? Chapter 3679. Following Chi Yu's stern shout, the atmosphere instantly fell into a deathly silence. A thick smell of gunpowder rose up, causing everyone's heart to subconsciously hang in the air. At the same time, they stared at the two parties involved, Duan Lingtian and Chi Yu, courting death. After Chi Yu shouted fiercely, Duan Lingtian glanced at him unhurriedly with a profound gaze. Are you sure you have the ability to do so? Chi Yu sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. Duan Lingtian, do you really think that just because you were lucky and reached the 9th step of the celestial stairway and had a better result than me, you can look down on me? The ranking of the celestial stairway has never represented the ranking of strength. That's true. You're just a young man who entered the sect not long ago. It's normal that you don't know this. As he spoke, the corners of Chi Yu's mouth curled into a mocking smile. In Chi Yu's opinion, this Duan Lingtian had spent so much time on the 7th step of the celestial stairway. It was impossible for him to pass the 8th step. Yet he had passed the 8th step so quickly. This meant that the gatekeeper had gone easy on him. If the gatekeeper was an inner sect disciple who had been imprisoned for life, it was normal for him to go easy on him. After all, even if they won, there was no way to reduce their sentence. As for Duan Lingtian, he had said that he had been defeated in a single move on the 9th step. Although he had stayed on the 9th step for a long time, it was because he had spent a long time chatting with the gatekeeper. Because of this, even if Duan Lingtian's result in this celestial stairway competition surpassed Chi Yu's, Chi Yu still didn't put him in his eyes. He was just a kid who had been lucky for a while. Lucky? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Chi Yu. You can try. I'll try then. Chi Yu sneered. Now, do you dare to go to the ultimate martial platform with me? The ultimate martial arena was where the people of the Hidden Fog sect fought. In a duel on the ultimate martial arena, one could admit defeat, and after admitting defeat, the opponent could no longer intentionally take one's life. However, if one did not admit defeat in time, even if one was killed by the opponent, it would be a meaningless death. In the Hidden Fog sect, there was no such thing as a life or death arena. If it was only to compare notes, the Hidden Fog sect's people would go to the martial meeting square, which was right below the extreme martial arena. The ultimate martial platform was an elevated platform located in the sky above the martial arts competition square. Ultimate martial dais? Senior apprentice Brother Chiyu actually wants to go up the ultimate martial stage with Duan Lingtian? Oh my god! Once you step onto the ultimate martial platform, you'll be like a sword without eyes. If you don't admit defeat in time, even if you're killed, you'll have died in vain. How much hatred do you have? Senior Brother Chiyu, do you really intend to have a life and death duel with Duan Lingtian? When the surrounding inner sect disciples regained their senses, their faces were basically filled with shock. Some of the people who wished for the world to be in chaos even had their eyes glowing, their faces filled with anticipation. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Tang Huiyan quickly stopped Duan Lingtian with a sound transmission. Duan Lingtian, don't be impulsive. Once you step onto the ultimate martial platform, if you don't admit defeat in time, even if you die, the sect won't punish you. I know. The Inner Sect Disciples Handbook mentions the ultimate martial platform. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Huiyan and faintly smiled. When this scene fell into Chiyu's eyes, it made him burn with jealousy. Seeing Duan Lingtian suddenly say such words to Tang Huiyan, it wasn't hard for him to guess that Tang Huiyan must have sent a sound transmission to persuade Duan Lingtian not to agree to the ultimate martial platform battle. Duan Lingtian, genius from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, do you dare? Chiyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile, his tone filled with provocation. Duan Lingtian, don't be impulsive. If you don't have the confidence, don't agree. An old voice suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears, greatly surprising him. This was because this sound transmission came from the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder who was guarding outside the sky stairway. Elder, rest assured, I, Duan Lingtian, won't easily do something I'm not confident in. Duan Lingtian replied to the inner sect elder's sound transmission. Then he looked at Chiyu and lightly said, lead the way. Lead the way. This was Duan Lingtian's reply. Chiyu was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered and turned to lead the way. The surrounding inner sect disciples also began to boil with excitement. He agreed. He agreed. I really don't understand. Why would Duan Lingtian agree? Since senior apprentice Brother Chiyu dares to make such a request, he must be confident in defeating him. An intermediate deity dares to accept a challenge from a higher deity? Amidst the uproar of the inner sect disciples, Duan Lingtian followed Chiyu's footsteps and headed towards the ultimate martial platform. This fellow! Seeing Duan Lingtian not listening to his advice, Tang Huiyan couldn't help but frown, but he still followed. He didn't forget to send a sound transmission to Duan Lingtian. If there is any danger, admit defeat in time. As long as you admit defeat, Chiyu won't dare to kill you again. At that time, the elder on duty at the ultimate martial platform will also protect you. Duan Lingtian was aware of everything Tang Huiyan had said. However, Duan Lingtian still sent a sound transmission to Tang Huiyan to express his thanks for his concern. Outside the sky stairway, besides the inner sect elder guarding the sky stairway, everyone else who knew that Duan Lingtian had agreed to Chiyu's challenge at the ultimate martial platform followed. The inner sect elder guarding the sky stairway also wanted to follow, but this time he was the one guarding the sky stairway, so he couldn't leave. Where is he? Someone walked out of the sky stairway and was puzzled when he realized that there was no one around except for the inner sect elder on duty. When he learned the ins and outs of the matter from the elder on duty, he immediately rushed to the ultimate martial platform. Senior brother Chiyu is going to fight with that Duan Lingtian who just joined the sect on the ultimate martial platform. This is a good show. We can't miss it. One by one, the inner sect disciples who walked out of the sky stairway rushed to the ultimate martial platform after learning that Duan Lingtian and Chi were going to fight on the ultimate martial platform. As a result, more and more people went to the ultimate martial platform. Elder Peng. The inner sect elder on duty outside the sky stairway finally couldn't hold himself back and sent a sound transmission to an elder who was on good terms with him. If I remember correctly, you've been on duty at the ultimate martial platform recently? Are you there today? The other party quickly responded, Yes, what's the matter? In a moment, that Chi will fight with Duan Lingtian, who was recommended by Vice Sect Master Morong to enter the sect ahead of time. Inform me of the progress at any time. If Duan Lingtian is in danger, remind him to admit defeat with a sound transmission. This little fellow is quite polite and his talent and perception are quite good. If he lives, it will only be beneficial to the sect. The inner sect elder outside the sky stairway said, What? Chi and Duan Lingtian are going to fight on the ultimate martial platform? I see them. Don't worry, I don't want such a genius to die. Elder Peng, who was on duty at the ultimate martial platform, saw a group of people in the distance. He saw that the person leading them was their hidden fog sect's Chi. As for Duan Lingtian, although he hadn't seen him before, he had heard that he was a handsome young man in purple clothes. He was clearly following behind Chi. There were a total of 19 ultimate martial platforms. They were located in the skies above the hidden fog sect's martial meeting square. However, the 19 ultimate martial platforms were usually empty. The most lively place was the hidden fog sect's martial meeting square. There were many hidden fog sect inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples sparring there. The hidden fog sect's martial meeting square and ultimate martial platform didn't belong to the inner sect. Rather, they were shared between the inner and outer sect, and they were located between the inner and outer sections. Why are there so many people? How lively! There were many people in the martial meeting square to begin with. When Duan Lingtian, Chi and the group of inner sect disciples who came to join in the fun arrived, they alarmed many people in the martial meeting square. And when they saw the person in the lead, their eyes brightened. It's Chi. He's ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect disciples. Senior apprentice brother Chi is going to enter the ultimate martial platform. Who is he going to fight with? That purple-clothed youth behind him, who is he? In the martial meeting square, a group of inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples who were watching the fun flew into the air out of curiosity. And when they saw that there was no one around them, the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples who were sparring also tacitly stopped and followed. Senior apprentice brother, what's going on? Who is senior apprentice brother Chi you going to fight with on the ultimate martial platform? Many people asked the inner sect disciples who came from the sky stairway, and when they obtained the answer, they all revealed looks of shock. It's actually the Duan Lingtian who just entered the sect? Isn't he a middle deity? A mere middle deity dares to fight with senior apprentice brother Chi on the ultimate martial platform? I've heard of him. Although he has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the space laws, senior apprentice brother Chi has also comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the wind laws. In addition to senior apprentice brother Chi's cultivation being a level higher than his, he will undoubtedly lose. I really don't understand why he would agree to a battle with such a great disparity in strength. Although the group of hidden fog sect disciples couldn't understand why Duan Lingtian would agree to such a battle, it didn't affect them from joining in on the fun. Many geniuses die prematurely because of their carelessness. Many people shook their heads as they looked at the purple figure walking towards the ultimate martial platform with pity on their faces. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian followed Chiyu, who was leading the way, and landed on the ultimate martial platform in the center of the 19 platforms. This ultimate martial platform was also the largest. The surrounding 18 smaller ultimate martial platforms surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon. After Chiyu landed, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, who had also landed and was calmly looking at him. Seeing Duan Ling Tian's expression remain so calm at this time, Chiyu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. If Duan Ling Tian could still pretend to be relaxed when he was outside the sky stairway, then he shouldn't be so relaxed now that he was on the ultimate martial platform. After all, Chiyu was much stronger than him. But now, in the end, Chiyu couldn't help but extend his divine sense and envelop Duan Ling Tian. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank and his heart filled with shock. He actually broke through to the realm of a higher deity. Chapter 3680. Just now, before the stairway to heaven, Chiyu hadn't thought of using his divine sense to probe Duan Ling Tian's depths. This was because he subconsciously felt that even if Duan Ling Tian wanted to make a breakthrough, it would be impossible for him to do so while he was at the Hidden Fog Sect. It wasn't until he arrived at the ultimate martial platform and saw Duan Ling Tian's calm and collected expression that Chiyu couldn't help but use his divine sense to probe Duan Ling Tian. And after he discovered that Duan Ling Tian was a higher deity, his heart was in turmoil. The difference between Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian's breakthrough was like heaven and earth. He wasn't afraid of Duan Ling Tian before he made a breakthrough. But now that Duan Ling Tian had made a breakthrough, he wasn't confident at all. Although both of them had comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of a certain law, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. As for him, he had only comprehended one of the more ordinary 5 elemental laws, the law of wind. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to have broken through to the realm of a higher deity. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chiyu looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression and spoke in a deep voice. Not only did he not lower his voice, but he seemed to have deliberately raised it so that it clearly entered the ears of everyone present, including the 2 elders on duty at the ultimate martial platform. One of the elders was surnamed Peng. Elder Qin, don't you think you're worrying too much? After hearing Chiyu's words, Elder Peng subconsciously extended his divine sense and shrouded Duan Ling Tian. After confirming Duan Ling Tian's cultivation, he immediately sent a message to the inner sect elder on duty outside the stairway to heaven. What's wrong? Elder Qin, who was on duty outside the stairway to heaven, was naturally dumbfounded when he received the message. Duan Ling Tian is also a higher deity. His chances of winning this battle are higher, okay? You actually want me to remind him to admit defeat? Are you kidding me? Elder Ping snappily said. What? Duan Ling Tian is a higher deity? Elder Qin, on the other hand, was shocked. But before he entered the stairway to heaven, he was clearly only an intermediate deity. At that time, I even used my divine consciousness to probe him. Could it be that he made a breakthrough when he was fighting someone on the stairway to heaven? That should be the case. He probably made his breakthrough on the 7th step of the celestial stairway. After a period of stalemate, he made a breakthrough at the last moment. Then he successfully cleared the level. Relying on his higher deity cultivation base, he quickly defeated the Guardian on the 8th step of the celestial stairway. In fact, the Guardian on the 8th step didn't go easy on him. As for the 9th step of the celestial stairway, it's highly likely that he'll encounter an inner sect disciple of the godly king stage. Even if he becomes a higher deity, it'll be difficult for him to be a match for them. It's very normal for him to be defeated in one move. At this moment, Elder Qin understood many things. At the same time, he realized that he had worried for nothing. Duan Ling Tian's current strength was no longer inferior to Chiyu's. He might even be stronger. I don't know about that. All right, I'll watch these 2 little fellows fight first. Then I'll tell you the result. However, It's highly likely that Chi Yu will admit defeat because I can see fear in his eyes. Elder Peng sent a voice transmission and said, "Showing fear before the battle is a great taboo." While Elder Peng stopped sending messages and stared intently at the two figures on the ultimate martial platform, the crowd was also abuzz with discussion. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have broken through to become a higher deity. No wonder he dared to accept senior Brother Chi Yu's challenge. It turns out that he has made a breakthrough. I understand now. Duan Lingtian made a breakthrough on the 7th step of the celestial stairway. Before the breakthrough, he was in a stalemate with the Guardian for a long time. After the breakthrough, he easily defeated the Guardian on the 8th step of the celestial stairway and ascended to the 9th step. However, he was eliminated by the godly King Stage Guardian on the 9th step. That must be it. While many inner sect disciples were speculating, Tang Nguyen, who was standing at the side of the crowd, looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. So, he has already made a breakthrough. What I said earlier actually came true. Previously, Tang Nguyen had told Chi Yu that Duan Lingtian might have made a breakthrough on the spot and then ascended to the 9th step of the celestial stairway. Of course, it was not that she had much confidence in Duan Lingtian at that time. She just could not stand Chi Yu's attitude. However, she did not expect that what she said would really come true. "Why? Are you going to admit defeat?" Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when Chi Yu pointed out his current cultivation. He stared deeply at Chi Yu and asked meaningfully. "However, as far as I know, the rules of the ultimate martial platform state that once one ascends to the ultimate martial platform, one is not allowed to admit defeat within 10 breaths from the start of the battle." Duan Lingtian revealed the rules of the ultimate martial platform that he had learned from the Inner Sect Disciples' Handbook. His originally calm expression changed slightly, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. "Who said I'm going to admit defeat?" Sensing the gazes around him, even though Chi Yu felt a little guilty, he still maintained a tough front on the surface. "Duan Lingtian, even if you're a higher deity, you've only just made a breakthrough to become a higher deity. You might not even have had time to consolidate your cultivation, and you want me, Chi Yu, to admit defeat? Ridiculous." As Chi Yu's voice fell, gusts of wind raged around his body. The law of wind fused with divine power appeared as though it had turned into a small tornado. Furthermore, the tornado was still growing stronger. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. Both of them had comprehended the law of wind, but the middle-aged scholar that he had encountered on the 9th step of the celestial stairway was far more powerful than Chi Yu. Chi Yu had only comprehended one type of fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wind, but that person had comprehended 2 types of fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wind. Their abilities were not on the same level at all. However, the problem was even that middle-aged scholar was easily defeated by Duan Lingtian in one move. "Now, I'll give you a chance." Duan Lingtian looked at Chi Yu and said calmly, "Kneel down and count out 10 times and I'll spare your life." The moment Duan Lingtian said that, everyone was shocked. No one had expected Duan Lingtian to suddenly say such a thing. Moreover, from his tone, it was as though victory was already in his hands. Presumptuous. As expected, Chi Yu was enraged. He roared angrily and moved with the wind. It was as though he had turned into a gust of wind as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a crescent blade appeared in Chi Yu's hand. As soon as the blade appeared, it was infused with divine power that had merged with the wind elemental attribute. Suddenly, a green light shone brightly. Obviously, the blade in Chi Yu's hand was a divine weapon. Of course, it was only a lower-grade divine weapon. However, even though it was a lower-grade divine weapon, once it was in Chi Yu's hand, the power that was infused into it was extremely shocking. The green blade radiance swept across the sky as though it could split the sky. Buzz! Accompanied by the sound of the blade, A terrifying blade radiance bloomed in the sky and swept toward Duan Lingtian. However, in the face of Qi Yu's sudden attack, Duan Lingtian did not panic. With a whoosh, he disappeared from where he was and reappeared not far behind Qi Yu. "You're courting death." Although there was not much movement behind him, Qi Yu, who was fully alert, turned around in an instant and slashed out with his blade. Another green blade radiance bloomed. Although it was not as strong as the previous blade radiance, it was not to be underestimated. Buzz! The blade radiance that Duan Lingtian had dodged seemed to have grown eyes. It turned around in the air and continued to attack Duan Lingtian. "I gave you a chance," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His eyes were calm, and then he took a step forward. A layer of faint armor appeared on the surface of his body. Together with the sudden appearance of the spatial wind leopard, it easily crushed the blade radiance that Qi Yu had slashed out. Then, before Qi Yu's other blade radiance could catch up, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and waved casually in front of a group of people. The whole movement was as smooth as flowing water. It was as light as the wind. Whoosh! The sound of the sword whistling was short-lived. When the crowd saw that there was a sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, Qi Yu's body had already been decapitated. Then, the spatial windstorm that filled the sky was like a meat grinder, instantly mincing Qi Yu into a pool of blood. After Qi Yu's death, the saber ray that flashed through the air became much weaker. In the end, it landed on the silhouette of armor that flashed on Duan Lingtian's body and completely dissipated. Duan Lingtian was wearing a defensive divine armor. It was one of the dozens of divine weapons given to him by the Zhong family in Tianfeng City. It was a low-grade divine weapon. In terms of value, it was not inferior to an ordinary middle-grade offensive divine weapon. Later, he attacked with a low-grade divine sword given to him by the Zhong family. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blood and blood, mist scattered all over the ground, leaving behind dazzling and eye-catching marks on the ultimate martial platform. It also caused the surrounding crowd to become silent. No one expected it to end so quickly. From the moment Qi Yu attacked to the moment Qi Yu died, less than 3 breaths of time had passed. As for Duan Lingtian, from the moment he moved to the moment he attacked, it was at most a single breath of time. See, the 2 inner sect elders on duty at the ultimate martial platform were experienced and knowledgeable. Although they were shocked by the scene in front of them, they were the first to react. However, they still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. When they looked at the purple figure on the platform again, their eyes revealed a bit of shock. Although they also thought that Duan Lingtian was likely to win. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would win so easily. That was Qi Yu, among the Hidden Fog sect's Spirit God Realm Intersect disciples. His strength could be ranked in the top 10. He was the Hidden Fog sect's signboard. But now this signboard was gone. However, they didn't feel sad because this signboard was gone. Instead, they felt excited. This was because Qi Yu's death announced the appearance of an even stronger inner sect disciple, Duan Lingtian. This inner sect disciple who had been recommended by the Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy's dean, who was also their Hidden Fog sect's vice sect master, Morong Suifeng, had become the new signboard of their Hidden Fog Academy. Moreover, this signboard was even stronger than Qi Yu's. This, Tang Nguyen stood on the side of the crowd. After a while, he came back to his senses. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the purple figure in disbelief. He just broke through to the higher god realm, and he's already so strong? Qi Yu was killed by a single sword strike. Chapter 3681. The purple-clad young man stood on the ultimate martial platform with a calm expression on his face. It was as if everything in front of him was of no importance to him. He did not rejoice as if he already knew this would be the result. Because of this, he gave off an unfathomable feeling as he stood there. I gave you a chance. The purple-clad young man's words seemed to echo in many people's ears again. It was not until this moment that they realized that in the eyes of the purple-clad young man, Chi-Yu was like a chicken that could not withstand a single blow. If you were given a chance, you would live. If you did not cherish it, you would die. When will the result of the Stairway to Heaven competition be released? Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian looked up at Tang Weien and asked, "Huh?" Tang Weien was still in a daze when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. She immediately returned to her senses and told Duan Lingtian the date the result of the Stairway to Heaven competition would be released. "Understood. I'll take my leave first." After getting the information he wanted, Duan Lingtian nodded and directly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only a pool of blood was left on the ultimate martial platform. After Duan Lingtian left, the crowd burst into an uproar as expected. "Oh my God! Duan Lingtian from the Hidden Mist Academy in Wind City is actually so strong? Did you see how he insta-killed Chi-Yu? I feel that his sword move seemed simple, but Chi-Yu was unable to block it. I don't understand. Most people did not understand how Duan Lingtian killed Chi-Yu. The law of space that Duan Lingtian displayed was only the fusion of 3 profundities. The profundities of the law were not much stronger than the profundities of the law that Chi-Yu displayed. Is this the difference between the 4 supreme laws and the 5 elemental laws? Some people questioned. However, more people shook their heads and denied it. The 4 supreme laws are stronger than the 5 elemental laws, but not to this extent. Perhaps Duan Lingtian used his bloodline power at the critical moment. Even Tang Weien himself didn't understand. Because of this, she couldn't help but send a message to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, how did you kill Chi-Yu? The space laws you displayed shouldn't be enough to kill him so easily, right?" Duan Lingtian quickly responded, "Embryonic form of sword principle. Embryonic form of sword Dao." When Tang Weien received Duan Lingtian's message, Elder Peng and another inner sect elder who were on duty at the ultimate martial arena today looked at each other before they instinctively exclaimed in a low voice, "Of course!" Only they could hear each other's whispers clearly. The others were very far away from them, and the surroundings were filled with all kinds of discussions, to the extent that their voices were completely drowned out. Compared to revealing the fusion of 2 profundities from the law of space, revealing the embryonic form of Sword Dao seems to be more low-key. Duan Lingtian had already returned to his residence. After muttering to himself, he took out the 5 creation pills from the pile of gifts that Zhong Tiannu, the patriarch of the Zhong family, had passed to him and swallowed all of them. If Duan Lingtian had 9 creation pills with his talent, he would be able to break through to the God King stage directly. After all, 9 creation pills would allow one to become a God King. In the history of the various planes of gods, there was no lack of people who had just broken through and become a God King after consuming 9 creation pills. However, even without 9 creation pills, 5 creation pills would be enough to allow Duan Lingtian's cultivation base to reach a higher level and bring him closer to the God King stage. He had rushed back precisely because he was desperate to consume the creation pills. Revealing one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, the Dao of weapons, Sword Dao, was the decision Duan Lingtian made on the way to the ultimate martial arena with Chi-Yu. Of course, he didn't completely reveal his attainments in the Sword Dao. He only revealed the embryonic form of Sword Dao. Duan Lingtian, who had just comprehended the Sword Dao, could already operate the Sword Dao as if it were his own arm. It wasn't difficult for him to conceal his attainments in the Sword Dao. The embryonic form of Sword Dao wasn't necessarily related to talent or perception. It could also be related to luck. In the planes of gods, there was no lack of lucky sword cultivators who would accidentally comprehend the embryonic form of Sword Dao due to certain encounters. It was also because of this that revealing the embryonic form of Sword Dao was much more low-key for Duan Lingtian than revealing the second fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space. It also wouldn't attract too much attention. In truth, it was fine if he attracted too much attention, but what he feared the most was attracting jealousy and hatred. It was easy for geniuses to attract jealousy and hatred. He had just arrived at the Hidden Fog sect not long ago. He didn't have a backer, and he had no intention of taking anyone as his master. He naturally had to keep a low profile. However, he didn't plan on keeping a low profile. Like today, when he killed Chiyu, he didn't hold back at all. And besides the fact that Chiyu wanted to kill him, another reason was that he wanted to use Chiyu's death to establish his prestige. Although Duan Lingtian was a new disciple who had just entered the Hidden Fog sect, he wasn't some soft persimmon. Once I become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, I can obtain the protection of the Hidden Fog sect at that time. Even an ordinary core elder won't dare to move against me. At this time, Duan Lingtian thought of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Tu Feng's master. He had to teach Tu Feng a lesson. It was only a matter of time. And as the saying went, after beating the young, the old will come. After teaching Tu Feng a lesson, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder would most likely stand up for Tu Feng. Even if he didn't personally deal with him, he would certainly use some small tricks. An inner sect disciple could be expelled from the Hidden Fog sect with a casual order, but a core disciple was different. The Hidden Fog sect's second elder didn't have the qualifications to decide whether a core disciple should stay or leave. Next, I'll focus on breaking through to the Divine King realm. 5 revival good fortune pills should be enough for me to take a large step forward. If there aren't any accidents, the first place in this heavenly stairway struggle should be me. At that time, there will be another revival good fortune pill. 6 revival good fortune pills will greatly shorten the gap between me and the Divine King realm. Once I become a Divine King, I will have the initial strength to protect myself in this completely unfamiliar, profound Handleland. After some thoughts flashed through his mind, Duan Lingtian calmed down and wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. And while Duan Lingtian was cultivating, the people around the extreme martial arena began to disperse one after another. As they left, news of today's battle between Duan Lingtian and Chiyu spread out. Moreover, in a short period of time, it shook the entire Hidden Fog sect. Even some high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect who knew of this were stunned. Chiyu died. That brat Chiyu actually died? I was planning on asking him later if he was interested in becoming my third disciple. Without Chiyu, we gained a Duan Lingtian. Our Hidden Fog sect didn't suffer a loss. As the true high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect were alarmed, Tu Feng, who was cultivating, was also awakened by a message from his master, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. Tu Feng, didn't you go to Hidden Fog Academy last time and accept Duan Lingtian as a disciple on my behalf? The Hidden Fog sect's second elder was called Wu Fengyin. He was a middle-aged man who wore a loose green robe. Between his eyebrows was a vertical, purple, diamond-shaped mark. His face was hard, and even though his robe was loose, it couldn't conceal his tall and sturdy figure. Go again and invite that Duan Lingtian over. This time I will personally accept him as a disciple, Wu Fengyin said. Hearing this sound transmission, Tu Feng, who had just woken up from his cultivation, was stunned. Master, didn't you say last time that since he doesn't know what's good for him, you wouldn't accept him as a disciple? Is that so? Wu Fengyin lightly replied. Even if that was the case, it was only a joke. Go and invite him over. He isn't even 3,000 years old, and yet he can instantly kill Chiyu. If he becomes my disciple, his future achievements will be something that even I, Wu Fengyin, will have to look up to. If I, Wu Fengyin, can have such a disciple, my status in the Hidden Fog sect will have a chance to rise even further. When Wu Fengyin sent another message, his tone was much more urgent. What? Hearing Wu Fengyin's words, Tu Feng was scared silly. Duan Lingtian instantly killed Chiyu. Master, are you sure you're not mistaken? The Chiyu you speak of, is he the one who ranks in the top 10 of the divine spirit realm inner sect disciples. The one who ranked in the top 3 of the divine spirit realm inner sect disciples in the last celestial stairway struggle? Tu Feng couldn't help but ask. This was because he found it hard to believe that the one Duan Lingtian killed was the Chiyu he knew. Besides him, who else could it be? Wu Fengyin lightly said, I know what you're thinking. That Duan Lingtian, when he first came to the sect, was indeed only a middle divine spirit realm. He wasn't Chiyu's match. But when he was on the 7th step of the celestial stairway, under the pressure of the gatekeeper, he smoothly broke through to the higher divine spirit realm. Then he passed through the 8th step and ascended to the 9th before he was eliminated. If there are no accidents, he should be the first among the divine spirit realm inner sect disciples in this celestial stairway struggle. In addition, not only did he comprehend the fusion of the 3 profound meanings of the space law, but he also touched upon the embryonic form of the sword Tao. Moreover, he smoothly displayed it and killed Chiyu with a single sword strike. Although the embryonic form of the sword Tao might be due to luck, if he has the confidence, he might be able to grasp the sword Tao. The sword Tao, that is the sword Tao, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Even I, Wu Fengyin, have lived for tens of thousands of years and have yet to touch the surface of any of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. I'll definitely accept this disciple. All right, you can go now. Wu Fengyin's tone left no room for doubt. Yes, master. Tu Feng's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't dare to lose his temper in front of Wu Fengyin. After he agreed, he was so angry that he smashed the bed under him. Damn it! How can that Duan Lingtian have such strength? Embryonic form of the sword Tao? What kind of dogshit luck did he have? Tu Feng knew that once Duan Lingtian became his master's disciple, even if he was only his junior brother, his position in his master's eyes would be far higher than his. He was destined to be trampled under Duan Lingtian's feet, even if Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was lower than his. Chapter 3682. Did Tu Feng want to go and invite Duan Lingtian? Of course not. He even had the thought of going to Duan Lingtian and directly telling his honored master that Duan Lingtian refused to come. But in the end, he didn't have the courage. His honored master was the same as him, a god king. But he was only a lower god king, while his honored master was a higher god king, a peak existence amongst the higher god kings of the hidden fog sect. His honored master could kill an ordinary higher god king like a dog, let alone a small lower god king like him. He understood his honored master's temper better than anyone else. He hated disobedient people the most. Thus, he didn't dare to disobey. Even if he felt aggrieved, he still went to look for Duan Lingtian. However, when he went to look for Duan Lingtian, he discovered that Duan Lingtian was in seclusion. Duan Lingtian was cultivating in seclusion. He had already activated the sex array disk and arranged an isolation array around his residence, making it so that his voice and sound transmissions couldn't enter. When Tu Feng arrived, there were already many people gathered around Duan Lingtian's residence. And the purpose of these people was basically the same as Tu Feng. They were here on the orders of their honored masters and elders to invite Duan Lingtian over. Their honored masters and elders wanted to accept Duan Lingtian as a disciple. Tu Feng, I remember when you were at Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. You were rejected by Duan Lingtian. Why are you here again? A young man saw Tu Feng and couldn't help but tease him. He was also a disciple of one of the Hidden Fog sect's upper echelons. He was also a lower God King inner sect disciple. He didn't fear Tu Feng, so he dared to joke with him. Xia Xiaofeng, mind your own business. Tu Feng was originally a little aggrieved and irritated. Facing the young man's ridicule, he immediately glared back. The latter laughed, the mocking smile on his face becoming even wider. Tu Feng. At the same time, another young man looked at Tu Feng and smiled. I think you should go back. As far as I know, when junior brother Duan fought with Chiyu, he openly said that Chiyu was your dog. Obviously, he knows that Chiyu was sent by you to cause trouble for him. He hates you too much right now. Do you think it's possible for him to go back with you and become your junior brother? Exactly. Tu Feng, I think you should just leave. After offending junior brother Duan like that, junior brother Duan will never consider joining the second elder's faction again. The group of people present were basically all God King Realm Inner Sect disciples. They didn't fear Tu Feng at all. Moreover, the elders and masters behind them all had a status in the Hidden Fog sect that was no lower than the second elder behind Tu Feng. Hearing this, Tu Feng's face changed dramatically. He had only just learned about this matter. Chiyu, that idiot. Before he died, he even revealed that he was the one who asked him to find trouble with the Duan Lingtian. Now, Tu Feng could almost foresee what his honorable master would do to him once he learned of this matter. For a time he felt his entire body turn cold, and he couldn't help but shiver. However, in the end, Tu Feng still left. But he realized that he would soon be summoned by his honorable master. He might even be severely punished. And just as Tu Feng thought, not long after he returned, his honorable master, the Hidden Fog Sect's second elder Wu Fengyin, sent him a message, asking him to come over. Tu Feng, was Chi sent by you to cause trouble for the Duan Lingtian? In the backyard, Wu Fengyin had his back to Tu Feng. He stood with his hands crossed behind his back as he looked at a rock garden not too far away from him. Putong! Almost as soon as Wu Fengyin's voice fell, Tu Feng fell to his knees. Honorable Master, this disciple is not convinced that he refused to become your disciple. He refused to become your disciple. Honorable Master, your status is so high. For you to accept him as your disciple is a blessing that he cultivated for 8 lifetimes. But he refused. Honorable Master, this disciple feels wronged for you. Tu Feng knelt on the ground, his voice becoming a little hoarse as he spoke. So it's Master's fault? Wu Fengyin turned around and looked at Tu Feng indifferently, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. This disciple doesn't dare. Tu Feng knelt even lower. It's all this disciple's fault. This disciple didn't have foresight and offended him. That's enough. Get up. Wu Fengyin waved his hand, his tone becoming much gentler. Thank you, Honorable Master. Tu Feng was already prepared to be punished, but he never imagined that the result would be like this. With his understanding of his Honorable Master, since his Honorable Master acted like this, he definitely wouldn't punish him. After Tu Feng stood up, Wu Fengyin glanced at him. As far as the current situation is concerned, it is impossible for that Duan Lingtian to become my disciple, right? Tu Feng thought that everything was fine, but when he heard Wu Fengyin's question, his heart tightened. Even so, he nodded. Yes, Honorable Master. At this moment, Tu Feng's heart was extremely nervous. It wasn't until he heard Wu Fengyin's next words that he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since it's impossible for him to become my disciple, and he's already your enemy, find an opportunity to get rid of him. Wu Fengyin said indifferently, for a genius like this, it's fine to kill him in the cradle. If he grows up, killing you will be as easy as killing a dog. And as your master, I can't just watch you get killed and do nothing. And once I help you, he will regard me as an enemy. It's not a good thing for me either. Before he becomes a divine king, find an opportunity to kill him to prevent future troubles. After listening to Wu Fengyin's words, Tu Feng's eyes lit up and he respectfully replied, Yes, Honorable Master. Originally, he thought he might still be punished, but he didn't expect that he would receive such words from his Honorable Master. His Honorable Master's current order was something he had always dreamed of. Do you think you can handle this matter well? If you're not sure, I can find someone to help you. Wu Fengyin asked again. Honorable Master, I can handle a boy who hasn't even stepped into the Divine King realm. Tu Feng shook his head. He knew very well that, if he said he couldn't do it well, his honorable master would look down on him while finding someone to help him. After all, he was still a lower divine king. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill a higher divine king? That's good. Wu Feng nodded and said, "You may leave." "Yes, honorable master." Tu Feng respectfully replied and withdrew. In his mind, he had already begun to plan how to deal with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian must have gone into seclusion after the Stairway to Heaven contest to prepare for the core disciple assessment. However, he definitely won't be able to pass the core disciple assessment. Even Elder Xue Haichuan from 10,000 years ago barely passed the core disciple assessment when he comprehended 2 types of fusion profundities of the law of death at the higher divine king realm and his bloodline power. As for Duan Lingtian, he has only comprehended 1 type of fusion profundities of the space laws. As for the elementary sword Dao, it is far inferior to the increase in power brought to him by the fusion of 3 types of profundities. As for the power of bloodline, I'm not sure if he has it, but even if he does, it isn't enough to make up for the disparity. Thinking of this, Tu Feng calmed down. Before the core disciple assessment, it will be difficult to find a chance to make a move. Then, after the core disciple assessment is over, I'll think of a way to lure him away from the sect. Within the Hidden Fog sect, Tu Feng naturally didn't dare to move against Duan Lingtian. This was because within the Hidden Fog sect, besides the Stairway to Heaven space, every other place was monitored by the sect's array formation and could be seen through a mirror image. If he openly killed someone within the Hidden Fog sect, even if no one else saw it, it would still be exposed through the array formation's mirror image. Thus, it was impossible for Tu Feng to act within the Hidden Fog sect, because even if he succeeded, he would be executed by the sect. He could only trick Duan Lingtian into leaving. Duan Lingtian came out of seclusion half a month later. The medicinal efficacy of the 5 revival good fortune pills is truly astonishing. Moreover, the speed at which I absorbed the medicinal efficacy is also astonishing. In just half a day, I was able to perfectly absorb all the medicinal efficacy, allowing me to take a large step forward. Moreover, it has formed a kind of inertia in my body, causing my normal cultivation speed to become extremely exaggerated. It was only now that it has slowed down. The current me is not far from breaking through the threshold of the Divine King realm. I feel like I don't even need to take 4 revival good fortune pills. Just 2 or 3 revival good fortune pills, and I can attempt to break through to the Divine King realm. This was the result of Duan Lingtian's cultivation in the past half a month. Moreover, during this process, he discovered a problem. The reason why his cultivation was able to form an inertia with the help of so many revival good fortune pills was related to the 99 heavenly veins in his body. Although the natives of the realms of gods had more than 90 heavenly veins since they're the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, they were still able to form the bloodline of the supreme powerhouses. During battles, the advantage he had over the speed at which he could utilize his divine energy was not as obvious. However, he was still able to increase his speed. For example, the reason he was able to kill Chiyu with a single strike was partly because he could utilize his divine energy faster than Chiyu. However, he did not expect the 99 heavenly veins in his body would give him such a pleasant surprise after consuming 5 revival good fortune pills. It has been half a month. The rankings for the Heavenly Stairway contest should be out by now. If there are no surprises, I'll definitely rank first. I'll be rewarded with a revival good fortune pill. After tasting the benefits of the revival good fortune pill, Duan Lingtian was eager to obtain, even if it was just a revival good fortune pill. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian deactivated the formation. As soon as he deactivated the formation, he heard voices coming from outside his residence. It seemed like there were many people chatting outside. I wonder when Duan Lingtian will come out. My master told me to wait here. I can't go back until he comes out. The voice was filled with resentment. That's about the same. However, which guardian, supreme elder, or core elder do you think Duan Ling Tian will choose to become his disciple in the end? I'm not sure. However, since he rejected the second elder, I don't think he'll be interested in a core elder like the second elder. It's normal for a genius to be picky. Chapter 3683. Hearing the sounds coming from outside, Duan Ling Tian was a bit stunned. Listening to the conversations of those people outside, he had a rough idea of their intentions. At the same time, he realized that they had been waiting outside for half a month to invite him to see their honorable masters. Their honorable masters wanted to receive him as a disciple. Should I have removed the array formation? Just as Duan Ling Tian had this thought, there was a sudden cry of alarm from outside. Duan Ling Tian removed the array formation. He's coming out. It's true. Duan Ling Tian. I am the second disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's highest elder Huang Pingyi, Suhi. My honorable master, highest elder Huang Pingyi, wishes to invite you to his cultivation place as a guest. Duan Ling Tian. I am the eldest disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's protector Lu Gangxian, Lin Chongyu. My honorable master, protector Lu Gangxian, wishes to invite you to his residence as a guest. As soon as the people outside discovered that Duan Ling Tian had removed the array formation, there was an uproar. Highest elder? Protector? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. It had to be known that in the Hidden Fog sect, there weren't many highest elders. Moreover, the status of a highest elder was above that of the 19 core elders, including the second elder. In addition, the Hidden Fog sect's 19 protectors had a status above the second elder and the other core elders. They were equal to the vice sect master. Among the highest protectors, there were several whose status in the Hidden Fog sect faintly surpassed that of the sect master. They were also the strongest people in the Hidden Fog sect. And now, several people casually stood out and said they were disciples of the highest elders and protectors. Moreover, the highest elders and protectors were inviting him to be a guest. Although Duan Ling Tian knew the purpose of this invitation, he was still surprised. He thought he was low-key enough, but he never imagined that the tip of the iceberg he revealed would attract the attention of so many high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect. They actually sent disciples to invite him, intending to accept him as a disciple. Whoosh! In the end, Duan Ling Tian did not open the array disk again. Instead, he walked out of the room and appeared in front of the group of people outside. He's out. Duan Ling Tian. I am the son of Grand Elder Wu, He Wu Qiong. My father wishes to take you as his disciple. Are you willing to go? My father said that if you are willing to become his disciple, he will definitely not treat you unfairly. Your treatment will not be worse than mine. Duan Ling Tian. I am He Chai, the second disciple of Grand Elder Lu Hugui. My master also wants to accept you as a disciple. My master has prepared 3 cultivation pills for you as a meeting gift. Duan Ling Tian. I am the 4th disciple of Protector Zhaobai, Oyingquan. My master said that if you are willing to become his disciple, he will get you 9 revival pills within a year and help you become a divine king. Outside the door, there were young men, middle-aged men, and several young women. At the start, they only sent out invitations to Duan Ling Tian, inviting him to be a guest. But as some people stated their intentions, others couldn't sit still any longer. Each and every one of them was increasing the price tag. There were even some people who said that they would help Duan Ling Tian gather 9 revival pills within half a year. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be moved, but it was only moved. Everyone. Finally, it was Duan Ling Tian who spoke up, interrupting everyone's chatter. I, Duan Ling Tian, enter the Hidden Fog sect and have no intention of becoming a disciple of any elder or protector. So, I'm afraid I will have to disappoint all the elders and protectors here. I entered the Hidden Fog sect in order to enter the Great Dragon sect. Duan Ling Tian directly rejected everyone present. So, I'm afraid I will have to let everyone down for waiting here. I apologize. After saying this, Duan Lingtian cupped his hands towards everyone. For a time, many people sighed and left. There were also some people who stayed where they were, wanting to continue negotiating with Duan Lingtian, but they were destined to return disappointed. Finally, with a small number of unwilling people following him, Duan Lingtian went to the inner sect's internal affairs hall. He looked at the ranking of the last Stairway to Heaven competition he participated in. Without any surprise, he was the number 1 disciple of the divine spirit realm in the Stairway to Heaven competition. In fact, before this result came out, anyone who paid attention to the Stairway to Heaven competition would know that he was the number 1 disciple of the divine spirit realm. After all, it had been a long time since a divine spirit realm inner sect disciple had reached the 9th step. It's Duan Lingtian. He is Duan Lingtian, the number 1 disciple of the divine spirit realm in the Stairway to Heaven competition? That's him. It is said that he is not even 3,000 years old. He was recommended to enter the sect by Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy's dean and our Hidden Fog sect's vice sect leader, Morong Suifeng. It's rare to see such a strong backdoor entrant. Vice sect leader Morong either doesn't use his privileges or uses them to recruit talents for the sect. He is really good to the sect. Isn't that right? Besides the Grand Elders and the sect leader, the person I admire the most is Vice Sect Leader Morong. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the Internal Affairs Palace, some of the inner sect disciples in the Internal Affairs Palace recognized him. Instantly, the surroundings became lively. Listening to the whispers of the inner sect disciples, Duan Lingtian could tell that Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy's Dean Morong had a good reputation in the sect. Everyone, can you tell me where I can receive the reward for the Stairway to Heaven competition? Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the crowd. When they heard his question, they immediately gave him directions. This allowed Duan Lingtian to receive the reward for the first place in the Stairway to Heaven competition in a short period of time, a revival pill. Then, Duan Lingtian prepared to return. But at this time, someone called out to him. Duan Lingtian. The one who called out to Duan Lingtian was a chubby inner sect disciple. His fat face that almost completely covered his eyes was particularly eye-catching. You will participate in the core disciple assessment soon. Are you confident? You should know that in the history of our Hidden Fog sect, it was only 10,000 years ago that a divine spirit realm inner sect disciple passed the core disciple assessment. And in the past 100 years, let alone a divine spirit realm inner sect disciple, there hasn't even been a divine king realm inner sect disciple who passed the core disciple assessment. As the chubby man spoke, curious gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. It was clear that they wanted to see how Duan Lingtian would respond. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at the chubby man. He faintly smiled and said, I will do my best and strive to become the first person in 10,000 years to do so. As his voice fell, he didn't wait for the chubby man and the others to respond and left the Internal Affairs Hall. For a time, the Internal Affairs Hall was in an uproar. Listening to Duan Lingtian's words, it seems that he is confident. This is really exciting. If he really passes the core disciple assessment, he will become the first divine spirit realm core disciple in our Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. I can't wait for the core disciple assessment to arrive. News of what happened in the Internal Affairs Hall quickly spread. Before long, more than half of the Hidden Fog sect knew that Duan Lingtian was confident in the upcoming core disciple assessment. He's actually that confident. When Tang Huiyan received the news, she happened to be with her granduncle, Tang Chun. When Tang Chun heard her muttering, he couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? When he heard what happened from Tang Huiyan, he couldn't help but laugh. That kid might really be able to pass the core disciple assessment. Granduncle, you're that confident in him? Tang Huiyan was surprised. The strength he has shown so far isn't enough for him to pass the core disciple assessment, right? Unless he's hiding his strength. Granduncle, do you know that he's hiding his strength? Tang Huiyan asked. Tang Chun shook his head. Although he was the one who brought Duan Lingtian back, he didn't know whether Duan Lingtian had shown his full strength or not. However, this didn't affect his confidence in Duan Lingtian. Then why are you so confident in him? Tang Huiyan asked. Maybe it's his personal charisma. If someone else said what he said, I would think they were arrogant, but when he said it, I think it's confidence. Tang Chun smiled and looked at Tang Huiyan ambiguously. Huiyan, I heard that you went to see Duan Lingtian when he participated in the stairway competition last time. Did you go there specifically for him? Tang Chun's gaze made Tang Huiyan speechless for a while. Granduncle, I didn't go there for him. I originally planned to participate in the Stairway to Heaven myself, but he suddenly wanted to go to the ultimate martial platform with Chiyu, so I followed him. After their battle ended, I returned to the Stairway to Heaven and entered it. Although Tang Huiyan was explaining with a straight face, Tang Chun was looking at her even more dubiously. I know. It's normal for girls to be shy. Tang Huiyan stopped talking after hearing that. She was speechless. However, after hearing Tang Chun's words, she couldn't help but recall that purple figure in her mind, lingering for a long time. Since when did I care so much about a man? Moreover, it's a man who already has a wife and children. Tang Huiyan tried her best to get rid of the purple figure in her mind, but the more she tried, the clearer the figure became. When his face appeared, she found her heart throbbing for a moment. What nonsense! Tu Feng's face was full of disdain when he heard what Duan Lingtian said in the Internal Affairs Hall. Who does he think he is? How dare he say he's going to be the first disciple in the realm of gods to pass the core disciple assessment in 10,000 years? Even if the core disciple assessment for the divine spirit realm is easier than the core disciple assessment for the divine king realm, it's still not something a divine spirit can pass. He wants to be the second Shui Haichuan? He's overestimating himself. Tu Feng didn't think the young man who was on his must-kill list could pass the core disciple assessment for the divine spirit realm. He had participated in the assessment before, so he knew how difficult it was. Chapter 3684. The Azura Hell was only one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. And now, somewhere in the Azura Hell, a figure was sitting cross-legged in the void, cultivating. Countless amounts of condensed spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body, causing the aura in his body to gradually become stronger. All of a sudden, the blue-robed young man who had his eyes closed opened his eyes. It was as though a torch was burning in his eyes. I'm just one step away from becoming a medium god king, the blue-clad young man muttered to himself. However, I've been studying soul attacks lately. With my current attainments in soul attacks, my mastery of the law of destruction and the destruction sword Dao, should I encounter Mi Xian, the patriarch of the Spectre clan, again, I'll be able to protect myself. I might even be able to injure him. However, it'll be difficult to kill him. After muttering to himself, the blue-robed young man shook his head again. I wonder how little Tian is doing now. When the blue-clad young man mentioned little Tian, a hint of gentleness could be seen in his eyes. I hope he's safe and sound. If anything happens to him, I'll definitely annihilate the Spectre clan. Even if the Spectre clan has nothing to do with me, Xian now. As soon as the blue-clad young man finished speaking, his eyes flashed coldly. The blue-clad young man was none other than Feng Qingyang, who had fled to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. With his cultivation base as a primitive god king, his attainments in the law of destruction, and his mastery of the destruction sword Dao, he was not afraid of ordinary medium god kings. In fact, he was confident he could defeat and kill them. However, the medium god king from the Spectre clan was different. The medium god king from the Spectre clan was a soul, and he was skilled in soul attacks. Even Feng Qingyang was not confident he could defeat Mi Xian, the medium god king from the Spectre clan. For a medium god king who was skilled in soul attacks, his soul attack might have arrived as soon as Feng Qingyang made his move. For this reason, Feng Qingyang had decided to hide in the Azura Hell to avoid being hunted down by Mi Xian and to improve his strength. Although the Azura Hell was a terrifying place, it was like his backyard to him. As long as I become a middle divine king, no matter how skilled that Mi Xian is in soul attacks, he won't be able to destroy my soul in one hit. But I'm strong enough to destroy his soul. Thinking of this, Feng Qingyang closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. He was unaware that his disciple, Duan Lingtian, was no longer in the Devata realm. Instead, he had gone to the profound gangland through the realm battlefield. In fact, before Duan Lingtian left, he could have gone to the Azura Hell to inform his master, Feng Qingyang, that he was going to the Plains of Gods. The reason why he didn't come was because he was afraid that his master, Feng Qingyang, would be worried. His master, Feng Qingyang, was not as easy to fool as his family. He, who had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert, knew more and understood more. Although the undead world was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, like the Azura Hell, it was not as terrifying as the Azura Hell. Many powerful celestial emperors would venture into the undead world. In the undead world, there were many living souls that could be captured and refined into emperor-grade celestial weapons to be used as the weapon soul. It was also for this reason that the netherworld had become a place that many powerful immortal emperors frequently visited. The Dead Soul clan was one of the stronger clans in the undead world. Not only were there godly beings in the Dead Soul clan, but there were also more than one god king in the clan. However, unlike the prosperous Dead Soul clan in the past, the current Dead Soul clan was filled with misery. Mi Xian, you'll die a horrible death. How dare you harm your own clansmen? You'll die a horrible death one day. An elderly soul was forcefully grabbed by a young man, who then opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Old man, even if I die a horrible death one day, you won't be able to see it. The young man who swallowed the old soul was none other than Mi Xian, the former patriarch of the Dead Soul clan. Ever since Feng Qingyang came to the undead world and told the Dead Soul clan about Mi Xian's actions, Mi Xian was banished from the Dead Soul clan. Not only was he no longer the patriarch of the Dead Soul clan, but he was also no longer allowed to stay in the Dead Soul clan. It was also at that time that Mi Xian's attitude changed. After possessing the body of Tang Sanpao, the young master of the Tidal Temple, and his body was destroyed by Duan Lingtian in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian's soul managed to escape. After that, he recuperated outside for a long time until his soul had fully recovered. After that, he returned to the Dead Soul clan and began to kill and devour his former clansmen to improve his cultivation base. It did not take long before Mi Xian successfully became a prominent celestial king after devouring a few older powerhouses of the Dead Soul clan. It's time for me to leave. After muttering to himself, Mi Xian's figure flickered and vanished. At the same time, a terrifying ripple of energy swept over the place where Mi Xian had been. Soon after, several elderly souls appeared. Their bodies were trembling, and it was clear that their emotions were greatly affected. That bastard Mi Xian escaped again. After breaking through to prominent celestial king, the ancient formation left behind by our ancestors can't do anything to him anymore. Our clansmen can't hide in the clan forever, said one of the elderly souls. His voice was filled with anger, but it was also filled with helplessness. A great disaster had once befallen the Dead Soul clan. A deranged clansman had possessed a human body and returned to wantonly devouring his clansmen. That time, the Dead Soul clan had almost been wiped out. It was also because of that lesson that the ancestor of the dead spirit race hired a formation master from the outside world to set up a shocking killing formation that could kill high god kings and dead spirit clansmen who possessed the bodies of other life forms. It was a precaution against future troubles. However, No one had expected that the clansman who betrayed the Dead Soul clan would be their former patriarch. "There's nothing we can do. If he was just an ordinary clansman, it would have been fine, but the problem is that he was once the patriarch. He knew how to activate the ancient formation and was extremely familiar with it. He knew where the flaws of the ancient formation were, which was why he was able to succeed time and time again." Another elderly soul said helplessly, "Who would have thought that the former patriarch would end up like this? Who was the one who allowed him to pass when he was in charge of the patriarch examination? If he hadn't become the patriarch back then, he wouldn't have been so familiar with the ancient formation and put our Dead Soul clan in a completely passive state. Now is not the time to shift the blame. Who could have thought of this back then? Elder Mi Chai, I remember that you were the one who strongly approved of Mi Xian becoming the patriarch back then, right? The crisis that the Dead Soul clan faced made it seem like they had sunk into a quagmire shrouded in the aura of death. Although the clan had forbidden entry, there were still people who couldn't help but leave, and in the end, they never returned. At the same time, the cultivation of Mi Xian, who had taken over another body, continued to rise. He was getting closer and closer to the divine Emperor realm. "It's about time I leave for a while and lie low. I remember that old fellow in the clan knows a divine Emperor expert, and that divine Emperor seems to owe him a favor. Perhaps he will use this favor to kill me for the sake of the Dead Soul clan." After devouring another clansman of the past, Mi Xian left the netherworld. Almost at the same time, an extremely powerful aura burst forth from the depths of the netherworld. As a group of souls prostrated themselves before it, it headed in the direction of the Dead Soul clan. "Farewell, venerable ancestor. Farewell, venerable ancestor." A group of souls prostrating on the ground or in the void respectfully sent off the owner of the powerful aura. And this person, or rather this powerful divine emperor-level soul, had been invited out of seclusion by an ancestor of the Dead Soul clan. However, because Mi Xian had stopped while he was ahead, he had come to nothing. The Dead Soul clan was still in danger, but this divine emperor expert couldn't stay near the Dead Soul clan forever, so he left after a few days. A few months later, Mi Xian reappeared near the Dead Soul clan and hunted down his former clansmen. At the same time, he also heard that the divine emperor expert had come not long ago. While he was shocked, he broke out in a cold sweat. "How dangerous! But since I, Mi Xian, have escaped this calamity, I'm destined to soar into the sky in the future. That old fellow dares to meddle in other people's business. When I, Mi Xian, become a divine emperor, I'll definitely come to his door and slaughter all his clansmen. We're both lower-level divine emperors, so even if I've just become a divine emperor, he won't be able to kill me." After the shock, Mi Xian's eyes shone with cold, killing intent. In the following period of time, Mi Xian stayed in the netherworld for a while, and then left for a while. And that divine emperor expert couldn't be bothered to come back after a few trips, because every time he missed. Moreover, Mi Xian's rise seemed unstoppable. He didn't want to meddle in the affairs of the Dead Soul clan anymore. Otherwise, when Mi Xian stepped into the divine emperor realm, he might not fear him, but none of his clansmen would be Mi Xian's match. For a time, the Dead Soul clan fell into despair. Whether it was Feng Qingyang or Duan Lingtian, neither of them knew that Mi Xian was about to become a divine emperor. Feng Qingyang was in the Azura Hell, trying to break through to the Middle God King realm. As for Duan Lingtian, he was in a divine emperor-level sect in the Tung-Lung province of the Plains of Gods, the Hidden Fog sect. He cultivated while waiting for the core disciple assessment to arrive. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple assessment arrived. And at this time, Duan Lingtian finally walked out of his residence. In the last several months, in addition to digesting the revival good fortune pill from the first place heavenly stairway struggle, Duan Lingtian's cultivation was getting closer and closer to the God King realm. He wasn't far from breaking through the bottleneck. Chapter 3685. The Hidden Fog Sect's Core Disciple Examination was divided into the God Spirit Realm Core Disciple Examination and the God King Realm Core Disciple Examination. The difficulty of the latter was naturally higher than the former. But in terms of difficulty, the latter wasn't as difficult as the former. If a God Spirit Realm Core disciple can't break through to the God King realm by 50 years of age, they will be removed from the inner sect. At that time, they can become outer sect deacons. They can stay in the sect or help out in the sect's businesses outside. When a God King realm inner sect disciple reaches 10,000 years of age, no matter what their cultivation is, they will become famous among the inner sect disciples. Once they step into the middle God King realm or above, they can become inner sect deacons. Lower God Kings can only become outer sect elders. Duan Lingtian had been in the Hidden Fog sect for some time now. He had a good understanding of the positions within the Hidden Fog sect. In the Hidden Fog sect's outer sect disciples had the lowest status. Above them were outer sect deacons and then outer sect elders. In the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples had the lowest status. Above them were inner sect deacons, inner sect elders, core elders, protectors, vice sect master, highest elder, and sect master. Outer sect deacons were generally at least higher God spirits. Outer sect elders were at least lower God kings. Inner sect deacons were at least middle God kings. Inner sect elders were at least upper God kings. Of course, there was a great difference in strength between people of the same cultivation boundary. For instance, the Hidden Fog sect's core elders might be upper God kings like the other inner sect elders, but their strength far surpassed the inner sect elders. If the disparity was so great, they could instantly kill the inner sect elders. Of course, there was no lack of God Emperor powerhouses amongst the core elders and highest elders. Even the protectors were basically divine emperors. As for core disciples, even if they were only God spirits, their status in the Hidden Fog sect was equal to that of upper God King realm inner sect elders. They could enjoy the same treatment as inner sect elders. From this, one could see how highly core disciples were valued in the Hidden Fog sect. And the Hidden Fog sect never had more than 100 core disciples. From this, one could see how strict the tests were. It was also because of this that the core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect symbolized the backbone of the Hidden Fog sect. If a core disciple grew up, they would at least become a core elder in the future. After becoming a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, I won't have to worry about anyone in the Hidden Fog sect finding trouble with me. After all, in the Hidden Fog sect, a core disciple status is equal to an inner sect elder. They are on equal footing with an inner sect elder. Duan Lingtian was on his way to the training hall where the core disciple assessment was held. His mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. He was thinking about the path he would take after becoming a core disciple. He had never forgotten why he risked his life to come to the mystic Handleland in the Plains of Gods. His purpose was to increase his strength. 300 years later, he would go to the world of divine remains and bring back his wife, Kerr, so that they could reunite. Behind Duan Lingtan, there were quite a number of inner sect disciples. Among these inner sect disciples, a small number of them had also obtained the qualifications to participate in the core disciple assessment, but they all knew that they had no chance. Most of them were just going through the process and gaining experience. This was especially true for those divine, spirit, realm inner sect disciples. They knew that it was impossible for them to pass the core disciple assessment and become a core disciple. Although I don't have the chance to become a core disciple, to be able to participate in the core disciple assessment and see Duan Lingtian's performance, it's worth it. A divine, spirit realm inner sect disciple said with a smile. Immediately, many inner sect disciples around him looked at him with envy. Although I obtained the opportunity to participate in the core disciple assessment, I am only a lower God King. I will be participating in the God King level core disciple assessment, and it won't be the same as the divine spirit level core disciple assessment. Thus, I won't have the chance to see Duan Lingtian's performance. A God King level inner, sect, disciple side. In the past several months, Duan Lingtian's name could be said to have spread throughout the entire Hidden Fog sect. Besides the active core disciples, he had become the most famous disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian hadn't been in the Hidden Fog sect for long. During his first time participating in the Celestial Stairway struggle, he had taken first place in the Divine Spirit level struggle. In addition, he had fought with Chiyu, who was ranked in the top 10 of the Divine Spirit level inner sect disciples. In front of a crowd, he had easily killed Chiyu. Since then, his name had spread far and wide. It could be said that Duan Lingtian had become a legend in the hearts of many Hidden Fog sect disciples. The matter of him participating in the core disciple assessment had been known to everyone in the Hidden Fog sect for a long time. But at the time, they had only heard of him and didn't know of his methods. Thus, they didn't pay much attention to him. But after he took first place in the Divine Spirit level struggle and easily killed the inner sect disciple Chiyu, his participation in the core disciple assessment had received an unprecedented amount of attention. Everyone in the Hidden Fog sect was paying attention to him. Among them, there were also some core disciples. In the skies above the trial hall, a huge stone tablet stood in the air, and a young man in a black robe stood on top of the stone tablet. His face was cold, his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He stood with his hands behind his back, and he was currently looking in the direction of the trial hall. "Sir Tongming, you also came to join in the fun?" Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar. In the blink of an eye, a ghost-like figure had already appeared behind the black-robed young man who was standing on the blanket with his hands behind his back. This was a blue-robed young man. He carried a sheathed sword on his back, and his eyebrows were sharp. He looked at the young man standing atop the stone tablet with surprise in his eyes. "Linny Jin, aren't you also here?" The black-robed young man glanced at the blue-robed young man and lightly said, I had nothing to do, so I came to join in the fun." The blue-robed young man laughed and said, "You came because you are like me. You must be curious as to whether or not that Duan Lingtian can pass the Divine Spirit level core disciple assessment, right? Although I don't think it's possible for him to pass, I still have some expectations. After all, he is an existence that has comprehended the elementary form of Sword Dao." As the blue-robed young man spoke of the elementary form of Sword Dao, his eyes blazed with an incomparable heat. No, the blue-robed young man shook his head. "My honorable master told me to come. If he passes the core disciple assessment, I am to bring him to see my honorable master. My honorable master will accept him as a disciple." "Highest elder?" The blue-robed young man was shocked. He knew that this person's honorable master was one of the strongest highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Even if the sect master saw him, he would have to respectfully bow to him. Such an existence was actually interested in Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he wanted to accept Duan Lingtian as a disciple. Now, if an inner sect disciple that had been in the Hidden Fog sect for many years were here, they would definitely be able to recognize that these two youths standing in the air above the trial hall were the two core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Currently, the Hidden Fog sect had a total of 62 core disciples. For these two to become core disciples, their talent, perception, and strength could be imagined. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had come to the Hidden Fog sect's trial hall. The trial hall's doors were wide, and the entire hall seemed simple and grand. After walking in, what greeted his eyes was a wide field, as if it were a completely different world. And at this time, a loud and clear voice echoed out from the trial hall. Besides the inner sect disciples that have the qualifications to participate in the core disciple assessment, everyone else is to leave the trial hall. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. As soon as the voice left his mouth, the group of inner sect disciples who followed Duan Lingtian immediately turned around and left the trial palace. Why are they chasing us away? I've never heard of the trial hall having such rules before. Maybe it's because there are too many people following us. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian, I wouldn't have bothered to go in. As the group of inner sect disciples walked out of the trial hall, they didn't forget to complain. But no matter how much they complained, they didn't dare to challenge the authority of the person who spoke within the trial hall. Even if it was an inner sect deacon of the trial hall, as long as his methods were reasonable, he still had the authority to kill these inner sect disciples. As the group of people left the trial hall, the number of people in the trial hall's wide field became much fewer. Besides Duan Lingtian, there were around 100 people present. Because the field was so large, these 100 people were scattered in all directions, making them seem very sparse. Divine King Realm Inner Sect disciples enter. As the loud voice sounded out once more, in front of Duan Lingtian and the others, at the end of the wide field, a space crack appeared out of thin air. Then it transformed into an open door. Behind the door was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised. Before he came, he already knew that the core disciple assessment was conducted in an independent world opened up by the hidden Fog Sect's Trial Hall's Hallmaster, or Vice Hallmaster. And in truth, that was their inner small world. Normally speaking, the Divine Spirit Level Core Disciple Assessment is conducted in the Vice Hallmaster's inner small world. As for the God King Level Core Disciple Assessment, it is conducted in the Hallmaster's inner small world. Normally, the Trial Hall Vice Hallmaster opens his inner small world first, and the Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples enter first. This time, the Divine King Realm Inner Sect disciples are actually the ones who enter first. That's not right. The aura coming from this door is similar to Elder Tang Chun's God Force aura. It is the aura of a High God King. This is the Trial Hall Vice Hall Master's inner small world. The Trial Hall Vice Hall Master is a protector of the Hidden Fog Sect, and the 19 protectors of the Hidden Fog Sect are all Divine Emperor powerhouses. Could it be that the God King Level Core Disciple Assessment is being conducted in the Vice Hall Master's inner small world? Instead, the Divine Spirit Level Core Disciple Assessment is being conducted in the Vice Hall Master's body? If that's the case, then why are they doing this? Currently, Duan Lingtian didn't know that it was because of his appearance that the Trial Hall Vice Hall Master had changed his mind. He was originally in charge of the God King Level Core Disciple Assessment, but now he was in charge of the Divine Spirit Level Core Disciple Assessment. Chapter 3686. The second elder's eldest disciple, Tu Feng, didn't participate. That's the second elder's second disciple, Liu. When the group of God King Realm Inner Sect disciples walked through the Void Gate, Duan Lingtian also heard the conversation of several God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples. His gaze followed their gazes and fell on one of the God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples. This inner sect disciple was a young man wearing a light blue robe. When Lin Ming looked over, the inner sect disciple also looked back at him. His eyes were indifferent, without any expression. It wasn't until he saw Duan Lingtian looking over that he retracted his gaze and walked through the void gate in front of him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the following conversation. It turned out that Tu Feng always came to join in the fun during the core disciple assessment. But this time he didn't come, so it was beyond everyone's expectations. However, whether Tu Feng came or not didn't affect Duan Lingtian. If these people hadn't mentioned him, he wouldn't have thought of Tu Feng at all. Of course, from the moment Tu Feng found Chiyu to deal with him, he had already regarded Tu Feng as an enemy. Once he broke through to the God King realm, he wouldn't let Tu Feng off so easily. Even if he was the second elder's eldest disciple. A moment later, the group of God King Realm Inner Sect disciples entered the Void Gate. Then, the Void Gate closed and they left. For a time, Only Duan Lingtian and the rest of the God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples were left in the vast field. However, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples only added up to around 30 people. Although there were many high-level Inner Sect disciples who could recommend God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples to participate in the core disciple assessment, many of them didn't recommend God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples because they didn't think it was necessary. Most of the God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples who came to participate in the core disciple assessment came because they wanted to. Then they asked their elders or friends to recommend them. A small half of them came purely to watch Duan Lingtian take the core disciple assessment. In the past, in the Hidden Fog Sect's core disciple examination, it was already considered a lot if 10 divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples came. Sometimes there were even only a handful of them. Although it was impossible to pass the core disciple test, it was just a formality. But in the process of the test, it was inevitable that there would be some injuries. If he didn't react in time, he might even be seriously injured and leave behind sequelae. Duan Lingtian, are you sure you can pass the core disciple test? A few divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples finally couldn't hold back their curiosity and came to Duan Lingtian's side. They surrounded Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, "Whether I'm confident or not, won't you know when the results are out?" Duan Lingtian treated the few of them who had no ill intentions with a smile. His amiable demeanor had unknowingly closed the distance between him and the few Inner Sect disciples. "It seems that you are very confident." In front of Duan Lingtian, a skinny young man in a green robe grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. "Let's get to know each other. I'm Zhang Yaoji, a disciple of a higher deity sect. Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at him. The latter's smile became even brighter. "I know." At this time, the other Inner Sect disciples that surrounded them also introduced themselves. They were all very enthusiastic. However, as they continued to chat, Duan Lingtian noticed that the other Inner Sect disciples were obviously wary of the skinny young man named Zhang Yaoji. It was as though Zhang Yaoji was some sort of scourge. Every time Zhang Yaoji opened his mouth, even if they hadn't finished speaking, they would abruptly interrupt him without a trace of displeasure. It seems that this Zhang Yaoji's background isn't simple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After waiting for a while, Duan Lingtian and the rest still didn't see the door of the void open. Moreover, the trial hall was exceptionally quiet at this moment. Other than the few of them, no other sound could be heard. "Senior Brother Zhang, do you want to rush him?" An Inner Sect disciple looked at Zhang Yaoji and asked tentatively, "Rush him?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. Zhang Yaoji nodded when he heard that. "It seems that we have waited for quite a long time." Then, in front of Duan Lingtian and the rest, Zhang Yaoji turned to look at the other side of the trial hall and said loudly, "Old man, what are you waiting for? I've been waiting for so long that it's too late." When Zhang Yaoji said that, Duan Lingtian was instantly dumbfounded. "Old man? Who is this Zhang Yaoji talking to?" Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings and noticed that the surrounding Inner Sect disciples had a calm expression on their faces, as though they were not surprised by this at all. Humph! Just as Duan Lingtian was puzzled, a cold snort seemed to come from all directions. "You little brat, you're still so impatient." In the next moment, a tall and thin figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This was a middle-aged man. His eyebrows were sharp and dignified. As he stood there, he gave off an illusory feeling, but there was no doubt that he existed. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian was that this middle-aged man looked very similar to this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man actually looked 70 to 80% similar to Zhang Yaoji, like a middle-aged version of Zhang Yaoji. "Lord Temple Master, Lord Temple Master." In the next moment, besides Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yaoji, the other Inner Sect disciples all bowed towards the middle-aged man. At this time, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that this middle-aged man who looked very similar to Zhang Yaoji was the temple master of the trial hall, the protector of the hidden fog sect, Zhang Tianheng. Duan Lingtian finally understood why the surrounding inner sect disciples were taking care of Zhang Yaoji. It was because Zhang Yaoji had a protector father, Lord Temple Master. Although Duan Lingtian was behind the others, he still bowed towards the newcomer. Do you see? Duan Lingtian is much more mature than you. Zhang Tianheng glared at Zhang Yaoji in annoyance as he spoke with a stern tone. However, Zhang Yaoji obviously did not fall for this trick. Even if Duan Lingtian is more steady than me, that's only because his father gave him a shocking natural talent and comprehension ability. Have you given me any? Zhang Yaoji refuted Zhang Tianheng with a single sentence. Zhang Tianheng could only helplessly shake his head. You brat, you will suffer a loss sooner or later. As soon as Zhang Tianheng finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Zhang Yaoji. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, I'm only in charge of the core disciple assessment at the Divine Spirit stage because of you. Duan Lingtian is flattered. Duan Lingtian bitterly smiled. Earlier, he was still wondering why the person in charge of the core disciple assessment for the godly Monarch realm disciples wasn't the trial hall's hall master. Who would have thought that the trial hall's hall master would be in charge of the core disciple assessment for the godly Monarch realm disciples? You don't need to be humble. Zhang Tianheng looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, Vice Sect Master Morong rarely makes mistakes. Someone who can obtain his recommendation twice can't be an ordinary person. I am also curious whether or not you can pass the God Spirit Realm Core Disciple Assessment. I won't hold back or go easy on you. Moreover, even if I wanted to hold back or go easy on you, it would be useless. Your participation in the assessment will be recorded in the floating image pearl and submitted to the sect master for review. The core disciple assessment authority will ultimately be in the hands of the sect master. As Zhang Tianheng spoke, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. His gaze was calm. After all, he never thought that the person in charge of the core disciple assessment would go easy on him. In fact, in his opinion, it would be fine as long as they didn't deliberately make things difficult for him. However, after hearing Zhang Tianheng's words, he relaxed. Since the final assessment authority was in the hands of the Hidden Fog sect master, and the process would be recorded in the floating image pearl and submitted to the sect master, he naturally didn't need to worry about the person in charge of the assessment making things difficult for him. All right, you should all go in. Seeing Duan Lingtian's expression remain unchanged, Zhang Tianheng looked at him with appreciation. Then he opened the door to his own small world, revealing an even more magnificent door in the void for Duan Lingtian and the others to enter. When Duan Lingtian and the others entered Zhang Tianheng's small world, they discovered that they had appeared in an abyss. Looking down, they saw a pitch-black world beneath their feet. Looking up, they could faintly make out a star-like light, far beyond their reach. What is this place? Every core disciple assessment is different. Could it be that the core disciple assessment this time requires us to rush out of this place? Isn't this too simple? Can't we just fly out? Simple? Aren't you thinking too much? According to what I know, within Hall Master Zhang Tianheng's small world, besides the monster beasts he hunted, there are also many slave, death-sworn warriors. There's no lack of God-King realm existences. You mean if we want to leave, we will face layers upon layers of obstructions? It's obvious. Just as the group of inner sect disciples around Duan Lingtian were discussing animatedly, a loud voice suddenly sounded from the direction of the small dot of light above the abyss. The place you are in now is an extreme abyss that I created in my small world. You are now in the deepest part of the abyss. What you need to do is to walk out of the abyss. As long as you can walk out of the abyss, you will pass the core disciple assessment and become a core disciple. The voice belonged to Hall Master Zhang Tianheng of the Trial Hall. It's just as I said. Let's go. Let's go up. After a few voices, a few inner sect disciples took the lead and stepped into the air, wanting to rush up to the abyss. However, just as they stepped into the air and reached a height of 100 meters, a low roar suddenly sounded from one side of the abyss. Then, more than 10 figures walked out of the darkness. Sabers and swords flashed as divine powers shot out in all directions, accompanied by various profundities of the law. Chapter 3687. Their Slave Death Guards. A series of exclamations rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing him to focus his attention on the dozen figures that appeared in the air. There were more than a dozen people. Among them were young men, middle-aged men, and old men. All of them had one thing in common. Their eyes were empty as though they had no soul. Naturally, they only looked soulless. If one used their divine consciousness to examine them, it would not be difficult to discover that they were no different from ordinary humans. If there was a difference, it would be that they were indifferent to everything. Slave death guards? This was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of this term after coming to the profound Handaland. His confusion attracted the attention of Zhang Yaoji, who was standing not far away. Duan Lingtian, you don't know about slave death guards? I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head. There was no need for him to pretend that he did not know. Moreover, he was also curious about what slave death guards were. When he was still in the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City, he had seen slave death guards in the training ground of the 10-star students. However, those slave death guards looked completely different from the ones in front of him. Those slave death guards looked no different from ordinary humans from head to toe. Their eyes were bright. On the other hand, the slave death guards in front of him looked as though they had lost their souls. They looked very dull. However, although they were wooden, their attacks were not the slightest bit sluggish. In fact, they were completely attacking without defending. It was extremely swift and fierce, unless one's strength completely suppressed them. Even if one could kill them, it was inevitable that one would be injured. Slave death guards are existences who have their memories erased by a secret technique and trained into slave death guards. Slave death guards only recognize their master's aura. The master's aura is usually an object. Most people use it as a pendant. Zhang Yaoji explained, as long as you give them an order through the pendant, they'll obey unconditionally. Even if you ask them to die, they won't even frown. What kind of people were these slave death guards before they became slaves? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. There are all kinds of people. Zhang Yaoji said with a sigh, this is one of the most dangerous places in the realms of gods. If a person is imprisoned and doesn't choose to commit suicide, he or she will become a slave or a sacrificial warrior. For example, even if it's a higher deity or a god king with a slightly stronger soul, they can use a formation to erase the former's memories and turn them into slaves. God King level slave death warriors require a God Emperor with a powerful soul. The God Kings and God Emperors with powerful souls here are basically God Kings and God Emperors who specialize in soul attacks. As long as you have enough wealth, you can buy them. Moreover, they won't turn against their masters. Even if it's a lesser deity, even if it's an existence that hasn't ascended to godhood, as long as it has the token to control the slave death warriors. It can even control the legendary God Emperor level slave death warriors, let alone God King level slave death warriors. After listening to Zhang Yaoji's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood the meaning of slave death guards. At the same time, he also realized that once one became a slave death guard, one would be doomed eternally. Zhang Yaoji spoke casually, but Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard this. Naturally, after listening to Zhang Yaoji's explanation, Duan Lingtian also realized it was not easy to make someone a slave death guard, even if their cultivation base was a whole realm higher than theirs. Only those who specialize in soul attacks would be able to do so. Moreover, If it was someone who had a divine artifact to protect their soul would be protected by the divine artifact. Before the divine artifact's defense was breached, no one would be able to brainwash them into becoming a slave death guard. Actually, you don't have to think too much about it. Zhang Yaoji said with a smile. In the sect, no one will treat you this way. No matter who it is, if anyone dares to use such a method on you, they'll be doomed eternally. In the realms of gods, every force has a rule that forbids them from using secret techniques on their fellow sect members and turning them into slave death guards. No matter how grave the crime is, even if they're sentenced to death, they still won't punish someone in such a manner. After all, it's inhumane. However, a force may be able to control its own members, but it can't control those outside. Moreover, driven by profit, there are many people out there who intend to create slave death guards. After all, the price of slave death guards is extremely high in the market. For this reason, you have to be extremely careful when you're out there. In fact, before you're strong enough, I don't recommend traveling alone. It's fine if you're robbed or killed. However, you're most afraid of becoming a slave death guard and becoming someone else's weapon. Moreover, if you become a weapon, there's a possibility you'll harm your friends and family in the future. Naturally, Duan Lingtian understood Zhang Yaoji's words. Only when there was a transaction would there be harm. If there was no demand, naturally no one would do such a thing. However, it was precisely because there was a huge demand, that many people would turn a living person into a slave death guard. These slave death guards are emotionless. They only follow their master's orders. They'll do whatever their master tells them to do. For example, my old man must have ordered them to guard the first checkpoint and not let us go up. As soon as Zhang Yaoji finished speaking, he flew out. His body shone with golden light as he made his move. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Thousands of dazzling golden sword rays shot out from Zhang Yaoji's body. It was clear he had comprehended the law of metal. Moreover, his law of metal had fused 3 profundities together. With just one move, he forced the slave death guards to retreat. However, when the remaining slave death guards charged forward, Zhang Yaoji felt the strain. At the same time, he roared, "Why aren't all of you coming to help?" Almost as soon as Zhang Yaoji finished speaking, the few inner sect disciples who had been forced back earlier, as well as the other inner sect disciples around Duan Lingtian, stepped into the air. The group of people joined forces and easily forced the dozen or so slave death guards to retreat. Moreover, when the latter sensed that they were no match for them, they tactfully retreated. Only a few slave death guards were injured. No slave death guards were killed. These slave death guards are all higher deities who have comprehended the fusion of multiple profundities of a certain law. Moreover, the weapons in their hands are all inferior divine weapons. This battle allowed Duan Lingtian to see the strength of the dozen or so slave death guards. At the same time, he could tell that the trial hall master, Zhang Tianheng, must have ordered these slave death guards to retreat if they were no match for them. After all, every slave death guard was worth a fortune. There was no need to waste them on the assessment of the inner sect disciples. Just like that, Duan Lingtian passed this checkpoint without doing anything. The first checkpoint of the ultimate abyss. But Zhang Yaoji's strength is actually not weaker than Qi Yu's. Zhang Yaoji's attack earlier made Duan Lingtian realize that his strength was not ordinary. Unlike Qi Yu, he should also be in the top 10 among the inner sect disciples who could enter the godly spirit realm. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and came to Zhang Yaoji's side. No matter how strong I am, I can't be stronger than a freak like you. Zhang Yaoji smiled bitterly when he heard that. Even if I were to face Qi Yu, who was killed by your sword, I would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat him. You can defeat Qi Yu? It seems that your strength ranking among the inner sect disciples in the godly spirit realm is higher than Qi Yu's. Duan Lingtian said in surprise. Of course. Zhang Yaoji lifted his head proudly. Qi Yu was at most in the top 10 among the inner sect disciples in the godly spirit realm, but I'm in the top 5. Of course, whether it is me or anyone else, we can't compare to a freak like you. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, Zhang Yaoji was like a deflated balloon. Ha! Senior apprentice Brother Zhang, aren't you just looking for trouble by comparing yourself with senior apprentice Brother Duan? Not too far away, an inner sect disciple shook his head and laughed. That's right. Senior apprentice Brother Duan is someone who has a high chance of becoming a core disciple of our Hidden Fog sect with his godly spirit realm cultivation. Comparing yourself with him is just looking for trouble. Another inner sect disciple echoed. All right, let's continue. Zhang Yaoji, who didn't want to suffer another blow, changed the topic and said, people like us are bound to be unable to walk to the end. I suggest that we allow Duan Lingtian to rest more during the following journey. In this way, his chances of passing the test will be greater. We will help him pass the tests ahead. If he can smoothly become a core disciple, then when we go out in the future, we can brag to you that the Hidden Fog sect's first godly spirit realm core disciple in 10,000 years is from the same generation as us. We watched him pass the test with our own eyes. As Zhang Yaoji spoke, the eyes of the other inner sect disciples lit up. I agree. Then it's decided. Senior apprentice Brother Duan, for the rest of the journey, if you can avoid fighting, then don't try to preserve your strength as much as possible. We will try our best to send you up a bit more. The group of inner sect disciples around Duan Lingtian were all incomparably enthusiastic under Zhang Yaoji's suggestion. As for Duan Lingtian, although he didn't think it was necessary, he didn't reject everyone's enthusiasm. He nodded and said, Then I thank everyone. Let's go. With Zhang Yaoji's order, the other inner sect disciples immediately stepped into the air and soared into the horizon. Of course, after charging for a short distance, a few demon beasts that were like enormous mountains appeared and guarded the sky. They glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian and the others, as if they were tigers that were blocking their path. Kill! Zhang Yaoji and the others charged forward. This time, they spent a bit more time before forcing the monster beasts back. Of course, this was the second test, so it was normal for it to be a bit more difficult. Duan Lingtian still didn't make a move. This brat, he doesn't care about himself and is helping others, really. Chapter 3688. The old man beside Zhang Tianheng was a vice hall master of the trial hall. At the same time, he was an extremely powerful inner sect elder. His strength was second only to the 19 core elders, including the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. He was also one of the inner sect elders with the highest hopes of becoming a core elder. Hall master, rest assured. Everything is going smoothly. The old man smiled. Did anyone have an outstanding performance? Zhang Tianheng asked again. Is there a chance of a core disciple being born? Facing Zhang Tianheng's second question, the old man bitterly smiled. Hall master, it isn't that easy to become a core disciple. Their performance so far has been average. It's basically impossible for anyone to smoothly pass the assessment. I think that Duan Lingtian has a higher chance of becoming a core disciple than them. The old man couldn't help but ask curiously, Hall master, how is it on your side? How is Duan Lingtian doing? He hasn't made a move yet. Zhang Tianheng shook his head. That boy from my family is currently encouraging the other inner sect disciples to help Duan Lingtian open the way for him to pass the core disciple assessment. I really don't know what he's thinking. As Zhang Tianheng spoke, he helplessly shook his head. The old man bitterly smiled. Young Hall master probably doesn't know. Even with him and the other inner sect disciples helping at the beginning, the core disciple assessment Duan Lingtian will have to go through at the end won't be any easier. After all, the assessment can change at any time. That's why I think that boy from my family is a fool and wasting my efforts. Zhang Tianheng said, The old man shook his head. Hall Master, you can't say that maybe the young Hall Master intends to befriend Duan Lingtian? That Duan Lingtian, even if he can't become a core disciple this time, as long as he can grow, he will surely become a powerhouse that can support our hidden fog sect. If that boy had such thoughts, I wouldn't need to spend so much effort on him. Zhang Tianheng clearly didn't think that his son would have such thoughts. In my opinion, he just hopes that after Duan Lingtian becomes a core disciple, he can brag to others that he witnessed the birth of a divine spirit realm core disciple. Zhang Yaoji didn't know what his father thought of him. If he knew, he would definitely think that his father knew him best. The ultimate abyss in Zhang Tianheng's small world was naturally created by him, at his level of cultivation. The small world in his body had undergone many transformations compared to the small worlds of ordinary gods. With a single thought, he could evolve the small world in his body and create any space in his small world. As for the creatures in the small world in his body, he could arrange where they would appear with just a thought. He had complete control over the small world in his body. This was similar to a supreme expert controlling a realm of gods. Rumor had it that a realm of gods was a little world that belonged to a supreme expert. In the ultimate abyss, Duan Lingtian did not make a move at the first few checkpoints. It was only when Zhang Yaoji and the others began to feel strained and some of them were almost injured that Duan Lingtian made his move. Whoosh! Crash! As the spatial storm swept out, the inner sect disciples who were struggling suddenly felt the pressure on them lessen. After that, they even realized that the slaves and demon beasts that were oppressing them were all forced to retreat. Moreover, after they retreated, they did not dare to come up again. The slaves and demon beasts were still fine since they did not show any signs of emotion. However, the demon beasts looked at Duan Lingtian with fear in their eyes. The slaves and demon beasts did not have any emotions and did not know fear. Although the demon beasts did not have any intelligence, their memories were not erased, so they still had animal instincts. After a few more checkpoints, Zhang Yaoji and 2 other inner sect disciples were the only ones who were still able to persevere. The rest of the inner sect disciples had stopped in their tracks. Senior brother Duan, we won't hold you back anymore. One of the inner sect disciples looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a bitter smile, "If it wasn't for you, we might have been eliminated in the last 2 checkpoints. This is as far as we can go. Good luck to you." The other inner sect disciples who were weaker nodded in agreement. Apart from thanking Duan Lingtian, they were also looking forward to Duan Lingtian passing the God Grade Core Disciple Assessment. It's really too difficult. We're only halfway there. One of the inner sect disciples looked at the sky and realized that the path he had taken was at most halfway to the exit of the ultimate abyss. In fact, it seemed like it was only a small part of the way. Yeah, I wonder how Senior Xue Haichuan from 10,000 years ago passed. Another inner sect disciple nodded in agreement. Just like that, the group that had originally ascended into the air was only left with Duan Lingtian and the other 3 inner sect disciples. At the same time, the group of inner sect disciples who stayed behind also realized that Duan Lingtian and the other 3 inner sect disciples did not go with them. Hence, their speed in breaking through the checkpoints became much faster. The demon beasts and slave and demon beasts did not even have a chance to get close to them. Just now, because of their presence, Duan Lingtian and the rest did not dare to make a move. They were deeply afraid that they would be implicated and accidentally hurt them. When can I be as strong as Senior Duan Lingtian? Among the group of inner sect disciples who did not continue to break through the checkpoints, a young man with a slightly childish face muttered softly. Hearing his words, another inner sect disciple shook his head. Not to mention Senior Duan. Even if you can be as strong as Senior Zhang, it would be good enough. These 2 people's strength is not weaker than Qi Yu's. Along the way, Duan Lingtian also realized that the inner sect disciples who continued to break through the checkpoints with him and Zhang Yaoji had also mastered the fusion of 3 profound meanings that they were good at. Their strength was not much different from Qi Yu and Zhang Yaoji's. It was also because of this that they were able to persevere until now. Looks like they are on the same level as Zhang Yaoji and Qi Yu. They are in the top 10 of the God-grade inner sect disciples. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "It's getting harder. I'll take a break first." Although the current Zhang Yaoji was not in a bad state, he was sweating profusely and panting heavily. As for the other two, they were not in a bad state either. Only Duan Lingtian looked the same as before. It did not seem like he was exhausted at all. Zhang Yaoji only took a glance at Duan Lingtian and could not help but curse him in his heart. What a freak! Duan Lingtian, you don't know these two people, right? Zhang Yaoji did not forget to introduce the other two people. First, he looked at the young man in the gray robe with a cold expression. This is Guardian Yun, Huai's fourth disciple, Qiu. This is third elder's second disciple, Sha Yuding. They are in the top 10 of the God-grade inner sect disciples. Sha Yuding was a middle-aged man in a light blue robe. He had an ordinary appearance, but his temperament was extraordinary. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. "Brother Duan, I've long heard of your abilities. Now that I've met you today, you live up to your reputation." Sha Yuding sighed emotionally. As for Qiu, although he seemed to be serious in speech and manner, he still forced a smile at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, you're very powerful." Duan Lingtian was just about to exchange pleasantries when he was interrupted by a beast's roar that suddenly came from above his head. Roar. Accompanied by a beast's roar, there was actually a demonic beast that was as big as a mountain. It carried more than 10 slave warriors and descended from the sky, charging toward Duan Lingtian and the others. Isn't the old man too ruthless? He won't even give us time to rest? Zhang Yaoji cursed loudly when he saw this scene. It should be known that when they had ascended from the sky earlier, they had only appeared when they reached a certain height. Now, they had clearly not reached the next level, but the demonic beast and slave warriors had appeared in advance and charged toward them. Qiu and Sha Yuding's expressions also became solemn at this moment. The divine power on their bodies surged again, ready to be unleashed. "All of you have a good rest. I'll go up first." Faced with the menacing demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors, Duan Lingtian greeted Zhang Yaoji and the others before he ascended into the sky to meet them. Then, a low-grade divine sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. With the point of the sword, a spatial storm suddenly appeared and transformed into a huge sword that swept out. Even though the demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors tried their best to resist, they were still repelled and sent flying by Duan Lingtian's sword. Blood filled the sky. The demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors were all injured by Duan Lingtian, and blood spurted wildly from their mouths. Then, as though they had received an order, they retreated. This scene also stunned Zhang Yaoji and the others. This is the embryonic form of sword principle. Now, the demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors had attacked earlier, so they could vaguely see the other party's strength. Even if the 3 of them joined forces now, they would at most be able to repel them with great difficulty. This was because they had consumed a lot of energy earlier. If they were at their peak, the 2 of them would be able to repel them together. However, even if they were at their peak, it would be difficult for them to repel the other party within a few moves, let alone one move. Now, Duan Lingtian had only used one move. To be precise, it was only one move. With one move, the gods and demons would retreat. This was nothing more than that. If I were to face that move, I'm afraid I would die without a doubt. Qi, you didn't die in vain. Sha Yuding muttered as she stared blankly at Duan Lingtian, who continued to soar up into the air as though nothing had happened and charged towards the next trial. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to pass the next stage, Zhang Yaoji said. However, when Duan Lingtian reached the next stage, he was stunned again. This was because Duan Lingtian still managed to defeat the demon beast and slave Deathsworn at the checkpoint with just a swing of his sword. Then he continued to advance. Another move. Another move. God, how did he do it? Zhang Yaoji was completely stunned. At this moment, Achio spoke with a solemn expression on her face. He must have comprehended the fusion of two profundities from the law of space, coupled with the embryonic form of sword principle. He's invincible. His current strength is even stronger than Xue Haichuan, who passed the God Grade Core Disciple Assessment 10,000 years ago. Chapter 3689. Duan Lingtian was like a flood dragon. Space storms wreaked havoc around him. Sword energy shot out, finally converging into a sword light that seemed endless as it shot into the skies. In that moment, the hidden fog sect inner sect disciples in the extreme abyss, including Zhang Yaoji, Achio, and Sha Yuding, were all dumbfounded as they watched this scene unfold before them. At this moment, the originally dark abyss was illuminated by this sword light. The dull gray light seemed incomparably dazzling. Sword energy swept out for 30,000 miles. A single sword light chilling 19 prefectures. Let's go all out and rush out. The 99 heavenly veins in Duan Lingtian's body began to circulate as a vast and majestic divine energy surged out at the fastest speed. After he fused the two profundities from the law of space, the spatial windstorm continued to circulate at a high speed. Awoo! However, all the demonic beasts that rushed forward were either injured or sent flying. There were even some slave, death-sworn soldiers that retreated too slowly. They were directly killed by the sword light condensed from the space storm, turning into a rain of blood that sprinkled down like red roses. Duan Lingtian's current cultivation hadn't reached the final threshold of breaking into the God King realm, but he was incomparably close. The improvement that the 6 creation pills brought to him was even comparable to the improvement that an ordinary monstrously talented person would get if they took 8 creation pills. His power of divinity was definitely among the best, even among higher deities. With this divine strength as a foundation, he could further display the power of space laws. In addition to the elementary form of sword Tao that he intentionally displayed, Duan Lingtian soared upwards, his momentum swift and fierce. And this was also the first time that Duan Lingtian had displayed such strength in front of others. Even when he killed Chiyu, the strength he displayed was far inferior to what he was displaying now. He's going up. Under the aghast gazes of Zhang Yaoji and the others, Duan Lingtian was like an arrow that shot into the skies. He didn't seem to encounter any obstacles along the way, but the truth was that all obstacles were easily resolved by him. In front of him, the God Spirit level core disciple test was nothing but a joke. Like this, they watched as Duan Lingtian rushed out of the abyss. He's out. Duan Lingtian has succeeded. After today, our hidden fog sect will give birth to another divine spirit level core disciple. While Zhang Yaoji, Achio, and Sha Yuding had complicated expressions on their faces, the group of inner sect disciples below were shouting excitedly, as if the one who had passed the test wasn't Duan Lingtian, but themselves. At the same time, Duan Lingtian stood outside the abyss, looking down at the ultimate abyss with a calm expression. He wasn't surprised that he could pass the core disciple test. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Moreover, even now, he still hadn't used his full strength. He was still holding back, and he was still holding back quite a bit. After becoming a god, wanting to defeat an opponent a whole realm higher than you is extremely difficult. It's like a fantasy story, but if it was me, the current me may only be a higher god. But there aren't many lower god that can defeat me. With the help of the Supreme Powerhouse's divine spark, Duan Lingtian had already comprehended the fusion of 4 profound meanings of the space laws. Moreover, he had the high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. As his cultivation increased, the power that the 7 Orifices exquisite sword could display also increased. Even the strength of the artifact soul, Huang, wasn't below his current strength. This, as the trial hall master, Zhang Tianheng naturally knew about the situation in his own small world. Moreover, he had already set up the ultimate abyss that he had constructed. If one wanted to rush out of the ultimate abyss, it was impossible without a certain level of strength. Even though Duan Lingtian had once killed Qiyu with a single sword strike and became famous in the Hidden Fog sect, the strength he displayed at that time wasn't enough to rush out of the ultimate abyss. However, now that Duan Lingtian had rushed out of the ultimate abyss like a bolt of lightning, he couldn't help but be shocked. This brat, he was actually hiding his strength. Hall Master, what is it? The old man beside Zhang Tianheng, the vice trial hall master, who was in charge of the God King level core disciple assessment, couldn't help but ask curiously as he saw Zhang Tianheng's expression change. That Duan Lingtian has just passed the assessment, Zhang Tianheng said with a complicated expression. What? As expected, the old man was shocked. I remember, didn't they start the assessment at the end? They passed the assessment so quickly? Hall Master, what kind of assessment did you set for them? The old man asked curiously. There were many core disciple assessments that targeted inner sect disciples, and they were all passed down by the Hidden Fog sect. Even they had to follow those assessment methods. As for the Hidden Fog sect, they only admitted that those assessments were presumptuous. Ultimate Abyss. Zhang Tianheng sighed. The Ultimate Abyss was one of the core disciple assessments passed down by the Hidden Fog sect for inner sect disciples. It was also one of the more classic methods. If one didn't have sufficient strength, it was impossible to pass. Ultimate Abyss? He passed it so quickly? The old man's pupils shrank. Did he hide his strength before? He had heard of Duan Lingtian a long time ago. In particular, after the battle between Duan Lingtian and Qiyu, Duan Lingtian had killed Qiyu with a single sword strike. Duan Lingtian's fame had risen in the Hidden Fog sect, and he had the momentum of becoming the #1 God Spirit level inner sect disciple. Even so, he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to pass the core disciple assessment. As the vice trial hall master, he was well aware of how difficult the God Spirit level inner sect disciple assessment was. The strength Duan Lingtian displayed when he killed Qiyu wasn't enough to smoothly pass. Thus, when he heard that Duan Lingtian had passed the assessment, his first thought was that Duan Lingtian was hiding his strength. Not only is he hiding his strength, but he's also hiding a great deal of it. Zhang Tianheng sighed. He has comprehended the fusion of 2 types of space laws, 3 profound meanings. He had comprehended the fusion of 2 types of space laws, 3 profound meanings. Zhang Tianheng's words caused the old man's complexion to change once more. What? He has comprehended the fusion of 2 types of space laws, 3 profound meanings? That's right. His attainments in the space laws are no weaker than yours. The old man also comprehended the space laws. Moreover, he had comprehended the fusion of 2 types of space laws, 3 profound meanings. By relying on this comprehension of laws in addition to the strength of his bloodline, when looking at the entire Hidden Fog sect, besides the 19 ranked core elders, he didn't think there was anyone below the core elders who could be his match. However, how long had he lived and how old was Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian wasn't even 3,000 years old, and yet he had already caught up to him in comprehension of laws. It had to be known that he was already over 30,000 years old. Now, do you know why he was able to pass the core disciple assessment and become the first God Spirit level core disciple in the sect in 10,000 years? Zhang Tianheng smiled. All right, I will deliver the floating image pearl to the sect master for inspection. If the sect master feels that there is no problem with Duan Lingtian passing the assessment, then from this day forth, he will be a core disciple of our Hidden Fog sect. As his voice fell, Zhang Tianheng left the trial hall. Its protector Zhang Tianheng. As Zhang Tianheng appeared outside the trial palace, Everyone's gazes immediately gathered on him. Now, besides a group of inner sect disciples, there were also many core disciples standing guard outside the trial hall. These core disciples were basically here to watch the show. This was because, according to the rumors, that inner sect disciple Duan Lingtian was far too confident in himself. And if Duan Lingtian really passed the core disciple assessment, he would become the first God Spirit level core disciple amongst them. So many people came to watch the show. Zhang Tianheng swept his eyes around and faintly smiled. Lord Temple Master. At this time, a bold inner sect disciple stepped forward and loudly asked Zhang Tianheng, as the trial hall's temple master, "Do you think that Duan Lingtian has a chance of passing the core disciple assessment and becoming the first God Spirit level core disciple in the sect in 10,000 years?" Now, it hadn't been long since Duan Lingtian and the others entered. No one thought that the assessment was over. Almost everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was still desperately trying to pass the core disciple assessment and that the final results hadn't come out yet. As for Zhang Tianheng, the trial hall's temple master, suddenly coming out, it was likely that he had something to do, so he wasn't in charge of this core disciple assessment. As the bold inner sect disciple looked at Zhang Tianheng and asked this question, the other inner sect disciples all looked at Zhang Tianheng. Even the several core disciples present were looking at Zhang Tianheng. Zhang Tianheng looked at the inner sect disciple who asked the question and smiled. He said, "If it was before, I wouldn't have been able to answer your question. But now, perhaps I can get Duan Lingtian to tell you." Just as Zhang Tianheng's voice faded, a figure appeared beside him in a timely manner. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian came out of the ultimate abyss, he waited for Zhang Tianheng to send him out. As expected, after waiting for a while, he was brought out by Zhang Tianheng. However, when he came out, he discovered that he was no longer in the trial hall. Instead, he appeared outside the trial hall and was surrounded by a group of inner sect disciples who were looking forward to seeing him. "It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian came out so quickly." Could it be that he failed? When the group of inner sect disciples saw Duan Lingtian and could not help but whisper among themselves, Zhang Tianheng, who was next to Duan Lingtian, suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Only Duan Lingtian was left, and he became the center of attention. "Duan Lingtian, weren't you confident that you could pass the core disciple test and become the first spirit god realm core disciple in our Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years? How did you get eliminated so quickly?" A voice filled with mockery and divine power suddenly sounded, covering the noise of the scene. "Tu Feng." When Duan Lingtian saw the owner of the voice, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The person who spoke was the eldest disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Tu Feng. In the past, he had seen Tu Feng at Wine City's Hidden Fog Academy, so he recognized him at a glance. Chapter 3690. This was the second time Duan Lingtian had seen Tu Feng. Tu Feng hadn't changed much from the past. Moreover, his face was the same as before. The moment a cold light flashed in his eyes, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Tu Feng, how do you know I was eliminated? Could it be that I couldn't have smoothly passed the assessment and then come out?" Duan Lingtian stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Tu Feng from a distance. The cold light in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced by a playful look. "Passed the assessment." As soon as Duan Lingtian's words came out, everyone, including the several core disciples who had come to join in the fun, looked at Duan Lingtian again with a strange look in their eyes. "Duan Lingtian passed the assessment?" "Chi." Tu Feng sneered, the sarcastic look on his face growing stronger. "Duan Lingtian, in my opinion, you've gone crazy trying to pass the assessment, haven't you? How long has it been since you entered the test hall? Do you really think you can pass the assessment? Even if it was the simplest assessment, it wouldn't have been enough to pass it in such a short amount of time. 10,000 years ago, Senior Shui, Haichuan took half a day to pass the assessment, and he was also injured. You look like you're not injured at all, and you came out so quickly. Do you really think you passed the assessment? Do you think I, Tu Feng, believe that? Tu Feng's eyes were full of contempt. As soon as Tu Feng opened his mouth, the eyes of the crowd fell on Duan Lingtian again changed. What Tu Feng said seems to make sense. This Duan Lingtian, could it be that he felt he couldn't pass the assessment, so he came out early? He was very confident that he could pass the assessment. Isn't this too much of a slap to his face? Who knows? The eyes that fell on Duan Lingtian changed several times, and after a few moments they were filled with doubt. This was because Duan Lingtian had come out too quickly. It wasn't that they didn't believe that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to pass the test. If they didn't believe it, they wouldn't be here. The reason they were here was to witness a miracle. But now Duan Lingtian had come out so early. They found it hard to believe that Duan Lingtian had passed the test. Idiot! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian looked at Tu Feng and slowly spat out 2 words. Instantly, the entire place was dead silent. No one would have thought that Duan Lingtian would do this in public. One must know that to a certain extent, this could already be considered a form of humiliation. Ha 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 ha. While everyone was shocked by Duan Lingtian calling Tu Feng an idiot, Tu Feng, the person involved, actually began to laugh. No matter how one looked at it, it was strange. After a while, Tu Feng stopped laughing and looked at Duan Lingtian with a ferocious expression as he said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian, you and I are both inner sect disciples, but you humiliated me in public. According to the sect rules, if I challenge you on the ultimate martial arena, you can't refuse. Now, I, Tu Feng, invite you to the extreme martial stage to fight. Everything will be according to the rules of the extreme martial stage. You will not have the chance to admit defeat within 10 breaths of time. I'm curious if you, Duan Lingtian, can last 10 breaths of time under my Tu Feng's hands. Tu Feng's eyes flashed with a fanatical light. Originally, he had been thinking about how to lure Duan Lingtian away from the hidden fog sect in the future and then kill Duan Lingtian. But now, Duan Lingtian had humiliated him in public. Without a doubt, this had given him a fair and square opportunity. On the extreme martial stage, one could not admit defeat within 10 breaths of time. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was good, as a lower god king, Tu Feng was confident he could kill Duan Lingtian within 10 breaths of time. There is such a rule. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Duan Lingtian frowned. He looked at Tu Feng and sneered. Tu Feng, you didn't make up this rule, did you? If the sect doesn't have such a rule, then making up a rule is a great crime. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the others couldn't help but shake their heads. They all knew that the sect did have such a rule. Moreover, it was written in the Inner Sect Disciple Handbook. Did this Duan Lingtian not read the Inner Sect Disciple Handbook properly? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tu Feng's smile became even more brilliant. I, Tu Feng, naturally wouldn't joke about the sect's rules. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone here. Following Tu Feng's words, an inner sect disciple immediately tried to dissuade Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the sect does have such a rule. You should quickly apologize to senior brother Tu Feng and ask for his forgiveness. If you want me to forgive you, I can. Tu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes narrowing slightly. Kneel down, lick my shoes clean, and crawl under my crotch. I can consider forgiving you. As soon as Tu Feng's words came out, everyone present could feel the smell of gunpowder rising. Tu Feng's words clearly showed that he was not willing to let Duan Lingtian go. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Under the regretful gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian spoke. Looking at Tu Feng, his tone was indifferent, as if he was looking at a dead man. I want to die. Tu Feng was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Duan Lingtian, have you lost your mind? Although your strength is not bad, you really don't have the ability to kill me. You are just a little higher god, yet you want to kill me, a lower god? You're just dreaming. Even if my comprehension of the laws is not as good as yours, the gap in cultivation is enough for me to crush you. Obviously, Tu Feng was very confident in his own strength. I will wait for you at the ultimate martial stage. Duan Ling Tian left these words before he vanished on the spot with a flash. When he appeared again, he was already on the way to the ultimate martial arena. Since you are in a hurry to die, I will fulfill your wish. The corners of Tu Feng's mouth curled into a grim grin before his figure flickered, and he followed. In an instant, the group of inner sect disciples who were originally surrounding the training hall all left the area and followed after them. The reason they appeared here was because of Duan Lingtian. They wanted to see whether or not Duan Lingtian could really become the first spirit, god, realm inner sect, disciple of their hidden fog sect in 10,000 years. Once Duan Lingtian really passed the assessment, they would be the first to witness this moment. To them, this was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. And now, as the person involved, Duan Lingtian, seemed to have stopped the assessment ahead of time. Moreover, he was going to the ultimate martial stage to fight Tu Feng. They naturally had no interest in staying here. Tongming, should we go and take a look? The green-robed youth with a sheathed long sword looked at the other youth, standing on the stone tablet, suspended in the air, and asked. The latter didn't answer him. Instead, he controlled the stone tablet and flew towards the ultimate martial stage. Lin Yijian, that Tongming is famous for not liking to talk. Why are you paying attention to him? Not far away, the other youth smiled at the green-robed youth. Let's go. Let's also go and take a look. That Duan Lingtian actually dares to fight the God King realm Tu Feng. I really wonder where he gets his confidence from. This youth was also a core disciple. Like Lin Yijian and Tongming, he had also come to watch the fun. The ultimate martial stage. Duan Lingtian was the first to enter. In the past, it was on this ultimate martial stage that Qi Yu had died at Duan Lingtian's hands. As Duan Lingtian, Tu Feng, and a group of inner sect disciples arrived, the group of inner and outer sect disciples in the martial meeting square below the ultimate martial stage all came over to join in the fun. Those that were originally exchanging pointers also stopped. What's going on? What's going on? Is someone going to the ultimate martial stage again? At the beginning, the people that came from the martial meeting square didn't know what was happening. They only saw that someone was going to fight on the ultimate martial stage. Moreover, many people came to watch. Isn't that Duan Lingtian's senior apprentice brother Duan? Isn't he participating in the trial hall's core disciple assessment today? Why is he here at the ultimate martial stage? It really is senior apprentice brother Duan. The current Duan Lingtian, after his battle with Qi Yu, had become famous in the hidden fog sect. And now, in the group of people that came from the martial meeting square, there was no lack of people that had seen Duan Lingtian before. They had been present when Duan Lingtian and Qi Yu fought. That is, senior apprentice brother Tu Feng? Why is senior apprentice brother Tu Feng here? Isn't he a lower god king? He wants to fight senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian? While the group of people that came from the martial meeting square were still in a daze, many inner sect disciples from the trial hall had already come over and explained to them what was happening. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian called senior apprentice brother Tu Feng an idiot in front of everyone and humiliated him. Then senior apprentice brother Tu Feng forcefully invited him to the ultimate martial stage to fight? Heavens! Senior apprentice brother Duan is too impulsive. Senior apprentice brother Tu Feng is a god king powerhouse. A lower god king against a lower god king? Even if his comprehension of law surpasses a lower god king's, it is nearly impossible for him to defeat the latter. The difference in cultivation is too great. It is an entire great boundary. No one was optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. Duan Lingtian, what are you doing? A beautiful figure appeared, attracting the gazes of many people. It was Tang Wein, the one with the halo of Hidden Fog Sect's #1 beauty. Today, she wore a light purple dress. Her entire person seemed indifferent and elegant, like a celestial maiden standing atop a violet orchid. With just a single glance, one couldn't bear to look away. Tu Feng already has a grudge with you. Why did you agree to let him enter the ultimate martial stage? Hurry up and come down. I have already sent a message to my great-uncle to come. If you leave now, once he arrives, he will help you solve this matter. When the time comes, just lower your head and apologize to Tu Feng. There is no need to humiliate yourself like he asked. Tang Wein said to Duan Lingtian with a sound transmission. She had also heard about what happened outside the trial hall and had rushed over as soon as she could. Even she didn't know why, but when she heard about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Tu Feng, she immediately rushed over. All along the way, there was only one thought in her mind: to prevent Duan Lingtian from entering the ultimate martial stage and fighting Tu Feng. At the same time, she sent a message to her great-uncle, the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect elder Tang Chan, urging him to come over. Chapter 3691. Tang Wein tried to persuade Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. From what she said, it was obvious that she already knew the details of the matter. When my grandmaster comes, even Tu Feng will have to give him face. Tang Wein said through voice transmission. No need. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the change in Tang Wein's attitude towards him, but it was also because of this that he felt helpless and vigilant. Don't get involved in this matter. I can handle it myself. Duan Lingtian refused Tang Wein's kindness. Handle it yourself? How will you handle it? Tang Wein frowned and said through voice transmission, You are just a higher god, and he is a lower god king. Even if you comprehend more profound laws than him, it will be difficult for you to be his opponent. Then you don't have to worry about it. When Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice again, his tone was a bit colder. There was a kind of indifference that kept people 1,000 miles away. Tang Wein was dumbfounded. The current Duan Lingtian gave her the feeling that he was deliberately distancing himself from her. And it was very sudden. She was a little caught off guard. Why did he do this? Is it because he is afraid that I will get involved and offend Tu Feng? Thinking of this, Tang Wein felt warm in her heart. Duan Lingtian didn't know what Tang Wein was thinking. Otherwise, he would be speechless because he didn't mean that at all. The reason why he suddenly became cold was because of the change in Tang Wein's attitude towards him. If he was single, he might be happy because of this, even if he didn't like Tang Wein. After all, Tang Wein was the #1 beauty of the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect. To be liked by her was an honor for any man. Of course, he also knew that Tang Wein might not like him now, but there were already some signs. And now he wanted to strangle these signs in the cradle and not let Tang Wein have any fantasies. Duan Lingtian, Tu Feng, you want to fight on the ultimate martial platform? At this moment, the 2 inner sect elders who were on duty at the extreme martial platform also appeared. They were not the 2 inner sect elders who were on duty during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Chiyu. Usually, more than 10 inner sect elders would take turns to be on duty at the extreme martial platform. 2 elders, please bear witness to this properly. The rules of the ultimate martial platform is that one cannot admit defeat within 10 breaths of time. Don't break the rules. Tu Feng looked at the 2 inner sect elders on the extreme martial stage and grinned. If it is not 10 breaths of time, his surrender is invalid. If the 2 elders are biased, I'm afraid I'll have to ask my teacher to find the 2 elders and reason with them. Tu Feng heavily emphasized the words theory, and there was no lack of threat in them. As for the 2 inner sect elders, Although they were very unhappy with Tu Feng's words, they didn't show it on their faces. Marshal Nephew Tu Feng, rest assured, we will do our job properly. That's right. We won't be biased. The two of them said. That's good. Tu Feng nodded with satisfaction, then flew into the arena and stood opposite Duan Lingtian, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, I really admire your courage. However, in today's battle, you can't avoid humiliating me in public. As soon as Tu Feng's words came out, the two inner sect elders on duty at the extreme martial stage suddenly understood. It turned out that Duan Lingtian had humiliated Tu Feng in public and was forced to fight on the extreme martial stage by Tu Feng. Just now they were thinking that Duan Lingtian was just a god realm cultivator, so how could he have the courage to fight Tu Feng, a lower rank god king, on the extreme martial stage? If that was the case, then everything could be explained. Marshal Nephew Tu Feng. With a loud voice, an old figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Tang Chun. Tang Wuyan's granduncle was also called over by Tang Wuyan to save the day. In fact, even now, Tang Chun was still a little confused. He couldn't figure out why Duan Lingtian would agree to Tu Feng's challenge, so when he was about to arrive, he deliberately extended his divine sense to investigate Duan Lingtian's cultivation. He thought that Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a god king, so he dared to fight Tu Feng on the extreme martial stage. However, when his divine sense fell on Duan Lingtian, the feedback he received was that Duan Lingtian was still a higher rank god and not a god king. For a time, he couldn't help but speed up his appearance, ready to stop this duel. I already understand the ins and outs of this matter. Can you give me, Tang Chun, some face? I can make Duan Lingtian apologize to you. As soon as Tang Chun appeared, he went to find Tu Feng because he knew that the key to this duel was Tu Feng. If Tu Feng was willing to call a truce, this duel could be avoided. Among the inner sect elders, Tang Chun could be considered relatively strong. If it were any other time, Tu Feng might give him some face against an ordinary person. But today, Tu Feng's opponent was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't just someone he wanted to kill, but also someone his honorable master had ordered him to kill. How could he miss this chance to kill Duan Lingtian because of Tang Chun's interference? Elder Tang Chun, I gave him a chance to apologize, but he didn't agree. Tu Feng glanced at Tang Chun and lightly said, So, don't blame me for not giving you face. Of course, if you want me to stop, that's fine. You can have my honorable master send me a message. As long as my honorable master personally sends me a message and tells me to stop, I will stop. As soon as Tu Feng said this, Tang Chun's complexion turned ugly. But in the end, he still sent a message to the Hidden Fog Sect's second elder, Wu Feng-yin. Tang Chun, an old man like you shouldn't interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. He thought that Wu Feng-yin would give him face, but Tang Chun never imagined that he would receive such a response. I almost forgot. Duan Lingtian once refused to become Wu Feng-yin's disciple. In addition, the gap between Tu Feng and Duan Lingtian isn't small. Last time, when Qiyu targeted Duan Lingtian, it was also Tu Feng who incited him. Thinking of this, Tang Chun broke out in a cold sweat. Perhaps even the second elder wants Duan Lingtian to die. Should I remind him that Duan Lingtian's background isn't ordinary? Thinking of this, Tang Chun's pupils shrank. That's right. How could I forget this? With Duan Lingtian's mysterious background and the miracles he has created time and time again, if he didn't have confidence, would he have followed Tu Feng to the ultimate martial stage? Tang Chun subconsciously glanced at Duan Lingtian. Sure enough, he found that the latter's expression was calm, without the slightest trace of panic. For a moment, his heart couldn't help but calm down. It's me who became anxious because of that girl when otherwise I wouldn't have forgotten about his mysterious background. For Tang Chun, The fear and politeness of the people of Heavenly Wind City's God King, Rank Chong family, when facing Duan Lingtian, was still vivid in his mind. "Granduncle, have you contacted the second elder?" When she heard Tu Feng's words, Tang Wuyen's expression changed, and she immediately sent a message to Tang Chun. She thought that Tang Chun hadn't contacted the second elder because the battle between Duan Lingtian and Tu Feng was about to begin. On Tu Feng's body, the divine force of a god king was already raging. "I did, but he refused," Tang Chun replied via voice transmission. At the same time, he didn't forget to comfort Tang Wuyen. "Don't worry. Duan Lingtian should be confident, which is why he agreed to this battle with Tu Feng. Don't you see his calm face, as if victory is already in his grasp?" Confident? Victory in his grasp? Tang Wuyen felt bitter in her heart. Duan Lingtian was indeed calm right now. But when she thought of the difference in cultivation between Duan Lingtian and Tu Feng, she didn't hold any hope for Duan Lingtian. "Granduncle, why don't you ask Vice Sect Master Morong for help? Wasn't Duan Lingtian recommended by him to enter the sect in advance and participate in the core disciple assessment? If you tell him about this matter, he definitely won't stand idly by." Tang Wuyen thought of the Hidden Fog Sect's Vice Sect Master, who was also the Dean of Heavenly Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Morong Suifeng. "There's no need." Almost as Tang Wuyen looked at Tang Chun and sent another message to urge him, Tang Chun's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. She saw Tang Chun staring blankly at the ultimate martial stage in front of him, his throat violently moving as he swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. At this moment, Tang Wuyen also discovered that the originally noisy scene had suddenly fallen into a deathly silence. What happened? With curiosity, Tang Wuyen turned to look at the ultimate martial stage. What she saw was a purple figure standing in the air, next to where Tu Feng had been standing. Tu Feng was nowhere to be seen, but there was a cloud of blood mist floating in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, Tang Wuyen heard a slight, ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in her ears. Tu Feng is dead? Tang Wuyen's autumn eyes widened, and her beautiful cheeks were filled with disbelief. And now, she wasn't the only one who was in disbelief. Most of the other onlookers were also in disbelief. The rest of the people were basically horrified. Just now, they didn't even realize what was going on. Duan Lingtian had appeared behind Tu Feng like a ghost. Then, the moment Tu Feng reacted, he had already struck out like lightning. He defeated Tu Feng with one sword strike, and then the sword light exploded, turning into countless tiny sword lights that cut Tu Feng into a cloud of blood mist. All this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Even the two inner elders on duty at the ultimate martial stage today looked at each other in disbelief. What a fast attack! Is Duan Lingtian the owner of 99 heavenly veins? I'm afraid only the owner of 99 heavenly veins can stimulate divine power to such an extent. Also, did you notice? Just now, in addition to the fusion of the embryonic form of the sword principle and one of the 3 profundities of the law of space, he also fused another 3 profundities. I noticed. He has comprehended the fusion of 2 profundities of the law of space. Last time, when he fought with Chiyu, he hid his strength. His strength has already surpassed Xue Haichuan, who hadn't broken through to the divine king stage 10,000 years ago. Chapter 3692. Duan Lingtian's attack was very fast. He teleported behind Tu Feng, who had just mobilized his divine energy and was about to attack and killed Tu Feng before Tu Feng could react. If Tu Feng had been given a little more time, he would have been able to block Duan Lingtian's killing move. However, slow was slow. The slightest mistake was the difference of 1,000 miles. Duan Ling Tian relied on the advantage of mobilizing the divine energy from his 99 heavenly veins and the element of surprise from the teleportation profundity to kill Tu Feng. Ordinary people who did not have 99 heavenly veins, even if they had comprehended the law of space, fused two of the three profundities and the embryonic form of the sword Tao, would not have the courage to do so, because it was too risky. The slightest carelessness could allow the opponent to block his killing move, and because of the close distance, he would be in a passive position. However, Duan Lingtian did not take any risks. After all, his true strength was not limited to this. Even if he failed to catch Tu Feng off guard, he still had the ability to turn the situation around. At most, he would just have to show more of his negatives. Of course, if he could keep his trump cards, he would rather keep them. For Duan Lingtian, this was like a gamble. If he won, everyone would be happy. If he lost, he would at most be more high profile. However, no matter what, Tu Feng was destined to die. It was just a question of how he would die. Fortunately, I didn't reveal too much of my strength. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied that he had won the gamble and killed Tu Feng without further revealing his strength. The strength he revealed when he killed Tu Feng was no different from when he had passed the core disciple assessment in Zhang Tianheng's little world. Higher God cultivation base. Two of the three profundities from the law of space. Embryonic form of the sword Tao. Low-grade divine sword. Of course, he also revealed the number of heavenly veins in his body. He suspected to have 99 heavenly veins, but as long as no one investigated him, they would not be able to find out whether he really had 99 heavenly veins or not. At most, they would only be suspicious. After all, 99 heavenly veins were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the Devata realms. However, in the realms of gods, there were still many of them. After all, the natives of the realms of gods had the blood of supreme powerhouses flowing in their veins. This Duan Lingtian has definitely passed the core disciple assessment. High up in the sky, the core disciple Lineagian said with absolute certainty, "This is the first time I've seen a lesser deity comprehend the fusion of two types of three profound meanings of any one of the four supreme laws of nature." Although the divine spirit level core disciple assessment is difficult for divine spirit level inner sect disciples, it's not difficult at all for Duan Lingtian. The other core disciple nodded. Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the young man in a black robe who had remained on the huge stone tablet suspended in the air had already descended. In the blink of an eye, he had landed on the ultimate martial platform. He kept the stone tablet and looked straight at Duan Lingtian. As soon as the black-robed young man appeared, many people in the surroundings turned to look at him. It's senior brother Shi Tongming. I didn't expect to see senior brother Shi Tongming again after so many years here. When senior brother Shi Tongming was still an inner sect disciple, he was the strongest inner sect disciple. Later on, when he entered the God King realm, he passed the core disciple assessment and became a core disciple. That's nothing. The most important thing is that after senior brother Shi Tongming became a core disciple, due to his outstanding performance, our Hidden Fog sect Supreme Elder, Elder Lei, took a liking to him and accepted him as a personal disciple. Elder Lei? He's one of the 4 Supreme Elders in our Hidden Fog sect? That's right. The strongest of our Hidden Fog sect's highest elders are Elder Wind, Elder Thunder, Elder Cloud, and Elder Fog. Their seniority is also very high. Even if the sect master were to see them, he would have to respectfully bow to them. And this senior brother Shi Tongming is Elder Lei's personal disciple. The 4 supreme elders of Wind, Thunder, Cloud, and Mist rarely accept disciples. Unless one's talent is particularly amazing, they won't even think of accepting a disciple. For senior brother Shi Tongming to be accepted by Elder Lei, his talent and perception can be imagined. As soon as Shi Tongming appeared, he didn't even need to introduce himself. Duan Lingtian learned his identity from the surrounding chatter. The Hidden Fog sect had 4 supreme elders. They represented the highest combat strength of the Hidden Fog sect. He already knew this. The 4 Supreme Elders were said to be stronger than the Hidden Fog sect's sect master. They were the leaders of the Hidden Fog sect's Supreme Elders. Let alone the core elders, even the 19 protectors and the several vice sect masters were only little brothers in front of them. Even if the latter's seniority wasn't low and was even higher than theirs, they still had to be respectful in front of them. After all, this was a world where the strong were revered. Senior Apprentice Brother Shi, are you looking for me for something? After learning of Shi Tongming's identity, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask why Shi Tongming had called out to him and why he had appeared at such a timely moment. You passed the core disciple test? Shi Tongming asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When Duan Lingtian killed Tu Feng, everyone present had already guessed that Duan Lingtian had passed the core disciple test. But now that they saw Duan Lingtian personally admit it, they couldn't help but be shocked. Very good. Shi Tongming looked at Duan Lingtian with appreciation. Then he got straight to the point and said, Duan Lingtian, my honorable master is Elder Lei. Are you willing to become his disciple and acknowledge him as your master? If you are willing, then from now on you will be my junior apprentice brother. In the Hidden Fog sect, if anyone dares to offend you, that is the same as offending me, Shi Tongming. Shi Tongming wasn't a talkative person to begin with. Thus, as soon as he opened his mouth, he went straight to the point. As Shi Tongming's voice fell, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Elder Lei wants to receive Duan Lingtian as his disciple? Didn't you hear Senior Apprentice Brother Shi Tongming ask whether or not Duan Lingtian passed the core disciple test before asking? It's clear that Elder Lei has some requirements for accepting Duan Lingtian as his disciple. At the very least, Duan Lingtian has to pass the core disciple test and become a core disciple. Elder Lei is one of the 4 highest existences in the Hidden Fog sect. If one becomes his disciple, wouldn't they be able to walk sideways in the sect in the future? How enviable. Unfortunately, I don't have this life. Now, it wasn't just the group of inner and outer sect disciples. Even the 2 inner sect elders on duty at the extreme martial arena were looking at Duan Lingtian with envy. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was about to reach the heavens in a single bound. Elder Lei, Tang Huiyan, also recovered from the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Tu Feng. When she looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Those who didn't know might have thought that Elder Lei wanted to take her as his disciple instead of Duan Lingtian. Tang Huiyan was the same as everyone else. She felt that Duan Lingtian wouldn't refuse to become Elder Lei's disciple. Even if Duan Lingtian had refused many core elders, protectors, and even people sent by the Grand Elders to find him, Elder Lei couldn't be compared to the Grand Elders, protectors, and core elders at all. Perhaps Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to take ordinary Grand Elders, protectors, and core elders as his master because he was waiting for the 4 Grand Elders to take the initiative to accept him as their disciple. And now, Duan Lingtian had waited for Elder Lei. How could he refuse? Senior Apprentice Brother Shi. Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Tongming and faintly smiled. Please help me tell Elder Lei that I, Duan Lingtian, thank him for his kindness. It's just that I, Duan Lingtian, already have a master, so I can only miss out on his kindness. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Shi Tongming froze for a moment. Then he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, So that's how it is. What a pity. As his voice fell, Shi Tongming stepped into the air. A giant stone tablet appeared beneath his feet, carrying him and disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. It was only at this time that the surrounding people recovered from the shock of Duan Lingtian rejecting Shi Tongming. No one thought that Duan Lingtian would reject Shi Tongming and Elder Lei. After all, this was an opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian actually rejected Elder Lei? Heavens! Should I call him honest or stupid? So what if he has a master? Elder Lei is willing to accept him as a disciple. As long as he doesn't mention it, why would Elder Lei care? Perhaps this is the pride of a genius. Most of the inner and outer sect disciples present found it hard to understand Duan Lingtian's choice. Even Tang Huiyan was the same. Duan Lingtian, you should have agreed. Now that you've killed Tu Feng, even if the second elder won't easily act against you in the sect, he definitely won't let you off. The second elder is famous for being protective of his own people. He definitely won't let Tu Feng's death go. And if you become Elder Lei's disciple, even he will have to consider whether it is worth it to make a move against you for Tu Feng's sake. If you become Elder Lei's disciple, it will be the same as having another life-saving charm. Tang Huiyan's thoughts were simple. Duan Lingtian had killed Tu Feng and offended the second elder. If he had Elder Lei as a protective umbrella, the second elder wouldn't dare to make a move against him. But now, Duan Lingtian had refused, and he was putting himself in danger. Everyone has their own ambitions. Facing Tang Huiyan's dissuasion, Duan Lingtian responded with a sound transmission. His tone was indifferent, without the slightest hint of regret. Tang Huiyan was so angry that her face flushed red. She nearly vomited blood. She stomped her feet like a little girl and turned around to leave. Her angry appearance was like a little girl who was angry at her first love and had a conflict with her lover. At the same time, the Hidden Fog Sect second elder, Wu Fengyin, also relaxed after learning that Duan Lingtian had rejected Shi Tongming and refused to become Elder Lei's disciple. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Stupid brat, if you become Elder Lei's disciple, I definitely won't dare to make a move against you. Chapter 3693. Several breaths of time after Tu Feng was killed by Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog Sect second elder, Wu Fengyin, received a sound transmission telling him that Tu Feng had been killed. At first, he didn't believe it, but when the second and third sound transmissions arrived, he had no choice but to believe it was true. Duan Lingtian, an inner sect disciple with a higher deity cultivation, had killed his eldest disciple, Tu Feng. Was he angry? Of course. Tu Feng was his first disciple. Even if he was usually strict, he still regarded him as his own. But now he was dead. The moment he confirmed this news, he even had the impulse to rush to the ultimate martial arena and kill Duan Lingtian to take revenge for Tu Feng. But in the end, he dispelled this thought. If he did so, even if he was the Hidden Fog Sect second elder, he still wouldn't be able to escape death. Shi Tongming, you actually publicly declared that Elder Thunder accepted Duan Lingtian as a disciple. When Wu Fengyin learned of what happened at the ultimate martial arena, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It had to be known that he was already thinking about how to find a chance to kill Duan Lingtian in the future and take revenge for his eldest disciple, Tu Feng. But now the other disciples he sent to the ultimate martial arena told him that Elder Thunder intended to accept Duan Lingtian as a disciple. Moreover, as long as Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could immediately become Elder Thunder's disciple. Who was Elder Thunder? He was one of the most powerful people in the Hidden Fog Sect, an existence that could kill him with a flick of his finger. Even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of him. At that moment, Wu Fengyin had already made preparations to dispel any thoughts of taking revenge on Duan Lingtian. This was because, in his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to refuse. It was also because of this that when he learned that Duan Lingtian had refused Elder Thunder, he felt that Duan Lingtian was stupid. But at the same time he was overjoyed, as if he had been saved from a hopeless situation. That Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension are too high. I have to find an opportunity to kill him to prevent future troubles. In this situation, even if I really don't want to be his enemy, he might not believe me. Instead of waiting for him to grow and deal with me, I might as well get rid of him now. A cold light flashed in Wu Fengyin's eyes. Duan Lingtian, with his upper divine spirit cultivation, had taken the initiative to instantly kill the lower divine king realm inner sect, disciple Tufeng. This news soon spread throughout the entire Hidden Fog sect. As for the Hidden Fog sect, they were naturally shocked by this. A higher deity had killed a lesser deity king. In the history of the Hidden Fog sect, such a matter had never occurred before. It could be said that Duan Lingtian's actions were unprecedented in the Hidden Fog sect. In addition, news of Duan Lingtian passing the core disciple assessment and becoming the Hidden Fog sect's first spirit God realm core disciple in 10,000 years also spread out. In particular, after the Hidden Fog sect's sect master personally issued an announcement, Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog sect's only spirit God realm core disciple, could be considered to have a true status. Of course, there were also people who questioned this. What qualifications does Duan Lingtian have to become a core disciple? Is there some inside story behind this? However, as news of Duan Lingtian's method spread, these questions were quickly suppressed. Higher deity. He had comprehended two different types of space laws, fusing three profound meanings. Elementary, sword Tao, low-grade God sword. With such strength, it would be inexcusable if he couldn't pass the core disciple assessment. That little fellow, he didn't disappoint me. I didn't recommend him twice in vain. Far away in Skywind City, Hidden Fog Academy's Dean Murong Suifeng was also smiling when he heard the news from the Hidden Fog sect. In truth, when he recommended Duan Lingtian to enter the Hidden Fog Academy ahead of time, he was hoping that Duan Lingtian would become the Hidden Fog sect's first spirit God realm core disciple in 10,000 years. Many people didn't know what Duan Lingtian experienced in the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, but he knew. Duan Lingtian wasn't that simple, and the facts proved that this was indeed the case. At the same time that Murong Suifeng received the news, the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy also received the news. On one hand, there were teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy, but on the other hand, there were inner sect elders or outer sect elders of the Hidden Fog sect. They had their own network of connections within the Hidden Fog sect, so it wasn't difficult for them to find out what happened there. Duan Lingtian is amazing. The Hidden Fog sect's first spirit God realm core disciple in 10,000 years. If I didn't hear it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it. Yes, Duan Lingtian hasn't been at the academy for long, but his achievements in the Hidden Fog sect are too shocking. Once the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy found out, the students naturally found out as well. Whether they knew Duan Lingtian or not, they were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's achievements in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian, amazing. I'll be going to the Hidden Fog sect soon. At that time, you'll have to cover for me. Within the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian was following Tang Chun to the core disciple's residence when he received a message from the Hidden Fog Academy. It was from Ho Qingning. Ho Qingning was the God King level sect's 10,000 leaves sect's junior sect master. He was also a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. Although Duan Lingtian hadn't known him for a long time, because of his enthusiasm and sincerity, Duan Lingtian considered him one of his only two friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. The other person was Ding Yan. Ding Yan, although he wasn't as strong as Ho Qingning, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he was even more mysterious. This was because before the 10-star student trial began, Ding Yan had told him that as long as he followed him, even if he encountered someone from a God King level family, he could protect him with his status. At that time, Duan Lingtian faintly realized that Ding Yan had an extraordinary status. At the very least, that status was enough to intimidate the God King level family clans of Skywind City. Haha, since you've come to the Hidden Fog sect, feel free to look for me if you have any problems. However, the premise is that you're in the right. If you cause trouble, I won't wipe your ass for you. Duan Lingtian laughed in response to Ho Qingning. Do I look like that kind of person? Ho Qingning said somewhat angrily. You don't look like. Just as Ho Qingning let out a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian paused for a moment and then said again, because you are that kind of person. You, can't you finish your sentence in one breath? Ho Qingning was flustered and exasperated. Oh, right. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, I suddenly remembered something before the 10-star student trial began. You said you wanted to spar with me, but I was so busy with a series of things that I couldn't find the time. Aren't you coming to the Hidden Fog sect soon? When you arrive, you and I can make up for our previous spar. Duan Lingtian's message caused Ho Qingning, who was in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, to shiver. Spar? Who wants to spar with a freak like you? Of course. This was Ho Qingning's innermost thoughts. He didn't say them out loud. Did I promise to spar with you? Did you remember wrongly? You must have remembered wrong. I still have things to do, so let's leave it at that for now. Oh, right, there is one more thing. Not long after you went to the Hidden Fog sect, Ding Yan also left the academy. He dropped out ahead of time. Ho Qingning said, he didn't even tell me that he left. I only found out from others that he dropped out, then there was no news of him. I tried to contact him, but he didn't reply. Have you been in contact with him recently? Because of his relationship with Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning and Ding Yan became familiar with each other not long after they met Duan Lingtian. They even exchanged soul beads. Dropped out? After receiving Ho Qingning's message, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. Then, he subconsciously sent a message to Ding Yan through the soul bead Ding Yan left with him. However, there was no response. I didn't contact him after that. I sent him a message just now, but he didn't reply either. Duan Lingtian asked, did he show any unusual behavior before he left? Although he and Ding Yan could only be considered ordinary friends, he was still one of the few friends he had in the realm of gods. After hearing that Ding Yan had left the academy without any news, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but worry. No, Ho Qingning sighed. I sent a message to my father and asked him to help investigate, but he didn't find anything. That guy's origin is very mysterious. I have no idea where he came from. Ho Qingning said. After communicating with Ho Qingning, Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Chun beside him and said, Elder Tang Chun, you should be able to contact Dean Morong, right? Yes, what's the matter? Tang Chun naturally knew who Dean Morong was that Duan Lingtian was talking about. Help me ask him if he knows the 10-star student Ding Yan's origin, Duan Lingtian said. Tang Chun quickly helped Duan Lingtian ask. Duan Lingtian, Vice Sect Master Morong, said that he doesn't know where Ding Yan came from. He only knows that Ding Yan passed the 9-star disciple exam and entered the Hidden Fog Academy. I also asked other people I know in the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City. They also don't know where Ding Yan came from. Obviously, Tang Chun took Duan Lingtian's words to heart. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded, but his heart sank slightly. Ding Yan should be fine, right? After a while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed down. He had thought it through. It was useless to think too much about Ding Yan. There was nothing he could do. The most important thing now was to improve his strength. This way, even if Ding Yan needed his help in the future, he would be able to help. Elder Tang Chun, if I follow you to the Core Disciple Registration Office to choose the Core Disciple Entrance Reward, can I change it to something else? Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Chun and asked. Now he was following Tang Chun to go through the Core Disciple entrance procedures. An inner disciple had to go through other procedures to become a Core Disciple. They had to change their identity token, and according to the rules of the sect, they could also receive a reward. The reward would be at least a middle-grade divine weapon. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't care about middle-grade divine weapons. In fact, there were many things that were equivalent to mid-grade divine artifacts that he didn't fancy or use. It's not possible under normal circumstances. Tang Chun shook his head. Chapter 3694. It won't work. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He had thought that it would work. If it did not work, would he not be able to get another creation pill in the near future? Now, what he wanted the most was the creation pill. In fact, with just 1 or 2 creation pills, he was confident that he would be able to break through to become a lesser godly king. 1 creation pill would give him more than a 50% chance of success. 2 creation pills would give him a 100% chance of success. Of course, the prerequisite was that the creation pill's effect was no different from the rumored one. It could directly break through the bottleneck barrier between a higher godly king and a lesser godly king. Elder Tang Chun, is there a creation pill among the rewards I chose? Duan Lingtian asked. Creation pill. Tang Chun was taken aback for a moment before he shook his head. No, the creation pill is a divine pill for gods. Core disciples are usually already godly kings, so they have no use for creation pills. You're asking this because you want the creation pill? Tang Chun asked. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. If you want the creation pill, it's actually very simple. Tang Chun said, when you receive the core disciple reward later, choose something of higher value and exchange it for the creation pill. I think someone will be willing to exchange it with you. It's also because I've given the few creation pills I've accumulated to Wien. Otherwise, I think she would be willing to let me transfer the creation pill to you. At this point, Tang Chun sighed. At the same time, he intentionally glanced at Duan Lingtian as though he wanted to see if there was any change in Duan Lingtian's expression. When he realized that Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all, he could not help but feel a little disappointed and disappointed. Was his granddaughter's charm so small? Who in the sect has a creation pill? Elder Tang Chun, do you know? The kind that I can exchange with him. Duan Lingtian asked Tang Chun. I'm not too sure about that. Tang Chun shook his head. After all, something like the good fortune pill is too useful for immortals. If news of someone having a good fortune pill spreads, a group of people will immediately trade with him. Everyone wants to get more good fortune pills for their descendants. I suggest that you comprehend a valuable treasure that many people want. That way, you can exchange it for the nature pill. Within the sect, there is a specialized trading hall where you can exchange for creation pills. Speaking of the trading hall, why don't we make a trip there first? Let's see if anyone is willing to exchange the nature pill for something. At this point, Tang Chun paused at the right time. Tang Chun's decision was approved by Duan Lingtian. Compared to becoming a core disciple and choosing a core disciple's entry reward, he cared more about the creation pill. The origin pill was what he needed the most right now. Under Tang Chun's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Hidden Fog Sect's trade hall. It was a great hall that was several times larger than the trial hall. There were stalls neatly arranged everywhere in the great hall, and behind the stalls there were hidden Fog Sect disciples. Looking at the status tokens at their waists, it was clear that there were inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples. And in front of some stalls, there was a white cloth with some words written on it. Most of them were asking to buy something. There was no lack of people asking to buy a divine pill like the nature pill. There were also people asking to buy the Jia Yibing, Sen divine pill. As for some people, they even listed a pile of things that they could take out and exchange for a certain item. Let's see if anyone is willing to exchange the nature pill for something else. If I have it, I can trade with them. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he walked past the stalls. Elder Tang Chun. And along the way, many people recognized Tang Chun, who was leading Duan Lingtian. They respectfully greeted him. Then, when some people recognized Duan Lingtian, there was naturally a stir. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian, hello. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian, I saw your battle with Tu Feng. You are too strong. With your divine spirit realm cultivation, you were able to kill a god king. You are the first person in our Hidden Fog sect to accomplish this. Senior apprentice, Brother Duan Lingtian, I admire you. One by one, the inner and outer sect disciples surrounded Duan Lingtian enthusiastically. They were just like the fanatical fans who chased after celebrities on Earth in Duan Lingtian's previous life. Duan Lingtian smiled in response to such a passionate group of people. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to think of something. His eyes flashed, and he asked in a loud voice, "Everyone, do you see anyone wanting to exchange the nature pill for something?" "I want exchange for several nature pills." As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, many people began to look in the same direction. At the same time, someone took the lead and said to Duan Lingtian, "Senior apprentice Brother Duan, there's an inner sect senior brother over there. He wants to exchange the nature pill for a mediocre, grade, divine artifact." Oh, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Mediocre grade, divine artifact? He did not lack such things at all. In his possession, whether it was the mediocre, grade divine artifacts he obtained in the realms of gods or the heavenly wind city's Zhong clan, there were a few mediocre grade divine artifacts in his possession. Senior apprentice, Brother Duan, that inner sect senior brother is a little greedy. He wants to exchange for a mediocre grade divine artifact, but he only took out 2 nature pills. Senior apprentice, Brother Duan, under normal circumstances, a mediocre grade divine artifact can be exchanged for no less than 4 nature pills. If someone has a mediocre grade divine artifact and has enough nature pills, he might even be willing to take out 5 or more nature pills to exchange for a mediocre grade divine artifact. The group of Hidden Fog sect disciples around Duan Lingtian seemed to be afraid that Duan Lingtian would suffer a loss. They all spoke up to warn him. In their opinion, even if Duan Lingtian had a mediocre grade divine artifact, he must have obtained it from the core disciple's entrance gift after he became a core disciple. If there was only one mediocre grade divine artifact, it would be of great significance. After all, Duan Lingtian had only used a mediocre grade divine artifact in the past. Thank you for the reminder. Duan Lingtian smiled at the crowd and then walked in the direction they were looking at. Along the way, the group of Hidden Fog sect disciples consciously opened up a path for him. Senior apprentice Brother Duan Lingtian is going to exchange for nature pills. He's going to do such a losing business. It can't be, right? Does he lack nature pills that much? Under the stunned gazes of a group of people, Duan Lingtian arrived in front of a stall set up by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. As he saw Duan Lingtian approach, his solemn face revealed a smile. "Junior apprentice Brother Duan, I've heard of you. Now that I've seen you today, you are indeed as handsome and elegant as the rumors say. Senior apprentice Brother praises me too much." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. From the way this person addressed him, it wasn't hard to determine that this person was a God King level inner sect disciple. Wu Feng? At this time, Tang Chun, who had followed Duan Lingtian, recognized the middle-aged man. "I haven't seen you in a long time. When did you return to the sect?" Elder Tang Chun. Seeing Tang Chun, Wu Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up and bowed to Tang Chun. "I returned to the sect several days ago. I haven't had the time to visit you yet." Duan Lingtian was a bit surprised. Judging from Wu Feng's behavior, it seemed like he was rather respectful to Tang Chun. 2 nature pills in exchange for a mediocre grade god weapon. Why didn't you tell me you wanted a mediocre grade god weapon? Tang Chun shook his head. With a raise of his hand, a 5-foot-long saber that was completely surrounded by a silver halo appeared in his hand. "Take this mediocre grade god weapon. As for the 2 nature pills in your hand, give them to Duan Lingtian." As Tang Chun spoke, he glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was next to him. In Tang Chun's opinion, it was definitely beneficial to give Duan Lingtian a favor if he had the opportunity. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Wu Feng. Even if he gave Wu Feng a mediocre-grade god weapon, it wouldn't be a big deal. Doing this was undoubtedly pleasing both sides. Elder Tang Chun. Wu Feng smiled wryly and waved his hand. I haven't even had the time to repay you for saving my life. How can I accept your things? I'll give the 2 nature pills to junior apprentice, Brother Duan. As for the god weapon, I can't accept it. As Wu Feng spoke, he took out a pill bottle and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Junior apprentice, Brother Duan, since you have such a relationship with Elder Tang Chun, take these 2 nature pills as a gift for me. Wu Feng. Just as Tang Chun frowned and was about to say something, Duan Lingtian spoke up. He looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, Thank you for your kindness, Senior Brother Wu Feng. However, I, Duan Lingtian, won't take someone's things for free. I have a mediocre-grade god weapon. As Duan Lingtian spoke, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was completely enshrouded in green light. As soon as it appeared, a fierce sword intent seemed to spread out, giving off a sharp feeling. Clearly, although they were both mediocre-grade god weapons, the quality of this sword was above the saber in Tang Chun's hand. Wu Feng's eyes could not help but light up. When Tang Chun saw this, he smiled wryly to himself and silently put away the saber in his hand. Only then did he recall that with Duan Lingtian's identity and background, it was normal for him to have a mediocre-grade god weapon in his possession. In fact, the Zhong clan might even give Duan Lingtian a few mediocre-grade god weapons as an apology. The image of the former second-in-command of the Zhong clan, Zhong Heir, humbling himself in front of Duan Lingtian, was still vivid in Tang Chun's mind. Junior apprentice, Brother Duan. Wu Feng glanced at the mediocre-grade god sword in Duan Lingtian's hand before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, I've indeed taken advantage of you by using 2 nature pills to exchange for a mediocre-grade god weapon. This time, I, Wu Feng, owe you a favor. Wu Feng did indeed want a mediocre-grade god weapon. When he saw Duan Lingtian take out a mediocre-grade god weapon, he hurriedly exchanged it with him. At the same time, he also exchanged soul pearls with Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Wu Feng, you're too kind. In my eyes now, the value of these 2 nature pills is no less than a mediocre-grade god weapon. When Duan Lingtian put away the medicinal pill bottle that contained the 2 creation pills, his heart that was originally as calm as still water could not help but ripple. As long as the effects of the nature pills were not exaggerated, if he consumed these 2 nature pills, he would definitely become a god king. My words are like spilled water. They cannot be taken back. Even after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Feng still persisted. This also made Duan Lingtian have a better impression of this inner sect senior brother he had just met. Chapter 3695. As the surrounding Hidden Fog sect disciples saw Wu Feng use 2 revival good fortune pills to exchange for a high-quality, medium-grade, divine sword from Duan Lingtian, the eyes of the surrounding Hidden Fog sect disciples blazed. Senior apprentice Brother Duan is giving away his core disciple entrance gift just like that. In our Hidden Fog sect, every core disciple's first medium-grade divine artifact is chosen when they choose their entrance reward. If Senior Apprentice Brother Duan misses this chance, it will be difficult for him to obtain another medium-grade divine artifact in the future. Listening to the whispers of the Hidden Fog sect disciples, it was clear that they all thought that the medium-grade divine sword Duan Lingtian exchanged for was his entrance reward for becoming a core disciple. After all, after becoming a core disciple, one had a chance to choose their entrance reward. This was something they all knew. And among the entrance rewards they could choose, there was bound to be a medium-grade divine artifact. Tang Chun stood to the side. As he heard these whispers, the corners of his lips unconsciously twitched. He was the only one who knew that Duan Lingtian had not gone through the procedures to become a core disciple and had not chosen his reward. The mediocre divine sword that Duan Ling Tian had given away was merely a mediocre divine weapon that he already had. And whether it was when he killed Chiyu or Tu Feng on the extreme martial arena, he hadn't used a medium-grade divine artifact. He had only used a low-grade divine artifact. Junior apprentice Brother Duan, since you're in such a hurry to obtain the revival good fortune pill, are you about to break through and become a god king? Duan Lingtian nodded at Wu Feng and was about to call Tang Chun to leave and go through the core disciple entrance procedures when Wu Feng's sound transmission suddenly echoed in his ears. Duan Lingtian was stunned. As he faced Wu Feng, he could see a sharp light flash in Wu Feng's eyes. Finally, he responded with a sound transmission. Yes. How long will it take to break through? Wu Feng continued to ask with a sound transmission. If you can break through in a short period of time, I might be able to return your favor soon. Senior apprentice Brother Wu Feng, there's no need for favors. There's really no need. Duan Lingtian rejected him with a sound transmission once more. To me, the value of these 2 revival good fortune pills far surpasses a mere medium-grade divine artifact. Junior Brother Duan, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Wu Feng said telepathically, I think you are a trustworthy person, so I will tell you the truth. The reason why I'm in such a hurry to obtain a medium-quality divine artifact is because I'll need it soon. I need to raise my strength to a new level in a short period of time. Me and the other 4 found a divine treasury. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a divine treasury left behind by the God Emperor. The 5 of us each hold a key to open the door to the divine treasury. We agreed to open it soon. At that time, if I want to obtain more benefits from the divine treasure trove, I will need to have stronger strength. As for my strength, I am well aware of it. If I want to increase my strength in the short term, I can only rely on external forces. At this point, Wu Feng paused for a moment. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said through a sound transmission with a burning gaze, Junior Brother Duan, the date we agreed on is 3 months later. However, due to the distance, we have to leave a month's time on the road. Therefore, I have to set off in 2 months. The 5 of us can each bring a companion with us. However, the companion's cultivation can't be higher than a lesser god king. At most, he can only be a lesser god king. Originally, I planned to find one of my friends who are also inner sect disciples to go with me. However, I haven't greeted anyone yet. How about this? If you can break through and become a god king in 2 months, I'll bring you along. What do you think? I'm also looking forward to seeing your strength after you break through and become a lesser god king. You're a core disciple who managed to kill the lesser god king, Tu Feng, even though you're only a greater god. Of course, I have my own selfish motives as well. You're strong, so I have an advantage over them. In Wu Feng's opinion, this junior Brother Duan was able to kill Tu Feng, who wasn't much weaker than him when he was only a greater god. Once he broke through and became a god king, he would definitely become even stronger. At that time, in the vicinity of Tunglung province, apart from the top prodigies of God Emperor forces, no one with the same cultivation level would be a match for him. As for the other 4 people who discovered the suspected divine treasure left behind by God Emperor, they were only lesser god kings of God Emperor forces. Suspected divine treasure left behind by God Emperor? Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. He had to admit that he was tempted. In the Plains of Gods, a God Emperor was able to rule over a vast area and support an Emperor God force. In the Plains of Gods, Emperor God forces were second only to godly venerable forces. For example, in the Tunglung province, where the Hidden Fog sect was located, there were no godly venerable forces. The strongest forces were only a few God Emperor forces. In the Tunglung province, God Emperors were definitely the strongest powerhouses. How could the divine treasure left behind by such an existence be ordinary? I don't care about divine weapons. After all, I have the 7 orifices, exquisite sword. However, divine pills, divine fruits, and divine herbs that can increase one's cultivation level are precious treasures to me. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Feng again with surprise in his eyes. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Wu Feng. Senior Brother Wu Feng, if I break through to the God King realm, I will inform you immediately. If there are no accidents, I should be able to break through in 2 months. Duan Lingtian said. All right, I will wait for you, Wu Feng replied. I just thought about it. 2 months later, when I depart, if you haven't broken through by then, you can come with me. Although you are not a God King, your strength is not weaker than mine. I was thinking too much into it just now. I thought that since we are both God Kings, you must also break through to the God King realm before you can come with us. In truth, there is no cultivation limit to entering the divine treasure left behind by a God Emperor. Hearing Wu Feng's words, Duan Lingtian naturally expressed his thanks again and again. At the same time, he secretly relaxed. This was because, although he had a certain degree of confidence, he was also afraid that the medicinal effects of the revival good fortune pill wouldn't be like the rumors. He wouldn't encounter bottlenecks on the road to the God King realm. Once it happened, he might not be able to break through to the God King realm in a short period of time. Of course, under normal circumstances, 2 revival good fortune pills would be enough for him to break through. Moreover, if you were to go with me with a cultivation at the divine spirit realm, they would definitely look down on you, and from there, look down on our group. Perhaps we could even wait for the 8 of them to start fighting and reap the benefits. Wu Feng smiled and said, Of course, it's best if you can break through. After chatting with Wu Feng for a bit more, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Hidden Fog sect disciples, he and Tang Chun left the exchange hall to complete the core disciple entrance procedures. The core disciple entrance procedures weren't too troublesome. When they arrived at the place, under Tang Chun's arrangement, Duan Lingtian handed in his inner sect disciple identity token and received a new identity token that belonged to him. It was the core disciple identity token. Once a core disciple enters the sect, you can receive a reward. Do you want to receive it now? The core elder responsible for handling the core disciple entrance procedures for Duan Lingtian asked Duan Lingtian. This core elder was the Hidden Fog sect's 17th elder. Even Tang Chun had to be respectful in front of him, not daring to slight him. The 17th elder was a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes. He was slightly fat and looked more like a wealthy merchant. He didn't have the air of a god king at all. Of course, as a core elder, he wasn't as simple as a god king. His strength could be placed in the front ranks of the Hidden Fog sect's upper god kings. He was only a step away from the divine sovereign realm. He wasn't much weaker than the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin. As for the core elders, besides a few extremely strong ones, the rest of the core elders who were ranked were all about the same in strength. In fact, some of the core elders who were ranked were already stronger than the core elders who were ranked above them. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, under the guidance of the core elder, he walked in and headed towards the chamber where the entrance rewards were stored. As for Tang Chun, after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, he left. Later, he would head to the core disciple residences. The 17th elder would arrange for someone to lead Duan Lingtian there. However, before he left, Tang Chun reminded Duan Lingtian, if you don't have any other rewards you want, then choose a medium-grade divine artifact. Even if you don't have any use for it, you can still maximize its value and exchange it for something you want. If you're lucky, you can even exchange it for several revival good fortune pills. Duan Lingtian didn't take Tang Chun's reminder to heart. This was because he felt that he had his own choice in this matter. Even if it was a treasure that was far less valuable than a medium-grade divine artifact, as long as he needed it, he would choose it. He didn't lack medium-grade divine artifacts. As for exchanging a medium-grade divine artifact for something else, he would have to wait for someone to sell it. He didn't have the patience to wait. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out a medium-grade divine artifact to exchange for Wu Feng's 2 revival good fortune pills. It had to be known that a medium-grade divine artifact could be exchanged for 4 or more revival good fortune pills. Duan Lingtian, I've heard of you a long time ago. I also heard that you refused Elder Thunder. On the way to the chamber, the 17th elder narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I already have a master in the Devata realm, so it's inconvenient for me to acknowledge another master. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's words were perfunctory. Previously, when they were still in the Devata realm, he had discussed this matter with Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang had told him that he didn't have to worry too much about it. If he really felt that it would be helpful to him, it was not a big deal for him to acknowledge another master. Compared to this, he was more concerned about his position in Duan Lingtian's heart. Many people would even kill their only master for their own benefits. So what if such people only acknowledged one master? Did his master not die a horrible death in the end? However, there were some people who, even if they had many masters, could still guarantee their respect for each master. They would not look down on their previous masters just because their strength was greater than their previous masters. Chapter 3696. However, despite Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian had no intention of becoming a disciple of another master. At the very least, he did not have one for now. Perhaps he might have a master in the future, but for now he had no intention of becoming a disciple of another master. You're from a Devata realm? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a hint of regret flashed in 17th Elder's eyes at the same time. After all, it was almost impossible for someone from a Devata realm to be a native of a realm of gods. If he was not a native of a realm of gods, it was almost impossible for him to possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse and awaken the power of his bloodline. In the realms of gods, the power of one's bloodline was also a part of one's strength. If a person who had awakened his bloodline and a person who hadn't, as long as the former's bloodline wasn't too useless, once they fought, as long as the former's bloodline wasn't too useless, he would definitely be able to easily defeat the latter. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm sure your master will be very happy if he finds out that you're so determined. The 17th elder said, changing the topic. This time, Duan Lingtian merely smiled and did not reply. At the same time, the 17th elder brought Duan Lingtian to the door of the secret chamber, where the core disciple's reward was kept. After the 17th elder removed the formation, the door of the secret chamber slowly opened. It was an underground secret chamber. As for Duan Lingtian, he followed the 17th elder all the way down the stairs. Go in and pick anything you like. Anything will do. The 17th elder said to Duan Lingtian as he stood at the door of the secret chamber. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already passed through the door and entered the secret chamber. What entered his eyes was a vast expanse of land. Around the expanse of land and in the middle were rows of shelves filled with items. There were weapons, medicinal pill bottles, jade slips, divine fruits, divine herbs. Next to each item was a jade slip with the name of the item engraved on it. The memory jade slip next to each item has an introduction. You can extend your divine sense to explore it. When Duan Lingtian entered the secret chamber, his attention was drawn to the interior of the secret chamber. At this moment, the 17th elder's voice rang from behind him, reminding him of his presence. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response, and then strolled around the secret chamber. At the same time, one item after another appeared before his eyes. His divine sense could see a lot of information entering his mind, allowing him to see the introductions of the corresponding items. 3 Yuyang pills. They can aid the cultivation of a god king, and their effects are far superior to that of a godstone. This was a memory jade slipped beside a pill bottle. The description of the pills in the pill bottle became more and more detailed. Any god king would probably be moved by it. After all, it was an item that aided one's cultivation. It was relatively rare. Of course, a divine pill like the Yuan pill also had a resistance to its effects. After taking 3 pills, its effects would be greatly reduced. After taking 10 pills, it would no longer have any effect on cultivation. I'm afraid that only those who have not consumed the Yu-Yang pill will receive it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, the Yu-Yang pill was not very tempting to Duan Lingtian. This was because there were more than 10 Yu-Yang pills in the storage ring given to him by the Chong clan. A mere 3 Yu-Yang pills was not enough to catch his eye. Bone-melting jade archive. Medial-grade divine artifact. Once activated, not only can it display powerful offensive power, if it touches the opponent's bones, it can extend the power of bone melting and melt the opponent's bones. It will be more effective for those who are proficient in the water laws. This was an introduction to a jade archive with a simple design. It was covered with lines and patterns. Once one's divine sense approached the lines and patterns on the jade archive, they would be obstructed. Obviously, they were not ordinary lines and patterns. This medial-grade divine artifact is not bad. It's stronger than most of the medial-grade divine artifacts in my possession. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to take the bone-melting jade archive. When Duan Lingtian walked past the bone transformation jade archive as though he had no intention of picking it up, the 17th elder said, Duan Lingtian, the bone transformation jade archive is one of the 2 most powerful mediocre divine weapons here. In fact, in terms of preciousness, the bone-melting jade archive is more valuable than the other medial-grade divine artifact. You can consider it. Upon hearing the 17th elder's words, Duan Lingtian hastily said, Thank you for the reminder, 17th elder. Naturally, he could tell that the 17th elder meant well. However, he did not need a medial-grade divine artifact, let alone a medial-grade divine artifact without an artifact soul. Even if it was a medial-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul, he would not be interested in it. After all, he had the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, a prominent grade divine artifact with an artifact soul. Following this, Duan Lingtian walked around the secret chamber twice. At this time he had a target in mind. The body-strengthening divine fruit. The body-strengthening divine fruit was very useful to those who had just broken through to the divine king stage. It could allow them to completely consolidate their cultivation base as a lower divine king in a day. Moreover, it was the kind that would allow them to consolidate their cultivation base very firmly. To Duan Lingtian, this was a very good choice. At the very least, there was nothing else in the secret chamber that was more tempting to Duan Lingtian than this fruit. However, he did not need it now. However, what about after he consumed the 2 revival pills? At that time, he would naturally need it. 17th elder, I'll take the body-strengthening divine fruit. Duan Lingtian took the body-strengthening divine fruit and walked up to the 17th elder. However, the 17th elder frowned. Duan Lingtian, are you sure? Although the body-strengthening divine fruit is rare, its effect is only SOSO for a divine king. Although it can help you consolidate your cultivation on the day you break through to God King. Even if you consolidate your cultivation on your own, a few months to half a year will be enough with your talent. The 17th elder said, One is several months to half a year. The other is a chance to obtain a medium-grade divine artifact. If you choose the former, are you sure you won't regret it? It was clear that in the 17th elder's opinion, Duan Lingtian's choice was not rational. The value of a medium-grade divine artifact was far greater than the body-strengthening divine fruit. In the history of the Hidden Fog sect, many people had used the body-strengthening divine fruit to exchange for a medium-grade divine artifact, but no one was willing to do so. There were even people who used the body-strengthening divine fruit and some other treasures to exchange for a medium-grade divine artifact, but no one was willing to do so. "I'll take it," Duan Lingtian confirmed. He knew what the 17th Elder was thinking. The 17th Elder definitely thought that the body-strengthening divine fruit was far less valuable than a medium-grade divine artifact. But this body-strengthening divine fruit was something that could only be found by chance. At the very least, when he went to the exchange hall, he didn't see anyone take it out. He didn't know when he would see the body-strengthening divine fruit again. He didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. Moreover, to the current him, the body-strengthening divine fruit was far more valuable than a medium-grade divine artifact. All right. The 17th Elder saw Duan Lingtian insist. Although he felt it was a pity, he didn't try to persuade him any further. "Let's go out. I've already sent someone to guide you to the core disciples' cultivation area." Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked the 17th Elder. "Thank you, 17th Elder, 17th Elder." The person that the 17th Elder found was a thin and small old man. He looked as if the wind could blow him away. After arriving, he respectfully bowed to the 17th Elder. "This is the inner sect Elder, Zhang Jin." At this time, the 17th Elder introduced this person to Duan Lingtian. "He is the inner sect Elder in charge of the core disciples' cultivation area. If you have any problems, you can look for him. Elder Zhang Jin." Duan Lingtian quickly greeted Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin's eyes lit up as he stared at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I've long heard of your name. However, I heard that you rejected Elder Lei's invitation to take you in as a disciple. What a pity." After saying this, Zhang Jin shook his head. "You're too young and too impulsive. If you become Elder Lei's disciple, you can do whatever you want in the sect. Even the sect leader will have to give you some leeway." Zhang Jin's tone became more and more regretful. Those who didn't know better might have thought that he was the one who rejected Elder Lei's offer and not Duan Lingtian. Everyone has their own ambitions. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His expression was as calm as ever. "Next, I'll have to trouble Elder Zhang Jin to lead the way." "Sure." Zhang Jin shook his head and sighed. Then he led the way. As for Duan Lingtian, after greeting Elder 17th, he followed. A moment later, Duan Lingtian was led by Zhang Jin. They passed through a complex of buildings and arrived in the skies above a mountain range. Within the hidden fog sect station, there were all sorts of terrains. The mountains and rivers were picturesque, and the scenery was beautiful. Duan Lingtian had already become accustomed to this. "Duan Lingtian, you are the first divine spirit realm core disciple of our hidden fog sect in 10,000 years. Now, I will introduce you to some things that aren't recorded in the core disciple handbook along the way." Zhang Jin patiently introduced Duan Lingtian. But halfway through his introduction, Zhang Jin's voice came to an abrupt halt. A figure appeared, blocking Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jin's path. This was a tall and burly young man wearing a crimson robe. His face was firm and his long black hair draped over his back. A crimson ribbon was tied around his forehead. As soon as the young man appeared, he nodded at Zhang Jin. "Elder Zhang Jin." Before Zhang Jin had the chance to speak, the young man once again looked at Duan Lingtian, and his originally normal voice became slightly indifferent at this moment. "You're the new core disciple, Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian frowned. The other party's attitude towards him had clearly changed. This made him feel uncomfortable. For a time, Duan Lingtian ignored him. Duan Lingtian. At this time, Zhang Jin seemed to sense Duan Lingtian's mood. He immediately opened his mouth and introduced this as Elder Feng's eldest disciple, Shengguan Xiongfeng. In the sect, there are currently 62 With you added on, there are 63 core disciples. Amongst the core disciples, his strength can be ranked in the top 3. With a middle God King cultivation, he can defeat ordinary upper God King level inner sect elders. Zhang Jin deliberately mentioned Shangguan, Xiongfing's strength. He clearly wanted Duan Lingtian to be more polite to Shangguan Xiongfing so that he wouldn't anger him. But at this time, Shangguan Xiongfing spoke again, as if he were issuing an order that couldn't be disobeyed. Take out those 2 revival good fortune pills. I, Shangguan Xiongfing, want them. Chapter 3697. 2 revival good fortune pills. Hearing Shangguan Xiongfing's words, Duan Lingtian also knew why this person was blocking his path. It was because he had taken a fancy to the 2 revival good fortune pills he had exchanged for a medium-grade divine artifact at the trading hall. However, Shangguan Xiongfing's overbearing tone left him in a bad mood. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian glanced at Shangguan Xiongfing and said, These 2 revival good fortune pills are for my own use. I won't transfer them to anyone else. However, hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhang Jin's complexion changed. This little ancestor, could it be that he still didn't understand the situation? If he had agreed to become Elder Lei's disciple, then he would have been able to act tough in front of Shangguan Xiongfing today. But the problem was that he had rejected Elder Lei and lost Elder Lei's support. Now, rejecting Shangguan Xiongfing was no different from striking a stone with an egg. I originally wanted to use 2 low-grade divine artifacts to exchange for 2 revival good fortune pills, but since you don't know what's good for you, I'll only give you 1 now. Shangguan Xiongfing looked at Duan Lingtian, a mocking look in his eyes and a playful smile on his face. At the same time, a 3-foot-long blue sword appeared in his hand. A faint light twined around it. Just by sensing its aura, one could see that it was a low-grade divine artifact. To be more accurate, it was a low-grade divine artifact that hadn't given birth to an artifact soul. In fact, in a divine emperor-level sect like the Hidden Fog sect, it was basically impossible for a low-grade divine artifact to give birth to an artifact soul. Even if one appeared, it would be snatched away by someone from a divine emperor-level sect. Of course, this snatching didn't mean forcibly taking it away. It could also be exchanged for something else. But the value of what was exchanged was absolutely inferior to a low-grade divine artifact that had given birth to an artifact soul. As for medium-grade divine artifacts that had given birth to an artifact soul, some powerful divine emperor-level sects might have them, but it was impossible for most divine emperor-level sects to have them. As for high-grade divine artifacts that had given birth to an artifact soul, it was impossible for divine emperor-level sects to have them. They could only appear in divine venerable-level sections. Moreover, not everyone in divine venerable-level sects had the qualifications to possess such a high-grade divine artifact. Low-grade divine artifact. Hearing Shangguan Xiongfing's words, Zhang Jin just sighed, as if he was not surprised, but Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. The value of a low-grade divine artifact was much lower than a middle-grade divine artifact. In fact, even if he took out 10 low-quality divine artifacts to exchange for a medium-quality divine artifact, although it was the market price, it was unlikely that anyone would trade for it. In private transactions, there would often be cases where a dozen or 20 low-quality god artifacts were exchanged for a mid-quality god artifact. As for exchanging for the Fate Pill, not to mention other places, but in the Hidden Fog Sect's trading hall, even if you took out 10 low-grade divine artifacts, no one would be willing to trade for a single revival good fortune pill. This was because the revival good fortune pill was far more precious than a low-grade divine artifact. In the Hidden Fog sect, almost every inner sect disciple had a low-grade divine artifact. However, those who had the Fate Pill were few and far between. Usually, even if they had it, they would use it for themselves. Even if they couldn't use it, they would exchange it for something more valuable to them. How about this? I will give you 10 low-grade divine artifacts, and you will give me a single revival good fortune pill. How about it? Duan Lingtian looked at Shangguan Xiongfing as he spoke, and his words were no different from saying that Shangguan Xiongfing was indulging in wild fantasies. A low-grade divine artifact in exchange for 2 revival good fortune pills? Even the Hidden Fog sect's sovereign couldn't say such a thing, right? Duan Lingtian. On the side, Zhang Jin heard Duan Lingtian's words and knew that something bad was about to happen. His complexion changed, and he quickly reminded Duan Lingtian with a sound transmission. You cannot afford to offend Shangguan Xiongfing. He is Elder Feng's most beloved disciple. He is also the disciple that has followed Elder Feng since he was a child. Even his name was given to him by Elder Feng. Elder Feng has never accepted a disciple in his life. It was only after he met Shangguan Xiongfing that he began to do so. However, even now, Elder Feng only has 3 great disciples. Among them, Shangguan Xiongfing is the eldest disciple. Shangguan Xiongfing is only a core disciple, and his status in the sect is equal to an inner sect elder. But the truth is that even those core elders, protectors, and vice sect masters don't dare to rashly provoke Shangguan Xiongfing. Today, he wants the revival good fortune pill. Just give it to him. There is no need to further offend him. Although the sect has a rule that fellow disciples are not allowed to kill each other, that is only relative to ordinary elders and disciples. When it comes to Shangguan Xiongfing, those rules are in name only. Today, even if he kills you in front of me, I won't dare to speak carelessly. Otherwise, the next one to die will be me. Even if the scene of him killing you is captured by the sect's array formation mirror image, the sect won't use it to punish him. This is only because he is Elder Feng's eldest disciple. The 4 great grand elders, wind, thunder, cloud, and mist. Although there is no ranking, Elder Feng is definitely the most mysterious and unfathomable one. You don't have to lose your life for 2 revival good fortune pills. In the past, there were 2 core disciples who died in Shangguan Xiongfing's hands, but in the end, the matter was left unsettled. Zhang Jin's voice transmission could be said to be earnestly and kindly. Moreover, it was obvious that he wanted to help Duan Lingtian. A hint of coldness flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard Zhang Jin's words. At the same time, he began to calculate inwardly. A medium divine king who's capable of killing an inner sect elder who's a superior divine king. Without the help of the 5 divine elements, even if I use all my means, including the superior grade 7 orifices exquisite sword, and Huang Er's help, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to take down such an existence. Moreover, that would expose Huang Er and the 7 orifices exquisite sword. A superior grade divine weapon with an artifact soul is a precious treasure even in an ultimate god sect. If it's exposed, I'll definitely die. Duan Lingtian knew that if his superior grade 7 orifices exquisite sword with an artifact soul was exposed, what awaited him would be a slim chance of survival, or even a slim chance of survival. Why? You're not willing to exchange? Shangguan Xiongfeng stared at Duan Lingtian with a mocking expression. Now, I've changed my mind. I won't even give you an inferior grade divine weapon. You'll willingly give me the 2 creation pills. Of course, you can also refuse. However, even if you refuse, it won't change the fact that the 2 creation pills will be in my hands. Unless you want to die. If you die, your spatial ring will self-destruct, and I won't be able to obtain the 2 creation pills. However, are you willing to die? Just for the 2 creation pills? As he spoke, the mocking expression on Shangguan Xiongfeng's face became even more pronounced. The mocking look in his eyes could not be any more intense. If I insist on not giving them to you, will you kill me? Duan Lingtian secretly took a deep breath and stared at Shangguan Xiongfeng intently. He lowered his voice and asked in a slightly different tone. What do you think? Shangguan Xiongfeng asked with a mocking expression. Duan Lingtian secretly took a deep breath, and then a wisp of light flashed in his eyes as he seemed to have figured something out. He casually withdrew the medicinal pill bottle that contained the 2 creation pills from his spatial ring and tossed it to Shengguan Xiongfeng. A wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad. Shengguan Xiongfeng took the pill bottle. After opening it and confirming it, he nodded with satisfaction. After that, he no longer looked at Duan Lingtian and left in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to him in a daze. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Duan Lingtian, you did the right thing. I know you must be very dissatisfied now, but there's no other way. The situation is beyond your control. As he said just now, compared to the 2 creation pills, your life is more important." Zhang Jin said, "Elder Zhang Jin, I'm fine." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. His eyes were calm and did not look like he had just been robbed. Huh. Seeing Duan Lingtian come out of the haze so quickly, Zhang Jin's pupils shrank sharply and his heart trembled. That Duan Lingtian will probably regret it in the future. At this moment, even he did not know why such a thought suddenly appeared. "Elder Zhang Jin, please continue." Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and flew in the direction of the core disciple's residence. At the same time, he did not forget to call out to Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin heard this and chased after him. At the same time, he continued to introduce some things that were not in the core disciple handbook to Duan Lingtian. The whole process was very patient, and Duan Lingtian also listened patiently. Of course, while patiently listening to Zhang Jin, Duan Lingtian was trying to suppress a monstrous anger deep in his heart. "Shengguan Xiongfeng, I will remember what happened this time. Today, you want 2 creation pills from me. In the future, it will not be as simple as 2 creation pills from you." After experiencing 2 lifetimes along the way, Duan Lingtian had encountered many difficulties and setbacks. Naturally, he knew the principle of being flexible. However, there were some things that he could not be flexible about even if he died. Just like this time, although a mere 2 nature pills would slow down his progress towards becoming a god king, it was not as important as his own life. "It seems that I will have to challenge the Divine Emperor's divine treasure, as Senior Brother Wu Feng said, as a divine spirit realm cultivation." Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Just as Duan Lingtian was being led into the core disciple's residence by Zhang Jin, on the other side, Shengguan Xiongfeng, who had just robbed Duan Lingtian of 2 creation pills, came to an independent residence on the side of a huge mountain and said, "Long Shao, the matter you asked me to do is done." After a while, a similarly tall and strong figure walked out from inside. He was wearing a dark golden robe. His brows were dignified and his face was handsome. He had the demeanor of a young emperor. With a glance, it was as if he was looking down on the world and all living things. That Duan Lingtian is very cowardly. He has no backbone at all. Shengguan Xiongfeng said, "I threatened him slightly and he obediently gave me 2 creation pills. In my opinion, such a coward is not worthy of being Elder Lei's disciple. He is not worthy of being in the same group as us." Chapter 3698. If it weren't for Honorable Master being interested in him, I wouldn't even bother with him. The tall figure wearing dark golden robes was a young man. After hearing Shengguan Xiongfeng's words, he shook his head and disdainfully said, "So what if he is a genius? If he can't grow, everything is in vain." This young man was called Long Shao. He was the eldest disciple of the hidden fog sect's Elder Lei. The last time on the extreme martial arena, Shi Tongming was the one who invited Duan Lingtian to become Elder Lei's disciple, and this was his junior apprentice brother. Last time, after Shi Tongming returned, he said that Duan Lingtian had refused to become his honorable master's disciple. Although his honorable master had only smiled and brushed it off, he had still caught a trace of displeasure in his honorable master's eyes. Because of this, from that moment on, he remembered this matter in his heart. Today, when Duan Lingtian went to the trading hall and exchanged a medium-grade divine artifact for 2 revival good fortune pills, he had also heard from others. It was also at that time that he wanted to mess with Duan Lingtian. Thus, he found his friend, Shangguan Xiongfeng, and had him snatch away Duan Lingtian's 2 revival good fortune pills to vent his anger. Shangguan Xiongfeng was Elder Feng's eldest disciple, and as Long Shao was Elder Lei's eldest disciple, he had always had a good relationship with Shangguan Xiongfeng. With just a message, Shangguan Xiongfeng had gone to help him with this matter. Next, are you going to ignore him, or are you going to tease him? Shangguan Xiongfeng grinned and asked. He dared to refuse my honorable master. If I let him go like this, that would be letting him off too easily. Long Shao sneered. His eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. Later, I'll go and humiliate him again. I'll add a handful of salt to his wound. Ha ha, Shangguan Xiongfeng laughed. Then you have to tell me what happened. I'm very interested to know. Also, once he breaks through and becomes a divine king, we'll find a chance to kill him. His performance today can be said to be cowardice, but it can also be said to be forbearance. If we don't kill him, then with his natural talent and comprehension ability, he might ride on our heads in the future. At that time, if he wants to settle old scores, then it won't be a good thing for us. As Shangguan Xiongfeng spoke, his eyes flashed with killing intent. There's no hurry. Long Shao smiled faintly. Let's see if he's willing to walk 10 miles on his knees and beg my master to take him in as a disciple. However, based on my understanding of my master, if that Duan Lingtian really did that, he would never take Duan Lingtian in as a disciple. Once this matter falls through, we will do as you said. After that Duan Lingtian breaks through and becomes a god king, we'll find an opportunity to kill him. Killing him now would be letting him off too easily. When he breaks through and becomes a god king and feels that his future is bright, then I'll kill him. The effect will be better. A cold killing intent flashed in Long Zhao's eyes as he spoke. Indeed, Shangguan Xiongfeng nodded with a smile. I think so too. I didn't expect you to have the same thoughts as me. It was a huge blow to Duan Lingtian that the 2 creation pills were snatched away. After all, he originally had the opportunity to become a god king in a day with the 2 creation pills. However, now that the creation pills were gone, even if he still had many divine pills that aided his cultivation, their effects could not be compared to the creation pills. Under such circumstances, even the body-strengthening divine fruit that he obtained from the core disciple challenge could not be used for the time being. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. How could I have forgotten about the Zhong clan? The Zhong clan of Tianfeng City had been extremely respectful to him ever since he had eaten with Tang Chun at the restaurant. In order to make amends, they had even given him a large sum of wealth. Among the wealth, there were 5 creation pills. At that time, according to his calculations, the Zhong clan should have given him half of their wealth. If he guessed correctly, the Zhong clan should still have 5 creation pills left. Fine Zhong Tiannu. Under the guidance of inner sect Elder Zhang Jin, Duan Lingtian arrived at an independent mansion. Not long after he entered the room, Duan Lingtian left the room and the mansion. Then he left the core disciples' cultivation area. The core disciples' cultivation area was located in a mountain range. Vast mansions of different shapes and sizes were scattered everywhere. There were at least 100 of them, but now there were only a few dozen mansions with people living in them. Duan Lingtian casually found a mansion to stay in. In the Hidden Fog sect, it wasn't just the inner sect disciples' cultivation area. Even the core disciples' cultivation area was the same. There was no competition like the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student dormitories. Young Master Duan, are you looking for me for something? Zhong Tiannu was flattered to see Duan Lingtian come looking for him. At the same time, he was also a bit nervous. Recently, Duan Lingtian's performance in the Hidden Fog sect had not only stunned everyone in the Hidden Fog sect, but it had also frightened him. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would have such monstrous talent and perception. In the past, he only thought that Duan Lingtian had a good background. But looking at the current situation, it wouldn't be long before Duan Lingtian relied on his own strength. He didn't need to rely on the influence behind him to suppress their Zhong clan. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. I came looking for you because I want you to ask your foster father if the Zhong clan still has creation pills. If they do, I, Duan Lingtian, am willing to take out a middle-grade divine artifact to exchange for them. A middle-grade divine artifact for 3 creation pills. Duan Lingtian offered a high price. If the Zhong clan still had creation pills, they absolutely wouldn't hide them. I'll help you ask. Hearing this, Zhong Tiannu didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly sent a message to his foster father, the patriarch of Skywind City's Zhong clan. A moment later, Zhong Tiannu regained his composure. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said apologetically, Young Master Duan, my foster father asked me to convey his apologies to you. The family originally had 5 creation pills, but some time ago were distributed to the family juniors. Now, there is only 1 creation pill left. The patriarch said that he will immediately have someone deliver it to young Master Duan. Young Master Duan doesn't need to pay anything. Zhong Tiannu said, although he was a little disappointed. Duan Lingtian was still pleasantly surprised that there was a creation pill. Convey my thanks to the Zhong clan's patriarch. Even though Duan Lingtian had hardened his heart towards the Zhong clan before, he couldn't help but feel his heart soften at this moment. The Zhong clan was so cooperative that he couldn't bear to target them too much. However, when he recalled the Zhong clan's men of sacrifice he had encountered earlier, he knew he would never let go of anyone from the Zhong clan who had participated in the assassination attempt. Naturally, even if that day came, he would still have to wait for a while. Currently, the Zhong clan was afraid of him because of Duan Qiaoyu's appearance in the past. She had given him the opportunity to intimidate others. If it wasn't for Duan Qiaoyu and Yu Qiushuan, the Divine Emperor, the Zhong clan would not have been so afraid of him. Duan Lingtian? After greeting Zhong Tiannu, Duan Lingtian left the cultivation area of the inner sect disciples. When he returned to the cultivation area of the core disciples, he discovered someone was waiting for him outside his mansion. It was a young man dressed in a long, dark, golden robe. He was tall and burly, and was not shorter than Duan Lingtian. He was quite handsome and had a dignified expression. The first impression he gave off was that he was arrogant. When Duan Lingtian heard the young man calling out his name, he raised his eyebrows slightly. You are Long Shao. In a flash, the young man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and sized him up. Long Shao. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. If it was before today, he wouldn't have known who Long Shao was. However, after Shangguan Xiongfeng snatched away the 2 revival pills, he learned of Long Zhao's existence from the inner sect elder, Zhang Jin. Long Shao was Elder Lei's eldest disciple. Elder Lei was the Hidden Fog sect's supreme elder who wanted to take him in as a disciple but was rejected by him. He was one of the 4 strongest supreme elders. Of course, he didn't reject Elder Lei directly. He only rejected the disciple Elder Lei sent, Shi Tongming. The reason Zhang Jin mentioned Long Shao was because he suspected that Shangguan Xiongfeng's appearance and snatching of the 2 revival pills from Duan Lingtian had something to do with Long Shao. Otherwise, he couldn't figure out why Shangguan Xiongfeng would suddenly target Duan Lingtian. In the past, there had been news of other inner sect disciples possessing revival pills, but Shangguan Xiongfeng had never tried to snatch them away. This was because if news of this spread, his reputation wouldn't be good. No matter how much Shangguan Xiongfeng didn't care about his reputation, he was still Elder Feng's eldest disciple. He had to protect Elder Feng's reputation. Because of this, Zhang Jin suspected that Shangguan Xiongfeng's appearance was incited by Long Shao. This was because the two of them were familiar with each other and were good friends. Of course, Zhang Jin only said that this was his guess and that he might have guessed wrong. But Duan Lingtian knew that the possibility of this was very high. Zhang Jin was only afraid of stirring up trouble, so he repeatedly said that this was just his guess and might not be correct. It seems that Elder Zhang Jin's guess was correct. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "Let me formally introduce myself." Long Shao looked at Duan Lingtian arrogantly and said with a grin, "I, Long Shao, am Elder Lei's eldest disciple. Shi Tongming, who met you last time, is my junior brother." Long Shao said. "What's the matter?" Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. "Nothing much." Long Shao shook his head and looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. "Duan Lingtian, I heard that you exchanged a middle-grade divine weapon for 2 revival pills today." Someone actually snatched them away. That person seems to be Elder Feng's eldest disciple, Shangguan Xiongfeng. Long Shao looked as if he had just heard about it. "You came here just to mock me?" Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm and his emotions were calm. He had already guessed Long Zhao's intention. He was here to kick him when he was down. "Of course not." Long Shao shook his head again. "I'm here to show you the right way. Shangguan Xiongfeng dared to snatch your revival pills because you, Duan Lingtian, have no background and are easy to bully. If you were my master, Elder Lei's disciple, and my junior brother, do you think he would dare to do that? Even if you are my junior brother now, Shangguan Xiongfeng will have to obediently spit out the 2 revival pills." Chapter 3699. Long Zhao's face was filled with righteous indignation, as if he was fighting for justice for Duan Lingtian. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Long Shao looked more like a clown. "I'd like to hear the details." When Duan Lingtian heard that Long Shao was going to point him in the right direction, he looked deeply at Long Shao and slowly spoke. "Become my honored master's disciple." Seeing Duan Lingtian's interest, Long Zhao's eyes flashed and he went straight to the point. "However, my honored master is one of the 4 strongest grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Since he was rejected by you, he definitely won't agree to you taking him as your master. However, you can go from 10 miles away from my honored master's cultivation area and kneel and kowtow with every step you take. You can go to my honored master's cultivation area and ask him to take you as his master. As the saying goes, sincerity is the key to success. If you do this, with my understanding of my honored master, he definitely won't refuse you. Kneel and kowtow. It would be best if you could see blood every time you kowtow." Long Shao said in all seriousness. Thank you for the reminder." Duan Lingtian nodded. His expression didn't change, and he was still as carefree as before. "I'll think about it." Of course, Duan Lingtian was only saying this. In his heart, he didn't plan on paying attention to Long Shao at all. But in order to not make Long Shao do something desperate, he decided to use a roundabout method to avoid Long Shao being like Shangguan Xiongfeng. According to what the inner sect elder Zhang Jin said, although Long Zhao's strength wasn't as good as Shangguan Xiongfeng's, the difference wasn't much. Among the core disciples, his strength could be ranked in the top 5. Similarly, with the cultivation of a middle god king, he could defeat an ordinary upper God King inner sect elder. In addition, Long Zhao's honored master was one of the strongest grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. He would definitely protect him. Thus, Duan Lingtian didn't think he could play around with him right now. "All right, think about it carefully." Long Shao nodded. "If you do as I say, you can become my master's disciple and my junior brother. At that time, I'll help you get those 2 creation pills back from Shangguan Xiongfeng." Long Shao left as soon as he finished speaking. As for Duan Lingtian, he was already thinking of a way out. It looks like my future days in the Hidden Fog sect won't be easy, whatever. I should leave the Hidden Fog sect first, lest they find a chance to attack me. My current strength is still too weak. However, I don't need to lose my status as a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect for now. Once I have enough strength, I will return. After Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, he did not return to the mansion in front of him. Instead, he turned around and left again. This time, not only did he leave the core disciple residence, but he even left the Hidden Fog sect. However, before he left, he first looked for Transcendent Fury and said that he needed to immediately obtain the Revival Good Fortune pill. This was because he had urgent matters to attend to and had to leave the Hidden Fog sect. As for Transcendent Fury, he immediately contacted his adoptive father, the Zhong family patriarch. He immediately recalled the person he sent to deliver the Revival Good Fortune pill and had him wait outside Skywind City's gates for Duan Lingtian so that he could pass the Revival Good Fortune pill to Duan Lingtian. Senior Apprentice, Brother Wu Feng. After looking for Transcendent Fury, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to send a message to Wu Feng. I will be leaving soon. I will return in 2 months. At that time, you and I will meet outside the sect. He didn't forget his agreement with Wu Feng. In 2 months, they would head to the divine trove left behind by a God Emperor powerhouse. All right. Wu Feng didn't know about Duan Lingtian's current situation, so he readily agreed. As for Duan Lingtian, he received Wu Feng's message and left the Hidden Fog sect. With the core disciple token, he passed through the layers of fog without any hindrance. After leaving the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian made a trip to Skywind City. He obtained the Revival Good Fortune pill from the Zhong family that was waiting outside. After obtaining the Revival Good Fortune pill, he didn't enter Skywind City. Instead, he turned and left. Following that, Duan Lingtian headed west. According to what he knew, the God Emperor level sect behind the Hidden Fog sect was located in the west, and because of the existence of that sect, the west was also very prosperous. Now, Duan Lingtian was preparing to go there and find a place to stay. Let's go to Monarch Descent City. Monarch Descent City was a relatively large city around the God Emperor level sect behind the Hidden Fog sect. But it wasn't the largest city. The largest city was a subordinate city of the God Emperor level sect. Not only was it large in scale, but it was also very prosperous. The reason he didn't go to the largest city was because that city was relatively far away. A round trip would take at least a month. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to stay in the city for that long. As for Duan Lingtian, he planned to stay in the city for a bit longer. If he could obtain another Revival Good Fortune pill, that would be even better. In this situation, Monarch Descent City became Duan Lingtian's best choice. The scale was large enough and it wasn't too far away. In addition, Duan Lingtian chose Monarch Descent City because he felt that there weren't too many powerful bandits on the road from the Hidden Fog sect to Monarch Descent City. This was because the surrounding area was still the Hidden Fog sect's territory. Ordinary bandits wouldn't dare to casually invade. In Monarch Descent City, there were also many properties of the Hidden Fog sect. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian flew at full speed and was unobstructed all along the way. After spending 5 days and 5 nights of time, he finally arrived at Monarch Descent City, a city that occupied a vast area that far surpassed Skywind City that he'd been to earlier. Monarch Descent City stood tall in the mountains. Looking from afar, it was surrounded by mountains as if it were protected within. If one didn't fly to a certain height, it was impossible to see Monarch Descent City through the mountains. If this city were placed in the ancient times of Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth, it would be a caged city with natural barriers on all sides. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. To the west of Monarch Descent City is the God Emperor level sect behind the Hidden Fog sect. As for the other 3 directions, to the east is the Hidden Fog sect, and to the north and south are a God-Emperor level sect and a God-Emperor level sect, respectively. Including the Hidden Fog sect, these 3 God-Emperor level influences all have some properties in Monarch Descent City. Monarch Descent City could be said to be the central hub of the 3 Divine Emperor level influences, including the Hidden Fog sect, as well as the God-Emperor level sect. The prosperity here wasn't much worse than the great city near the God-Emperor level sect. Who? Duan Lingtian's figure flickered, and he appeared outside Monarch Descent City. At this time, he could see people entering and leaving Monarch Descent City. They were like carps crossing a river. Not too far away from him, there were many people stepping into the air towards Monarch Descent City. Looking at this ancient city, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he prepared to enter. But at this time, get out of the way. With a shout from behind him, Duan Lingtian heard the sound of rushing air breaking towards him. He subconsciously teleported to the side. It wasn't hard to see 3 identical monster beasts pulling a carriage through the air. The one driving the beast carriage was a sturdy middle-aged man. He wore brocade clothes and had a resolute face. There was an obvious scar between his eyebrows. Behind him was a carriage that looked like a carriage. Everything inside was covered by curtains and curtains. Get out of the way. It's the Ouyang family. As the beast carriage sped past Duan Lingtian, a clear voice sounded out in front of him. Immediately, more and more people opened up a path. Ouyang family. Only then did Duan Lingtian remember that there seemed to be 3 words on the side of the beast carriage. But because the handwriting was special, Duan Lingtian only recognized the last word. Now, after being reminded, he felt that the first 2 words were 70 to 80% similar to the word Ouyang. The Ouyang family is too domineering. Among the people who opened up a path, there were some who were dissatisfied. They are domineering because they have the ability. Another person shook his head and said, "The Ouyang family is a God King level family, and it is one of the stronger God King level families. There are high-level God Kings in the family. Most importantly, the young master of the Ouyang family is a disciple of the second elder of the 1,000 Demon sect, a God Emperor level sect. He is deeply favored by the second elder." Yes, with this relationship, the Ouyang family's position in Monarch Descent City is as stable as Mount Tai. Hearing these people's discussion, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. A figure appeared in his mind. Back then, at the Zhou family's auction in Tianfeng City, the person who wanted to attack Duan Qiaoyu was the second elder of the 1,000 Demon sect. He seemed to be called Han Ligong. Then, the God Emperor expert by Duan Qiaoyu's side, Yu Qiushuan, acted and broke one of Han Ligong's arms. Then, Han Ligong knelt down and apologized to Duan Qiaoyu before leaving in shame and anger. That scene was still fresh in his mind. The young master of the Ouyang family, Han Ligong's disciple? Duan Lingtian's gaze became a little strange at this moment. After all, he had seen the embarrassing state of the second elder of the 1,000 Demon sect, Han Ligong, with his own eyes. The beast carriage of the Ouyang family was rampaging. To the people present, it was just a farce. In the blink of an eye, it was over. Duan Lingtian didn't care. It was best to avoid conflict. After all, with his current strength, it was not enough to support the strength in his bones. Of course, it was also because he didn't care about these things. If it was something he cared about, Duan Lingtian would fight with his life on the line, even if he was not strong enough. Just like when Yun Qingyan from the Yun family of the Divine Offering Land wanted to take Ke away. Even if he was no match for him, he would fight with his life on the line. He was fearless. Let's enter the city first and find an inn to stay in. Then I'll take the creation pill and digest its medicinal strength. Duan Lingtian followed the flow of people to enter Monarch Descent City, and then he casually found a relatively secluded inn that was neither large nor small before asking for a remote guest room and staying in it. He took the creation pill and began to cultivate. One creation pill isn't enough for me to become a god king. However, it should be enough to break through the bottleneck between a higher god and a lower god king. In the guest room, Duan Lingtian sat on the bed and began to cultivate after taking the creation pill. The medicinal strength of the creation pill bloomed and was completely absorbed by him. The divine power in his body increased and changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 3700. In about 2 hours, Duan Lingtian had completely digested the medicinal efficacy of the revival good fortune pill. Just as he had expected, his cultivation level had also successfully entered the final bottleneck between a higher deity and a lesser deity, the ultimate bottleneck. As long as he broke through the bottleneck, he would become a lesser deity. Once he became a lower god king, after consuming the body's strengthening divine fruit, his lower god king cultivation would be completely consolidated in a short period of time. At that time, his strength would soar by leaps and bounds. Even if he encountered Shangguan, Xiongfeng, or Long Shao, he would no longer have any misgivings. The laws he comprehended were enough to allow him, a lower god king, to fight them to a draw. In a situation where he didn't use the high-grade divine artifact 7 Orifices exquisite sword. If he used the high-grade divine artifact 7 Orifices exquisite sword and had Huang Er's help, even if he was only a lower god king, he was confident he could kill Shangguan, Xiongfeng, and Long Shao. What a pity! When Duan Lingtian thought about the 2 revival pills that Shangguan Xiongfeng had snatched from him, he felt it was a pity. If it were not for Shangguan Xiongfeng's interference, he would have broken through to the primitive divine king stage and consumed the constitution-consolidating divine fruit to strengthen his cultivation base. Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing through them. You will all pay the price for your actions. Just wait, it won't take long. When Shangguan Xiongfeng had stolen Duan Lingtian's 2 revival good fortune pills, had Duan Lingtian been angry? Had he been angry? Of course he had been angry. Of course he had been angry. The reason he had chosen to endure was firstly because it would only delay him from breaking through to the lower god king realm. Secondly, it was because he felt that exposing his trump cards would bring about a fatal disaster. Compared to his life, that little bit of time was nothing. Next, let's see if I have a chance to obtain a revival good fortune pill in King's Descent City. If I can obtain one, I can smoothly break through to the lower god king realm before going to the divine treasury left behind by the god emperor. That way, I can do more things in the divine treasury. Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the divine trove that the hidden fog sect inner sect disciple Wu Feng spoke of. Divine vaults were created by powerful divine emperors or even god emperors in the realms of gods when they knew they couldn't withstand the next heavenly tribulation. They would create an independent realm and leave all their wealth in it. Of course, these godly emperors and godly emperors were basically rogue cultivators. If they were not itinerant cultivators and came from a certain faction, they would choose to leave their wealth to the faction they belonged to before facing the next heavenly tribulation that they had no confidence in, so as to benefit the younger generation. In this world, no matter who it was, as long as one's cultivation reached the level of God King, one would have to undergo a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. Furthermore, each tribulation would be stronger than the one before. If one's strength could not keep up with the speed of the heavenly tribulation, one's time limit would also come. It was said that this kind of heavenly tribulation would continue until one reached the level of ultimate God. Unless one became an ultimate God, one would still welcome the baptism of heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. It was also because of this that even the upper god venerables in the realms of gods, whose strength was second only to ultimate gods, weren't as old as one would imagine. This was because those who were old enough would die under the heavenly tribulation before they could break through to ultimate God. In this world, if one didn't break through to the God King realm, it would be fine. One could live as long as the world. However, once one broke through to the God King realm, one would have to prove themselves to the heavens. The heavenly tribulation that came once every 1,000 years and was stronger than the previous one would become the driving force for one to advance. If one didn't advance, or couldn't advance at all, what awaited one would be the heavenly tribulation that took one's life. It was said that even ultimate gods couldn't interfere with the heavenly tribulation. Legend had it that there was once an ultimate god who interfered with the heavenly tribulation. In the end, he also triggered the heavenly tribulation that targeted him, resulting in his death. It was also at that time that even ultimate gods didn't dare to interfere when their loved ones experienced heavenly tribulation. Even if their loved ones were killed by the heavenly tribulation, they could only silently watch from the side, unable to do anything. Heavenly tribulation was the true might of the world. It reigned above ultimate gods. I'm going out for a stroll. Duan Lingtian discovered that no matter how hard he cultivated, it would be difficult for him to make any progress. He thought that he might be able to obtain 1 or 2 revival good fortune pills in King's Descent City, so he directly left the inn. For the next period of time, he mingled in King's Descent City. During this process, he saw many hidden fog sect elders and disciples with identity tokens hanging from their waists. But when he saw these people, whether he knew them or not, he chose to avoid them. He didn't want Shangguan Xiongfeng or Long Xiao to know that he was here. If that happened, he would have come out for nothing. Moreover, if Long Xiao found out that he had only said those words to deal with him that day, he might fly into a rage out of humiliation and directly attack him. Although the Hidden Fog sect had strict rules, Long Zhao's honorable master was Elder Thunder. If Elder Thunder wanted to protect him, the others could only cooperate at that time. They might even frame him for some crimes. In truth, as Duan Lingtian thought of this, he wondered if there was any need to return to the Hidden Fog sect. After all, to him, the Hidden Fog sect wasn't a place where he was reluctant to leave. Forget it. I'll wait until I go to the divine trove left behind by the God Emperor before considering whether or not to return to the Hidden Fog sect. Even if I don't return to the Hidden Fog sect, once my strength rises in the future, I can still go to the Hidden Fog sect and teach them a lesson. Of course, I can also kill them outside the Hidden Fog sect. As for killing people in the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian was still clear-headed. He wasn't arrogant to such a degree. If he wanted to kill people in a divine emperor-level influence, unless he had a higher divine emperor cultivation, it would be easy to enter, but difficult to leave. This was because at that time, what he would have to face wasn't just the Hidden Fog sect's divine emperor powerhouses, but also the Hidden Fog sect protecting array formations. It looks like there's no hope. For an entire month and a half, Duan Lingtian inquired all over King's Descent City. He participated in 2 auctions, but he wasn't able to obtain any channels for the revival good fortune pill. For this, he even contacted some of the God King level family clans in King's Descent City. He thought that since the Heavenly Wind City's Zhong family had some in stock, these God King level influences like the Zhong family should also have some. But even if he offered a sky-high price of a medium-grade divine artifact for a revival good fortune pill, they still couldn't afford it. Even so, they were very enthusiastic. They asked Duan Lingtian to wait for a period of time so that they could find a way to obtain a revival good fortune pill. Duan Lingtian gave them a period of time. But when the time limit was up, they still hadn't obtained a single revival good fortune pill. Now it seems that the Zhong family having so many revival good fortune pills is a complete coincidence. I just happened to run into them, moreover, in just a few months, for of the Zhong family's remaining 5 revival good fortune pills have been sold. In truth, the value of the revival good fortune pill wasn't too high. After all, it was a divine pill that was only useful to divine spirits. But because it was rare, one could only stumble upon it by chance. Often, there was no market for it. The status of a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect is really useful. When Duan Lingtian asked for a revival good fortune pill in the various God King level family clans of King's Descent City, they all hung the status token on their waists to reveal their identity. And the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple status token was specially made. In addition to the deterrence of the Hidden Fog sect, no one would think that he was fake. In every God King level family clan, if the patriarch was present, they would personally receive Duan Lingtian. And if the patriarch wasn't present, the second or third in command would personally receive Duan Lingtian. The status of a Hidden Fog sect core disciple was equal to an inner sect elder. This could be seen from the Zhong family's initial attitude towards Tang Chun. "Where are you?" Duan Lingtian received an unexpected message. It came from the Hidden Fog sect. It was a sound transmission from Tang Nguyen. During this time, Tang Nguyen had been waiting for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to contact her, but she never did. In the end, she couldn't help but send him a message. "I came to find you, but you weren't here." Tang Nguyen said, "I went out a while ago. I'll be back in a while." Duan Lingtian replied, "All right, if there is anything you need my help with, feel free to contact me." Tang Nguyen said, "Okay." Duan Lingtian nodded and no longer spoke. This was because he had already decided not to contact Tang Nguyen in the future. As for Tang Nguyen, who was in the Hidden Fog sect, when she heard Duan Lingtian's indifferent response, a bit of disappointment and frustration appeared on her beautiful face. "Am I so unattractive? I'm really curious. Just how outstanding is his wife?" As Tang Nguyen was feeling disappointed and frustrated, Duan Lingtian also walked out from a restaurant in King's Descent City. He bitterly smiled. "It looks like I won't be able to obtain another revival good fortune pill before I go to the Divine Emperor's Divine Trove." As soon as he walked out, Duan Lingtian's gaze subconsciously looked ahead. With just a glance, he saw a beast carriage pass by. The curtain on the side of the carriage, facing Duan Lingtian, opened, and a beautiful face appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, this face was facing Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, it caused Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck. His gaze also became unfocused in an instant. The woman in the carriage noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze and also glanced at Duan Lingtian. Then she frowned and withdrew her gaze. Then she closed the curtains and the beast carriage went further and further away. Duan Lingtian instantly regained his senses and flew after her. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. Even his originally calm face was slightly flushed. "Kerr!" Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and flew out. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the beast carriage that was moving unhurriedly and blocked its path. Immediately, the beast carriage came to a stop under the control of the middle-aged man driving the beast carriage. With a sudden break, a series of demonic beast footprints were left on the road. "Do you want to die?" The middle-aged man glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted harshly. However, Duan Lingtian acted as if he didn't hear the middle-aged man's words. His gaze was infatuated with the carriage behind the middle-aged man. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he asked, "Kerr, is that you?" "Is that you?" Duan Lingtian's gaze also became very excited. Even his breathing became hurried. Chapter 3701. Just now, the reason why Duan Lingtian stopped was entirely because of the beautiful woman who opened the curtain and looked out of the carriage. For a moment, the woman who was facing him looked exactly like Kerr. Except for the different hairstyle, everything else was exactly the same. Duan Lingtian couldn't be more familiar with his wife, but the woman in the painting, even down to every detail of her features, looked exactly the same as his wife, Kaer. Even the temperament was similar. Because of this, Duan Lingtian caught up as soon as the other party hung up the curtain and abruptly stopped the other party's carriage. "Kerr, is that you?" Duan Lingtian ignored the shouts of the middle-aged man driving the carriage and turned a blind eye to the roars of the two monsters in front of him. At this moment, it seemed that only the carriage behind the middle-aged man was left in his eyes. See, what's the matter?" In the carriage, an old and hoarse voice came out. "Don't you know that Miss is ill and can't be frightened?" This voice was obviously the voice of an old woman. When the middle-aged man heard this, his face changed, and then he said in a trembling voice, "Elder Ching Zhe, see, didn't mean to frighten Miss, but a boy came out of nowhere and suddenly stopped in front of the carriage." "Do you need this old woman to do this in person for such a trivial matter?" The old woman's voice revealed a bit of impatience. I dare not. The middle-aged man quickly responded, and then looked at Duan Lingtian, who was blocking the road. His face sank, and he shouted, "Boy, get out of my way! Otherwise, don't blame me for driving the carriage over you." At this time, Duan Lingtian extended his divine sense, and it was not difficult to find that the carriage was covered by a layer of array, and his voice could not be transmitted in at all. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to use the divine energy in his voice, the middle-aged man who was driving the beast chariot finally lost his patience when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him again and again. He immediately urged the beast chariot to charge toward Duan Lingtian. This scene caused the pupils of many onlookers to shrink. "Someone is going to die. This young man seems to be absent-minded. Is he crazy? Not only did you stop other people's beast-drawn carriages, you even ignored other people's repeated reprimands and waited for other people to drive their beast-drawn carriages into you? Look at the token at his waist. He seems to be a Hidden Fog sect core disciple." At first, the crowd of onlookers thought that the purple-clothed young man in front of them was courting death. However, when someone with sharp eyes saw the identity token on the purple-clothed young man's waist, the surrounding crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Hidden Fog sect core disciple? In the Hidden Fog sect, this was an existence equal to an inner sect elder. Once something happened to such a character, the Hidden Fog sect would never give up. There were very few core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. Looking at past history, there had never been more than 100 core disciples. Now, there were less than 70. Hidden Fog sect core disciple. The middle-aged man driving the beast-drawn carriage was already prepared to drive it towards the purple-clothed young man in front of him. But as he heard the discussions around him and saw the identity token hanging from the purple-clothed young man's waist, his complexion changed. In the next moment, he slammed on the brakes once more and stopped the carriage. "See." At this time, an old voice sounded out from the carriage once more. This time it was filled with anger. "What is going on with you? Do you think driving the beast-drawn carriage for the young miss is too easy? Do you want to go back to your family and do some heavy work?" The sound from outside could be completely isolated by the carriage's soundproof array formation. But the turbulence of the beast carriage couldn't be isolated. This was because the person inside the carriage was sitting on the beast carriage to begin with, moving along with the beast carriage. "Elder Ching Zhe, this isn't my original intention." The middle-aged man called Si was so anxious that he wanted to cry. At the same time, he said, "The young man blocking the way is a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Let alone the fact that he has the ability to stop the beast carriage. Even if he doesn't, he shouldn't be able to run it over, right? A core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect?" Almost at the same time that the voice sounded from inside, an old figure floated out from the carriage. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of the beast carriage and stood in the air. This was an old woman with a head full of white hair. She wore a plain robe and her face was full of wrinkles. But there was an awe-inspiring, heroic spirit between her eyebrows. It could be seen that when she was young, she must have been a valiant and beautiful woman. After the old woman appeared, her gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. More accurately, her gaze fell on the lightning sword sect core disciple identity token hanging from Duan Lingtian's waist. Then the old woman lifted her hand. In the next moment, the identity token hanging from Duan Lingtian's waist flew out and landed in the old woman's hand. The rope hanging from it had been cut off by an invisible force. Duan Lingtian? After confirming the authenticity of the Hidden Fog Sect core disciple token, the old woman glanced at the name engraved on the back of the token. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian with some surprise. You are the Hidden Fog Sect's most famous genius who just entered the sect and won first place in the Divine Spirit Boundary Disciple Celestial Stairway Struggle? You actually became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect? According to what I know, your Hidden Fog Sect only produced a single Divine Spirit Boundary core disciple 10,000 years ago. That was Elder Xue Haichuan. I never imagined that after 10,000 years, such a character like you would appear. Listening to the old woman's words, it was clear that she had heard of Duan Lingtian's existence. However, she clearly didn't know that Duan Lingtian had become a core disciple. The reason for this was because Duan Lingtian had only become a core disciple recently. Although there were few people in the Hidden Fog Sect who didn't know about this, it hadn't spread far and wide. As the old woman spoke, the surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. What? He is the Hidden Fog Sect's genius, disciple Duan Lingtian, that everyone has been talking about recently? This Duan Lingtian was originally a student of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He was recommended by the dean, who is also the Hidden Fog Sect's vice sect master, Morong Suifeng, to enter the Hidden Fog Sect ahead of time. He was even recommended to participate in the core disciple assessment. Before the assessment, he won first place in the Divine Spirit Boundary Disciples Celestial Stairway Struggle and killed one of the Divine Spirit Boundary Disciples, Chu. Now, many people are waiting to hear whether or not he passed the Hidden Fog Sect's core disciple assessment. From what we can see, he has passed the Hidden Fog Sect's core disciple assessment. He has become the second person in the last 10,000 years to pass the Hidden Fog Sect's core disciple assessment with a Divine Spirit Boundary cultivation. Then, this Duan Lingtian has a chance of becoming the second Elder Xue Haichuan. When the surrounding people mentioned Xue Haichuan, they were filled with awe and respect. This was because Xue Haichuan wasn't just a simple disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect. He was also an elder with an extraordinary status in a divine emperor-level sect. Moreover, as an elder who came from a divine emperor-level sect and was able to obtain such achievements, he had established an unattainable role model in the hearts of many people around Monarch Descent City. Because of this, Xue Haichuan's status in their hearts wasn't low. Duan Lingtian, why are you blocking my Linghu family's beast carriage? The old woman looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, even if you're a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect and your status is equivalent to an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog Sect, isn't it a little rash for you to do this? Moreover, you even want to fuse your supernatural strength with your voice to penetrate the soundproof array formation. What are you trying to do? Duan Lingtian's actions were blocked by the old woman. As for Duan Lingtian's voice, it wasn't able to pass into the beast carriage. In this situation, the young woman, who looked exactly the same as Kerr and Duan Lingtian's eyes, naturally couldn't hear his voice. Linghu family? As the old woman spoke, the surrounding people burst into an uproar. So this is the Linghu family's beast carriage. The Linghu family could be said to be a thunderous existence in the surrounding regions of Monarch Descent City. Their status was no less than that of the Hidden Fog Sect and the 10,000 Demon Sect. To the east of Monarch Descent City was the Hidden Fog Sect. To the south was the 10,000 Demon Sect. To the west was the Divine Emperor level sect. And to the west was the Linghu family. The Linghu family, the Hidden Fog Sect, and the 10,000 Demon Sect were the three great, divine emperor-level influences in the surrounding regions of Monarch, Descent City. As a divine emperor-level influence on par with the Hidden Fog sect, the Linghu family's strength and background were in no way inferior to the Hidden Fog sect. Just now, that middle-aged man called her Elder Qing Zhe. Could she be Linghu Qingze? The Linghu family's Black Widow, whose name shook Tanglung province in the past? Heavens! Black Widow? Back then, that Black Widow seemed to have already been in existence at the level of a high-level divine king, and the number of high-level divine kings that died at her hands was innumerable. I had thought that she had disappeared without a trace because she had died, but I never thought that she was still alive. With the legend that Black Widow created in the past, she is likely a divine emperor powerhouse now. Black Widow, Linghu Qingze, 10,000 years ago in Tanglung province. She could be said to be a famous character. Even those from divine emperor-level influences knew of her existence, even if she only came from a divine king-level family. The reason she was famous in the past wasn't because of how strong she was. She was only a high god king. God kings of this level could be found everywhere in Tanglung province. There were many divine emperor-level influences, let alone divine emperor-level influences. The reason she was famous was because she killed her childhood sweetheart. It was said that her sweetheart betrayed her and got together with another woman. After that, she killed everyone related to her sweetheart and her sweetheart. She killed over 1,000 people from top to bottom. Among them, there were no less than 10 high god kings. In the end, an elder of a divine emperor-level influence couldn't stand by and watch anymore and stepped forward to stop her. At this time, a divine emperor expert from the Linghu family stepped forward and apologized to the elder of the divine emperor-level influence. After promising that he would definitely punish Black Widow, Linghu Qingze, he left with Linghu Qingze. After that, Black Widow and Linghu Qingze completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Senior Duan Lingtian didn't hear much of the discussion around him. The current him only wanted to confirm the identity of the woman in the beast carriage. He wanted to confirm whether or not she was his wife, Kerr. It was because they were too similar. Chapter 3702. Duan Lingtian, who had finally regained his senses, cupped his hands respectfully and greeted Linghu Qingze. Then he asked with a sincere expression, "May I know the identity of the young lady in the carriage?" Linghu Qingze was stunned for a moment, but he quickly replied indifferently, "That's Miss Chuin from our Linghu family. She's also the person that I, as an old woman, want to protect." Miss Chuin? Linghu family? Duan Lingtian was stunned by Linghu Qingze's words. Could it be that there really were similarities between people, and it was just a woman who looked like Kerr? However, was there really someone who looked so similar in this world? Their facial features were so detailed that they were exactly the same. Even the expression between their brows was the same. Even their temperament was extremely similar. Was there really such a coincidence in this world? Of course, it was not that Duan Lingtian had never seen two people who looked so similar. Along the way, he had met some twin brothers and twin sisters, and they indeed looked the same. Even Ku-er had a twin sister who looked exactly like her when she was in the mundane realm. However, there was a certain difference in their temperament. However, Kerr's background from the world of divine remains was revealed later, and her power was revealed. Although her appearance did not change much, there were still slight changes. She was also very different from her twin sister in the mundane realm. According to Kerr, her appearance became more and more similar to her previous life. In the end, she was no different from her previous life. Her previous appearance could only be said to be similar to her previous life. There was still a big difference between her and her previous life. Before Kerr awakened her memories of her previous life, there was someone who looked exactly like her. However, after she awakened her memories of her previous life, Her power gradually returned to her. After her appearance changed, even her twin sister in the mundane realm only looked 60 to 70% similar to her at most. However, the person in the carriage looked exactly like Kerr, who became exactly like her previous life after she decided to awaken her memories of her previous life. Could it be that the person inside the carriage was Kerr's twin sister from her previous life? According to Kerr, she was her father's only daughter in her previous life. She only had an older brother, no older sister, and no younger siblings. Therefore, this person could be ruled out as Kerr's twin sister in her previous life. Under such circumstances, how could there be someone who looked exactly like Kerr? Perhaps Kerr encountered an accident in the world of divine offering and came to the land of profound handle. Although the realm battlefield is now open and the spatial tunnels between the realms of gods are closed, I'm still here in the mystic gangland. It's not strange for Kerr to come here from the world of divine remains. Just now, that young woman didn't have any special reaction when she saw me. But even so, it's not enough to prove that she's not Kerr. Perhaps Kerr encountered an accident in the world of divine offering and lost her memories and came to the land of profound handle. Duan Lingtian thought about how he had lost his memories when he was in the mundane realm. Not only him, but Tianwu had also lost her memories temporarily due to an accident. It wasn't strange for anyone to suffer from amnesia. She's most likely Kerr. At this moment, Duan Lingtian kept telling himself this in his heart. He had even lost his mind slightly. Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian missed his wife, Kerr, so much that he missed her dearly. From the mundane realm to the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian had a clear goal in mind. He wanted to bring his wife, Kerr, out of the world of divine offering so that they could be reunited. For this reason, when he saw someone who looked identical to Kerr and had a similar temperament, he did not want to miss this opportunity. Perhaps this person was really his wife, Kerr? She's more similar to Kerr than Ganru Yen and Kerr. There's a big difference between Ganru Yen and Kerr's temperament. The young woman's temperament is similar to Kerr's. Kerr has left the mundane realm for many years, so it's impossible for her temperament to change drastically. However, it's possible for there to be some slight changes. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more he was certain the young woman in the carriage was his wife, Kerr. While Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts, his brows furrowed and relaxed. An uproar broke out among the people in the surroundings. Miss Chuin? Could it be the rumored Miss Chuin of the Linghu family? The number one beauty of the Linghu family that the Linghu family members speak of? This Miss Chuin seemed to have only appeared in the Linghu family in the past 200 years. It's said that the missing second miss of the Linghu family brought her back. It's said that she's her daughter. Before the second miss of the Linghu family disappeared, the current head of the Linghu family hadn't even become the head of the family yet. It's said that this Miss Chuyin's talent and perception are extremely ordinary. Is she still a god now? I wonder how old she is. If she's old and still a god, then her talent and perception are really too ordinary. Doesn't she know that age is a woman's secret? It's said that even in the Linghu family, very few people know Miss Chuyin's age. The discussions in the surroundings made Duan Lingtian's body tremble violently. He had captured two key pieces of information. One of them was this Miss Chuin of the Linghu family. She had only appeared in the Linghu family in the past 200 years. The other was that this Miss Chuin was only a god. Very few people knew her age. Many people felt that she wasn't young, so they thought that her talent and perception were poor. If this place was Kerr, all these made sense. Kerr. When Duan Lingtian looked at the beast carriage again, his eyes seemed to be emitting light. However, very quickly, from the corner of his eye, he saw Linghu Qingze looking at him with dissatisfaction. He immediately shifted his gaze, bowed, and said to Linghu Qingze, "Senior, I wonder if it's convenient for me to meet Miss Chuin and have a few words with her." If it's not convenient on the streets, we can find a place to meet privately. Senior, please allow me, Duan Lingtian said very sincerely. However, Ling Hu Qingzi glanced at him in disgust and said disdainfully, I thought that you, Duan Lingtian, were someone important. I didn't expect you to be no different from an ordinary man. Although your talent and perception are not bad and your current performance is considered worthy of our Miss Trine. However, our second miss said that no one is allowed to get close to Miss Trine, especially men. In addition, second miss also said that Miss Trine will be by her side for the rest of her life. She won't consider marriage, much less find a Dao companion. So, you'd better give up on this idea. Ling Hu Qingzi said. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Hu Qingzi raised his hand, and an invisible force suddenly attacked Duan Lingtian. Even though Duan Lingtian hastily defended himself, he was still swept to the side and fell to the ground far away. Before Duan Lingtian fell, the crowd had consciously spread out to make way for Duan Lingtian. As a result, Duan Lingtian landed solidly on the ground. A godly emperor expert. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted the moment he was swept away by the force. This was because he realized that this old woman was not as simple as a godly king. She was a genuine godly emperor. I see, let's go. Following Ling Hu Qingzi's order, the beast carriage continued to move forward. Senior. Duan Lingtian reached out to wipe the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. He stood up shakily and caught up with the beast carriage in a few steps. You've misunderstood. I don't mean to climb up the social ladder. I just saw that Miss Trine looks exactly like my wife whom I've been separated from for many years. I just want to confirm if she's my wife. If I confirm that she's not, I can make a heart demon blood oath to never see Miss Trine again in this life. Now, Duan Lingtian was completely anxious. Therefore, he could not help but say whatever was in his heart. This was because he subconsciously felt that as long as he explained it clearly, the other party would definitely understand. Then he would let him see Miss Trine to confirm if she was his wife, Kerr. If he confirmed that she was not his wife, Kerr, although he would be disappointed, he would also be able to get rid of his obsession. Even if she looked exactly like his wife, Kerr, as long as she was not Kerr, even if he made a heart demon blood oath to never see her again, it would not be a big deal. However, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ling Hu Qingzi, who was just about to return to the carriage, could not help but sneer. Then he turned around and glanced at Duan Lingtian. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Kid, this old woman is already tired of hearing your excuses for hitting on girls when I was young. What do you mean by looking like his deceased wife? What do you mean by looking like his childhood sweetheart? What do you mean by looking like his fiancée who had an accident? I've heard too many of such excuses. However, it's fortunate that Miss Trine is unable to hear these words of yours. Otherwise, it would really dirty her ears. Don't follow me again. Otherwise, don't blame this old woman for being impolite. As she finished speaking, Ling Hu Qingzi's gaze was filled with warning. Senior, this is not an excuse. I have no intention of hitting on you. After hearing what Ling Hu Qingzi said, Duan Lingtian knew that he'd been misunderstood, and he explained repeatedly, everything I said is true. It's even to the extent that I can make a heart demon blood oath for this. If anyone is able to find out and confirm that what I said is false, then I'm willing to bear all the consequences of the heart demon blood oath and bear the fury of an expert. Duan Lingtian said hurriedly. Enough. However, Ling Hu Qingzi did not care about Duan Lingtian at all. When Duan Lingtian caught up again, she attacked again and injured Duan Lingtian, sending him flying. At the same time, she said impatiently, Duan Lingtian, you can't do things more than 3 times. If you dare to follow me again, I'll definitely kill you. So many people are watching you pester endlessly. Moreover, I've already warned you. Even if I kill you, the Hidden Fog sect will have nothing to say. As Linghu Qingze finished speaking, her tone was mixed with coldness. No one dared to doubt that her words were false. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.